Chapter 1: Awakening the Yin-Yang Harmony System. Auntie Gu, don't. In the bedroom of that luxurious villa, Chao Shuang was shouting in panic. Gu Xiyan pushed his body uncontrollably onto the soft big bed. Chao Shuang usually hangs around with beautiful women and has very high standards. But at this moment, the woman in front of him made him completely lose his composure. Gu Xian's facial features were so delicate that they looked like a work of art carefully carved by God, without a single flaw to be found. Her figure is curvy and well proportioned, with every rise and fall being just right, without any excess fat. Her skin was whiter than snow, like frost, and seemed as if it would break at the slightest touch. The big wavy hair falls softly on one side of her shoulders, and the charming collarbone line seems to have an invisible magic that makes people want to take a few more glances. The scent of perfume emanating from her body was elegant and charming, and it penetrated into Chao Shuang's nostrils and refreshed his heart. Although Gu Xiyan is over 40 years old, time seems to be particularly kind to her. The charm of a mature woman has not diminished in the slightest, but has become even more mellow. Auntie? Am I that old? Call me sister. Gu Xiyan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and said coquettishly. The voice was soft and charming, as if it had a hook. Gu, sister, don't be so close to me, I'm hot. This was the first time in Chao Shuang's life that he had been touched so closely by a woman. He felt his face burning hot and his whole body became uncomfortable. Even his speech became stuttering. Hot. If you're hot, just take it off. Or I can help you. Gu Xiyan raised a meaningful smile and skillfully unbuttoned Chao Shuang's clothes. Her fingertips were like nimble elves, gently stroking Chao Shuang's chest, and then slowly stroking his well-defined 8-pack abdominal muscles. No. Don't, I'm not ready yet. Chao Shuang's face became redder and redder, like a ripe apple. I felt hot and uncomfortable all over, as if there was a fire burning inside me. The male hormones instantly filled his whole body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Not ready? Do you still need to prepare? Are you, still, a novice? Gu Xiyan leaned close to Chao Shuang's ear, and her warm breath sprayed on his neck. There was a hint of provocation in her words, and her gentle and sweet voice was like the sound of nature, constantly lingering in Chao Shuang's ears and plucking his heartstrings again and again. I. Chao Shuang wanted to refute, but his throat seemed to be choked by something and he couldn't make a complete sound. His body seemed to be frozen, unable to resist Gu Xian's intimate gesture. Thinking back on his past, Chao Shuang's heart was filled with bitterness. His grandparents died young, and his younger sister also died young. He was the only one who supported his father's schooling and took care of his mother during her confinement. Where is the time to play poker with lesbians? Hurry, it's hot. Gu Xian's voice was broken and hoarse, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of her throat, and spread vaguely in this quiet space. Her body twisted restlessly, and her hands frantically tore at the tight skirt on her body. The skirt was like a shackle that bound her, and she was eager to break free. Her originally exquisite high heels had long been kicked into the corner of the room, with the heels lying crookedly. Her originally soft and smooth black stockings were now gently taken off by her and thrown aside casually. In an instant, she lifted a corner of the quilt on the bed, revealing the messy sheets. The air in the room seemed to be ignited, the atmosphere became increasingly hot and scorching, and every breath of air was filled with a blushing and heart-pounding atmosphere. Sister Gu, are you drunk? Seeing this scene, Chao Shuang was stunned. Gu Xian's eyes were blurred, her usual coldness was gone, replaced by an indescribable charm. Her every move was full of temptation. Chao Shuang really couldn't understand how Aunt Gu, who was always dignified and self-possessed, could become like this. He sniffed carefully, and there was not even a trace of alcohol in the air, which made him even more confused. Drunk? What do you mean drunk? How could I be drunk? Gu Xian's eyes were blurred, and there was a hint of stubbornness in her watery eyes. She parted her red lips, her voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable flavor. Anyone who saw Gu Xian's reaction at this moment would think that she was drunk and unconscious. Sister, wake up. Sister, don't. Before Chao Shuang had time to think, Gu Xian's hot body pressed straight down on him. Her rosy little mouth pouted slightly and quickly touched Chao Shuang's mouth. Chao Shuang lay on the bed, completely confused by this sudden situation. He watched Gu Xian's movements, his mind went blank, and his body seemed to be frozen, and he could only let her do what she wanted. Quick! Give it to me! Gu Xiyan felt a pleasure that was far more intense than physical contact, which instantly spread throughout her body like an electric current. Her graceful figure trembled slightly and a low moan came from her throat. In the room, heavy breathing sounds intertwined together, like a symphony full of desire. The fire in Xiao Shuang's body could no longer be suppressed in this increasingly heated atmosphere. Since my sister wants it, I will satisfy you. He felt that his sanity was collapsing bit by bit, and the heat in his heart was rising like a surging tide. Finally, he suddenly turned over and quickly held Gu Xian's hands with both hands, which were soft yet full of strength. At the same time, he put his other hand around Gu Xian's slender waist and pressed her tightly against him. At this moment, the two people's heartbeats intertwined, as if they were about to burst through their chests. 10,000 words omitted here. Congratulations to the host for binding the Yin-Yang Harmony System. Give the host 3 novice gift packs. Gift pack 1, absolutely beautiful. Whenever you have direct contact with the opposite sex, the other person will fall in love with you unconditionally. Gift pack 2, a set of first-class residential property in Thompson, Shanghai. Gift pack 3, 100% ownership of Dobite Company. Chapter 2. Oops. Something happened. Fuck. Brother Tongzi, you're finally here. Xiao Shuang's heart suddenly jumped, and his voice was filled with suppressed surprise and excitement. Although the sudden voice of Tongzi Ge made the unsuspecting Xiao Shuang tremble all over and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. But at this moment, to him, the prompt sound of the system was even more pleasant than the sound of nature. Before this, Xiao Shuang was a senior novel fan, immersed in the world of online literature day and night. I eagerly hope that I can have a golden finger like the protagonist to change my destiny. Countless nights, he fell asleep in fantasy, longing for a shocking reversal of fate. Now, the long-awaited plugin has finally arrived. How can he not be ecstatic? This absolute charm skill is too amazing. Xiao Shuang's eyes widened and he rubbed his hands excitedly, and his mind had already begun to outline his future wife hunting plan. As long as he touches the opposite sex lightly, the other person will fall deeply in love with him. This is simply putting all the beauty in the world in front of him. Thinking that he would be successful in love in the future and that those goddesses who he could only admire from afar would be deeply attracted to him, Xiao Shuang's mouth grinned uncontrollably to his ears. And there is also Thompson Epine. Xiao Shuang felt his blood boiling just thinking about it. That is a top-notch residence in the most prosperous area of Shanghai, and every inch of land exudes the smell of money. Just a rough calculation, 1 square meter would cost at least 200,000. From an ordinary person, he instantly owns such a priceless property. This is like taking a step from the quagmire into the clouds, and the shotgun instantly becomes a rocket, directly achieving a great leap in class. Look at the Dobite Company, it is a dark horse in the current new media industry. In a short period of time, the market value has soared to hundreds of billions, causing waves of chaos in the industry. And now, he actually owns 100% of the shares of this company. This means that he has transformed himself into a big boss who controls a business empire worth hundreds of billions. Thinking about the great changes in the business world in the future, Xiao Shuang felt that the blood in his body was burning. Xiao Shuang tilted his head slightly and his eyes fell on Gu Xian who was sleeping beside him. The soft moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and fell onto her face, outlining a dreamy outline. At this moment, she is as quiet as a painting. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, and her rosy lips were slightly pouted, exuding a unique charm. As Xiao Shuang watched, he felt a warm current flowing slowly deep in his heart. With a beautiful woman in his arms and a business empire in his hands, what else could one ask for in life? As time passed, Xiao Shuang gradually fell into a sweet dream with a heart full of joy and satisfaction. In his dream, he held Gu Xian's hand and strolled in the luxurious apartment of Thompson 1. Outside is the most dazzling night view in the entire Magic City, and behind them is countless wealth and glory. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the sky was just beginning to turn pale. Xiao Shuang got up from bed early. Everything that happened last night was so bizarre, like an unreal dream. He always felt uneasy and wanted to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Xiao Shuang packed his things carefully, trying not to make any noise, for fear of waking up Gu Xian who was still sleeping. Just as he was about to step out of the bedroom door, a gentle call suddenly came from behind him. Xiao Shuang? Xiao Shuang's body suddenly stiffened and he slowly turned around. I saw that Gu Xian had woken up from her dream and was looking at me with slightly confused eyes. Ah! Sister Gu, are you awake? Xiao Shuang forced an awkward smile on his face, and his words unconsciously became a little nervous. At this moment, his heart was beating like a little rabbit. Sister Gu? Why do you call me Sister Gu? Shouldn't you call me Aunt Gu? Gu Shiyan raised her eyebrows, her face full of surprise. In her impression, Xiao Shuang has always been the little boy who followed her and called her Auntie Gu obediently. When Xiao Shuang heard this, he was completely stunned. Could it be that Aunt Gu really had forgotten everything that happened last night? He was surprised and happy, but at the same time he felt a little uneasy. Ah, yes, Aunt Gu, do you remember what happened last night? Xiao Shuang gritted his teeth and asked bravely. Of course I remember. I got drunk for no apparent reason, so I called you to pick me up, but I don't remember what happened afterwards. As Gu Shiyan spoke, she subconsciously looked at her body. When she saw this, her eyes widened instantly, her face lost all color, and she couldn't help but scream. Ah! What did you do to me? No, nothing. It's just that you came back last night and said you were hot, so you took off your clothes and fell asleep. Xiao Shuang panicked and stammered as he explained. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He avoided her gaze and didn't dare to look directly into Gu Shiyan's eyes. Yeah? Gu Shiyan frowned, her eyes full of confusion. She stared at Xiao Shuang for a long time, as if trying to see something from his face. From childhood to adulthood, she watched Xiao Shuang grow up. In her heart, Xiao Shuang was like her own child. Even though I felt a little uncomfortable when he saw my body. But thinking about how I often gave Xiao Shuang a bath when I was a child, and the friendship we have had for so many years, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Yes, Aunt Gu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. At this moment, Xiao Shuang felt very uncomfortable and just wanted to escape from this extremely embarrassing place. However, when his eyes inadvertently fell on Gu Shiyan again, he could no longer move away. Gu Shiyan in front of me was leaning lazily against the head of the bed because she had just woken up. Her long black hair was scattered casually on her snow-white shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully falling on her plump chest. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, and glowed a faint pink in the morning light. The slender waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and it seemed like it would break if bent even slightly. In sharp contrast to this is her plump and upright breasts, which are bulging and exude the unique charm of a mature woman. Looking down, you can see her perky and round buttocks, outlining an alluring curve. And those slender and straight legs, crossed together, add a bit of charm. This is the perfect figure that only a young woman who has gone through years of experience can possess. Every detail is like a work of art carefully crafted by God. Xiao Shuang only felt a hot current rushing to his forehead, and his heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. His throat was very dry and his lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, he just felt hot and uncomfortable all over. It felt like being in a blazing fire, and every inch of my skin was burning. Xiao Shuang quickly withdrew his gaze and hurried out of the house. Look at this kid, he doesn't even know to eat breakfast before leaving. Gu Shiyan said as she put on her clothes. Ah! Xiao Shuang had just opened the door when he bumped into Yi Qingxian, who had just returned from school. Xiao Shuang held Yi Qingxian up. Oops. Chapter 3. You don't have a fever, do you? Xiao Shuang's face turned pale instantly, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. This is a new ability granted by the system, and I haven't had time to study it carefully yet. How did it happen to Yi Qingxian inexplicably? His brain was instantly in a mess, with all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind like a kaleidoscope. With an extremely nervous mood, Xiao Shuang slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Qingxian standing in front of him with a hint of panic in his eyes. When he saw this, his heart sank instantly. All I saw was the girl's eyes, which were originally lively, clear, and beautiful like stars. At this moment, she was filled with obsession and dependence, staring at him straight, as if her eyes wanted to see through him and melt into her heart. Yi Qingxian stood there blankly, as if he had been cast under a spell. The moment her body lightly touched Xiao Shuang's, an unprecedented wonderful feeling suddenly exploded in her heart. That feeling was like countless brilliant fireworks suddenly blooming deep in my heart. The overwhelming joy and satisfaction surged out from the depths of her soul like a raging tide, instantly drowning her whole body. This feeling is so wonderful and shocking. This was something she had never experienced in her long life. Yi Qingxian only felt that her body and mind were completely conquered at this moment, and she seemed to be trapped in a sweet vortex from which she could not extricate herself. I was so absorbed in it that I couldn't think about anything else. Xiao Shuang naturally noticed something strange about Yi Qingxian. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. What should he do? Otherwise, retreat first? Hi, Xianer, I suddenly remembered that there is something urgent at home. I have to go back and deal with it. I'll leave first. Xiao Shuang pretended to be calm and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. After a quick greeting, he walked towards the door like a frightened rabbit. Ah. Xiao Shuang, are you leaving? Have breakfast before leaving. It's still early. Gu Xiyan, wearing a simple and slim home clothes, walked out of the bedroom gracefully. The clothes perfectly outlined her curvy figure, which swayed gracefully with every step. She exudes the charming aura unique to a mature woman, which can capture people's hearts without them noticing. At this moment, she had just come out of the room and heard Xiao Shuang say that he was in a hurry to leave, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he subconsciously tried to persuade him to stay. Her eyes were full of concern. In her heart, Xiao Shuang had always been the child who needed care. She was really worried about him leaving in such a hurry. No, I have something else to do at home. Goodbye, Aunt Gu. Xiao Shuang waved his hands and spoke very quickly, with an undisguised panic in his tone. His eyes were evasive and he didn't dare to look at Gu Xiyan again. He was afraid that if he stayed for one more second, more flaws would be discovered. He knew in his heart that he had to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The situation on Yi Qingxian's side is still unclear now. The most important thing is to slip away quickly while she has not yet fully recovered from that strange state of pleasure. As for how to face all this in the future, Xiao Shuang was also confused. Yi Qingxian is completely different from other girls. Even if other girls accidentally trigger the system ability and have physical contact with her, they don't know where she lives and will not come to her easily. But Yi Qingxian lived just downstairs from him. This was simply too scary. We will meet each other every day from now on. What should I do if she continues to be in this state affected by the system's abilities? Xiao Shuang's brain was about to explode, but he couldn't think of a proper solution. He almost jogged all the way and quickly walked out of Gu Xiyan's house. He hurried up the stairs and returned to his home. He quickly closed the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, as if they were the hands of the culprit. This is the whole thing. Downstairs, Gu Xiyan's house. As soon as Xiao Shuang left, Yi Qingxian regained a little clarity from the intoxicated state in which his heart felt as if fireworks were exploding. Her eyes gradually came into focus, but they were still a little blurry and dazed. When she looked around, she found that Xiao Shuang had disappeared. A strong, almost crazy feeling suddenly surged up in her heart. She wanted to find Xiao Shuang. In her mind, there was only one thought circling at this moment. Even if it was just to touch Xiao Shuang's fingers again and feel again the incomparable wonderful feeling that just rose from the bottom of my heart. Her desire for that feeling was so deep in her bones that she couldn't resist it. It felt like a drug, addicting her and making her desperate to have it again. Yi Qingxian didn't think twice and walked towards the door, her steps eager and firm. There was a kind of persistence and fanaticism in her eyes, as if finding Xiao Shuang was the only thing that mattered in the world. But just as she was about to open the door, Gu Xiyan walked out of the bedroom. Seeing her daughter's impetuous look, Gu Xiyan couldn't help but frown, her eyes full of confusion. "Xianer, where are you going?" Gu Xiyan asked, her tone filled with the concern and inquiry that only a mother could muster. When she looked at her daughter, she always felt that something was wrong and felt a little uneasy. Then, without waiting for her daughter to answer, she continued. "Today, brush up on your TOEFL test." There was an unquestionable firmness in Gu Xiyan's tone. In her opinion, although her daughter had already gone to college. But studies are the most important thing and should not be delayed because of some inexplicable things. "Mom, I'm a little tired today." Yi Qingxian lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, and he answered with a guilty conscience. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at her mother evasively, like a frightened deer. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. However, for Yi Qingxian, the past hour seemed to be the longest and most torturous time in her life. During these short yet extremely long 60 minutes, her mind was as if under a spell, and the figure of Xiao Shuang appeared almost all the time. She kept recalling the moment when her body touched Xiao Shuang's. The explosive feeling of pleasure that completely overwhelmed her was engraved in her heart like a brand. That wonderful and strong feeling surged in her heart over and over again, making her unable to extricate herself. Every time she recalled it, it was as if an invisible hand was gently plucking her heartstrings, causing her heartbeat to speed up involuntarily. "Tired?" Gu Xiyan frowned slightly, her face full of worry and confusion. As she spoke, she noticed that her daughter was acting strangely. Yi Qingxian's face was as red as a ripe apple and so hot that it seemed like blood could drip out. This look really scared Gu Xian. You don't have a fever, do you? Chapter 4 Yi Qingxian is obsessed and falls. She quickly reached out her hand and gently touched her daughter's face, and it was scorching hot wherever she touched. Xiener, wait a moment. I'll get you a thermometer. You might have a fever. Gu Xian's voice was full of anxiety and her eyes revealed deep concern. She didn't dare to delay for a moment, turned around and hurried out of the room. His steps were hurried and panicked, and he just wanted to get the thermometer as soon as possible to find out what was wrong with his daughter. Mom, no need, I don't have any. Yi Qingxian subconsciously opened her mouth to refute, but her voice was as small as the buzzing of a mosquito. She knew better than anyone that she didn't have a fever. The reason why her face was hot and her body felt a little strange was all because of the figure that kept lingering in her mind. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian's cheeks became hotter. She twisted her body somewhat unnaturally, with a hint of shyness and panic in her eyes. The images that had appeared in her mind over the past hour were really not suitable for children. This made her feel extremely embarrassed, and she even felt that she needed to change into a new pair of underwear to hide her inner embarrassment. Xiener, come and take your temperature. Gu Xian hurried back with the thermometer. She looked anxious and without giving any explanation she gently stuffed the thermometer into her daughter's clothes. Although the movement was gentle, it was filled with unquestionable determination. Then she stared at her watch. He began to time carefully, not daring to take his eyes off his daughter's face for a moment, for fear of missing any subtle changes. Yi Qingxian blushed, lowered her head, and dared not breathe. She could feel her mother's gaze scanning her body like a searchlight, which made her more nervous and uncomfortable. Her hands were tightly clenched on the bedsheets, her knuckles turned white from the force, and her heart was beating fast in her chest like a deer. Soon, 2 minutes passed in a flash. Gu Xian carefully took out the thermometer, her eyes widened, and looked at the number displayed in disbelief. The temperature was normal. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and the confusion on her face became more and more intense. Normal? How can it be normal? She couldn't help but mutter to herself, her brows furrowed. She clearly felt with her own hands that her daughter's head was very hot, but the number on the thermometer was so normal, which made her really confused. Mom, I'm fine. Yi Qingxian tried hard to make her voice sound calmer, but her slightly trembling tone still revealed her inner nervousness. She raised her head, met her mother's gaze, and smiled calmly, trying to convince her mother that she was really fine. Gu Xian stared at her daughter with her beautiful and concerned eyes, carefully observing her every expression. Gradually, she found that her daughter's face seemed less red and her expression was more relaxed than before. Are you really all right? Gu Xian was still a little worried, so she asked again, her eyes full of worry and suspicion. It's all right. Yi Qingxian nodded vigorously. In order to reassure her mother, she straightened her back and pretended to be energetic. Then hurry up and wash up and lie down on the bed to rest. Have a good rest today. Gu Xian sighed helplessly, and finally chose to believe what her daughter said. She gently touched her daughter's head, her tone full of tenderness and doting, then turned and left the room. Yi Qingxian waited until her mother's figure completely disappeared at the door of the room before she breathed a sigh of relief. She slumped in the chair like a deflated ball. Only then did she realize that her legs had lost all their strength and felt soft, as if she was stepping on cotton. Her body was trembling slightly, and the blush on her face was still there. Yi Qingxian's face turned red, and her heart was filled with shyness and embarrassment. She didn't expect that just touching brother Chao Shuang's body would put her in such an unspeakable situation. This unprecedented feeling made her feel both novel and extremely shy. She bit her lower lip, slowly stood up from the chair, and walked towards the closet with weak legs. She suppressed her inner shyness, took out a set of clean clothes from the closet, and then walked towards the bathroom with a staggering step. After entering the bathroom, she closed the door gently, leaned against it, and took a deep breath. There was still a trace of confusion and shyness in her eyes, and the figure of Chao Shuang kept appearing in her mind. After taking a shower, Yi Qingxian felt much more comfortable physically, but her heart was still not at peace. After breakfast, she went back to her bedroom and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was filled with Chao Shuang's image, his hearty smile, his tall figure, and the touch that made her heart beat faster. She wanted to find Chao Shuang. This thought was like a weed, growing wildly in her heart and becoming stronger and stronger. Gu Xian was very strict with Yi Qingxian. She lost her father when she was young and had been raised by her mother. Her mother has to ask about everything she does, and she needs to report and get her consent in advance for everything she does. During the day, her mother would definitely not allow her to go to see Brother Chao Shuang, and Brother Chao Shuang had his own work to do. Since his parents passed away, Chao Shuang no longer had his freedom during the day. Thinking of this, a hint of loss flashed in Yi Qingxian's eyes. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she felt empty, as if she had lost something important. Etc. Yi Qingxian suddenly had an idea, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Although it is not convenient to go to see Chao Shuang during the day, what about waiting until mother falls asleep at night? I can just go upstairs secretly to find Brother Chao Shuang. As soon as this idea came into her mind, it was like a spark that instantly ignited a raging fire in her heart. Yi Qingxian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright at this moment, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her heart beat faster involuntarily, and the thump sound seemed to be about to burst through her chest. When she thought about seeing Chao Shuang in the evening and feeling that wonderful feeling again, she became so excited that she could hardly control herself. Then, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moment when her body touched Chao Shuang. That explosive feeling of pleasure, like an electric current, spread throughout her body again. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian's fair and delicate pretty face gradually became hot again. Her legs quietly came together under her black shorts and her hands unconsciously gripped the sheets. She bit her rosy lips lightly and let out a slight groan, her eyes full of confusion and shyness. At this time, Chao Shuang was still looking at the property certificate of Tangchen Yiping in his hand. Ding! 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 Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone attracted his attention. Chapter 5. It hurts. I sprained my ankle. Chao Shuang was leaning comfortably on the sofa when the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang, interrupting his moment of peace. He casually glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Chao. I am Yu Yue, the housekeeper of Thompson First Class. You can call me Xiao Wei. Since you are our new owner, I am calling to ask if you have any other requirements for our property services. Yu Yue's voice came from the receiver, gentle and with just the right amount of professional enthusiasm. Every word seems to have been carefully carved, mellow and pleasant to the ear. It's like the gurgling of a clear spring in the mountains, which makes people feel particularly comfortable when listening to it. Chao Shuang raised his eyebrows slightly and responded after a little thought. Requests? Nothing special at the moment. But I'm not familiar with this neighborhood. Can you come to my house in an hour and give me a detailed introduction? His tone was calm, with a sense of leisure and ease. Okay, Mr. Chao, see you in an hour. Yu Yue readily agreed, with a hint of lightness in her voice, as if she was looking forward to this meeting as well. After hanging up the phone, Chao Shuang stood up and his eyes fell on the brand new property certificate on the coffee table. Thinking about moving into Thompson 1 and starting a new life. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a faint smile. He picked up the property deed and put it carefully into the inside pocket of his coat. Then he straightened his clothes and walked out of the house with steady steps. You know, the community where he lived before was quite far away from Thompson 1, so he decided to take a taxi there. Along the way, the hustle and bustle of the city whizzed past the car window, but Chao Shuang's thoughts had already drifted to the luxurious Thompson Hotel. An hour passed in a flash, and the taxi stopped steadily in front of the gate of Thompson Yiping. Chao Shuang paid the fare, pushed open the door and walked out. The Thompson 1 hotel in front of you is full of luxury and nobility, and the towering building exudes an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Chao Shuang took a deep breath, walked into the community with confident steps, and went straight towards the elevator. Bite. A clear prompt sounded and the elevator door slowly opened. Chao Shuang walked in steadily, however, the moment he stepped into the elevator. His steps suddenly stopped, and his eyes were attracted by a figure in the elevator. I saw a beautiful woman standing in the center of the elevator, like a delicate flower blooming in the quiet night sky. She was wearing a tight dress that clung to her figure and seemed to be woven from the softest moonlight. It fits tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. Every curve of hers is just right, as if it is nature's most proud masterpiece, full of the unique charm of a mature woman. Her slender legs were wrapped in a pair of mysterious black stockings, which had a delicate luster, like black satin flowing gently. As she moved slightly unintentionally, her slender waist twisted gently. Every movement exudes endless charm, and the swaying figure seems to have an invisible magic. Chao Shuang's eyes were involuntarily drawn to it and he could not look away. At the same time, a charming fragrance instantly filled the entire elevator. The fragrance is rich but not strong, fresh yet elegant. It's like the fragrance emitted by flowers covered with dew in the early morning, with a hint of exotic flavor. As soon as he entered the elevator, Xiao Shuang was surrounded by the fragrance, as if he was in a dreamlike world. What a goblin! Xiao Shuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He quietly swallowed his saliva in his heart and tried to make his eyes appear less inappropriate. But he couldn't help but keep his eyes on her for a while longer, secretly marveling at the fact that there was such a beauty in the world. As a popular actress in the entertainment industry, Xiao Rongyu usually shuttles between various occasions. I have seen countless handsome men and beautiful women and have long been immune to beauty. However, the moment Xiao Shuang stepped into the elevator, her gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread and fell on him involuntarily. So handsome! Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Xiao Shuang's deep and bright eyes were like the twinkling cold stars in the night sky, his nose was high, and his lines were hard yet soft. Her lips were slightly raised with just the right curve. His facial features seemed to be carefully carved works of art, each exuding a unique charm. This kind of handsomeness is not the packaged and modified beauty in the entertainment industry, but an innate and masculine handsomeness. What made Xiao Rongyu feel even more irresistible was that Xiao Shuang seemed to exude a faint aura. The scent is like the fresh aroma of grass and trees in the mountains after rain, with the calmness and strength unique to men. It penetrated into her nostrils and made her heart beat faster for no apparent reason. Is this the legendary charm of male hormones? Xiao Rongyu pondered secretly in his heart, his eyes full of curiosity and appreciation. It's damn true, I've been struggling in the entertainment industry for so many years. How come I never noticed someone as handsome as him? A feeling of regret for not meeting each other earlier came over her, and a bold idea suddenly came to her mind. Just then, the elevator shook slightly. Oops! Xiao Rongyu let out a soft scream and her body swayed slightly. Immediately reached out and held the elevator handrail tightly. Her brows were furrowed, tears welled up in her eyes, and her face showed an expression of extreme pain. I sprained my ankle. It hurts. I can't walk anymore. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Shuang with pitiful eyes. Those eyes were full of helplessness and expectation, as if looking for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. When Xiao Shuang heard the shout, he turned his head subconsciously. Seeing Xiao Rongyu like this, a feeling of pity suddenly surged in my heart. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Faced with such a request for help, he really couldn't turn a blind eye. Okay. Xiao Shuang's voice is deep and magnetic. I'll help you get home. He bent down slightly, stretched out his hand, gently grasped Xiao Rongyu's right arm, and prepared to support her. When Xiao Shuang's hand touched Xiao Rongyu's arm, a feeling like an electric current instantly spread throughout Xiao Rongyu's body. Xiao Rongyu only felt that his arm was like a lit fuse, and a heat quickly spread throughout his body. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, pounding against her chest as if it was about to break out of her chest. Xiao Rongyu raised her head and looked at Xiao Shuang with her watery, pretty eyes. Her eyes were full of obsession and dependence, as if Xiao Shuang was her only support at the moment. Xiao Shuang also subconsciously looked up at Xiao Rongyu, who was supporting him. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Xiao Rongyu's delicate face was close at hand. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint blush, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Xiao Shuang could clearly feel her rapid breathing and the panic in her heart that was like a deer running around in its tracks. Xiao Rongyu felt that when his arm touched Xiao Shuang's arm, it seemed as if countless brilliant fireworks exploded at the same time deep in his heart. The immense pleasure and satisfaction surged out from the depths of her heart like a surging tide, submerging her completely. This feeling was something she had never experienced in her life before. It was so strong and so wonderful. It made her whole body and mind intoxicated and obsessed, as if she was in a dreamlike world and didn't want to wake up. This is exactly the same symptom as Yi Qingxian. During the close contact, Xiao Shuang felt more and more clearly that the fragrance emanating from Xiao Rongyu was becoming stronger and stronger. This aroma, like a jar of fine wine that has been sealed for many years, is fragrant and mellow, lingering around his nose and making his heart and mind slightly flutter. With every breath he took, the unique fragrance flowed through his nose and slowly seeped into his heart and lungs, making him feel a little dazed. Time seemed to slow down in this ambiguous atmosphere, but the elevator prompt sound suddenly broke the tranquility. Ding dong, a crisp sound was heard, and the elevator door slowly opened. Chapter 6, Let me treat you to some spicy hot pot. Xiao Shuang was startled for a moment, then he came to his senses and slowly walked out of the elevator with Xiao Rongyu. What surprised Xiao Shuang was that her residence was just next to the elevator, just a few steps away. Xiao Rongyu stretched out her jade white hand and gently pressed it on the fingerprint lock. With a soft tick sound, the door slowly opened. Xiao Shuang carefully helped her into the living room and gently placed her on the soft sofa. You have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Xiao Shuang nodded slightly and spoke softly, with a hint of concern and politeness in his tone. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, the moment he turned around, the situation suddenly changed. Xiao Rongyu seemed to have suddenly become a different person, and his originally weak and helpless appearance disappeared in an instant. Her hands, like nimble snakes, quickly and forcefully hooked around Xiao Shuang's neck, and her delicate body pressed tightly against him. Xiao Shuang only felt a warm breath blowing on his face, his body stiffened instantly, and his mind went blank. This woman's feet are not. Xiao Shuang opened his eyes wide, filled with shock and confusion. In an instant, he suddenly realized that he had fallen into the trap she carefully designed from the very beginning. He felt annoyed and at the same time felt at a loss as to what to do with the sudden change that had happened. But before he could react, something even more unexpected happened to Xiao Shuang. Xiao Rongyu slightly raised her head, opened her delicate and tempting lips, and exhaled a sweet breath. The voice seemed to carry a hint of charm and penetrated into Xiao Shuang's ears. Brother, it's been a long day, why don't we get to know each other better? Her eyes were full of charm and expectation, as if they could see through Xiao Shuang's heart, leaving him nowhere to hide. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu no longer looked as pitiful as she did when she sprained her ankle just now. She now looked bold and full of temptation. Xiao Shuang's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and he could clearly feel Xiao Rongyu's breathing. The warm breath sprayed on his neck, causing a layer of fine goosebumps to appear on his skin. His hands unconsciously raised slightly, wanting to push her away, but he seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and could not move. In this quiet living room, the two people's breathing sounds intertwined, and the atmosphere became more ambiguous and tense. 10,000 words omitted here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the first beauty. The reward is a Koenigsegg Global Limited Edition sports car. 3 hours passed quietly without him noticing. Xiao Shuang was immersed in a deep sleep, completely unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, he was awakened by a burst of rapid pushing and shouting. Wake up, wake up! There was an undisguised nervousness in Xiao Rongyu's voice. She pushed Xiao Shuang hard and shouted anxiously. Xiao Shuang slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What came into view was Xiao Rongyu's face full of nervousness. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but recall the crazy scene just now. It was a feast of passion and desire. 7 times. After 7 rounds of passionate lovemaking, both of them fell into extreme frenzy. Xiao Rongyu's graceful figure and charming charm were fully displayed at that moment. She is indeed a sexy beauty in everyone's eyes. Her endurance and enthusiasm made Xiao Shuang marvel at her. A tough player. I secretly sighed in my heart that she was indeed an irresistible woman. However, Xiao Shuang has always been confident in his own charm. In his opinion, his physical strength is unmatched. In comparison, Xiao Rongyu can only be regarded as a dwarf compared to the giant. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu's face still had a blush on it, and she was breathing heavily. Her slender waist was a little sore at the moment, which was the aftereffect of the madness just now. Xiao Shuang looked at her and was about to ask when he heard Xiao Rongyu speak anxiously. Hurry up, my mom is coming. This sudden news was like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering Xiao Shuang's remaining sleepiness. He suddenly woke up and looked at Xiao Rongyu with wide eyes. A surge of anger welled up in his heart, and he felt as if he was being used by this woman. She was lingering with me just now, but now she is so heartless that she wants to drive me away. This made him feel extremely angry and aggrieved. What does this woman take herself for? A tool for sexual gratification? This woman. Asshole. What a big gangster. He really doesn't recognize me after he pulls up his pants. Xiao Shuang cursed secretly in his heart, but he had no time to think about it at this moment. He frantically began to look for his clothes, preparing to leave this embarrassing situation as soon as possible. Xiao Shuang hurried out of the door. A breeze blew by, and he couldn't help but tidy up his slightly messy clothes. He took out the property certificate from his pocket, stroked the paper gently with his fingers, and looked at the property address intently. When he saw this, his eyes widened instantly and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. What a coincidence! He is actually Xiao Rongyu's neighbor. He never expected such a coincidence to happen, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. At this time, a beautiful woman in black stockings was standing at the door. She wore an off-white shirt on her upper body, with the perfect waist design. Not only does it perfectly highlight her slender waist, but it also makes her breasts look particularly full, exuding a charming charm. She paired it with a black hip-hugging miniskirt that wrapped around her long and round legs. The black stockings faintly visible under the short skirt add a touch of mystery. Yu Yue was standing at the door, her face full of anger. His delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed dissatisfaction and questioning. "Hello, Mr. Chow, I am Yu Yue, your household's housekeeper." Her voice was clear but also a little firm. "I have been waiting for you here for more than 2 hours. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" I was just playing poker with someone." "Oh no, there was a traffic jam just now, do you believe it?" Chao Shuang was caught off guard by this sudden questioning and his face turned red. He scratched his head in embarrassment and stammered his answer. "Do you think I'm so naive and so easy to fool?" Yu Yue raised her eyebrows, her tone full of suspicion. "What kind of poker takes you so long?" There was curiosity in her eyes. She tilted her head and stared at Chao Shuang, as if trying to find flaws in his face. Although Chao Shuang was not sure whether Yu Yue was stupid or not, looking at her simple and naive appearance at this moment, he thought in his heart that she was really naive. "I'm playing real poker, I can bring you along if I have the chance." Chao Shuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a slightly teasing smile, and answered half-jokingly. "Have you eaten?" "I just ordered takeout, let's eat together." Just before being ruthlessly kicked out of the house by Xiao Rongyu, Chao Shuang specially ordered an extra large portion of spicy hot pot. That cost him a full 26 yuan a night. In his opinion, it would be a shame not to share such a sumptuous takeaway with Yu Yue. Yes. Chapter 7. Are you attracted to him? When Yu Yue heard this, a bright smile instantly broke out on her originally angry face. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. She thought to herself, the super rich man is quite approachable. And if you look closely, he is really handsome. Yu Yue looked up and down at Chao Shuang and couldn't help but marvel at it. You know, not only wealthy businessmen live in Thompson 1, but also some celebrities. But even those big stars who have tens of millions of fans, look dazzling on the screen and think they are so handsome. Compared with Chao Shuang in front of him, there is simply a world of difference. Chao Shuang's unique temperament and handsome face made Yu Yue's heart beat faster. "I want to ask, how much is my house worth?" This seemingly simple question made Yu Yue stunned and a look of obvious confusion appeared on her face. It is really unusual that he came to ask about the price today for a house he just bought yesterday. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, how come she didn't even know how much the house she bought cost? Could it be that his family bought it for him without telling him? Seeing how young he is, it is indeed unlikely that he can earn enough money to buy a house here at this age with his own ability. It is very likely that his family paid for it in full, so he has no idea about the price. Yu Yue pondered secretly, looking at Chao Shuang. I became more and more curious, which family does this young man come from? The family is so wealthy that they can afford to buy the best building in Thompson 1 with full payment. Despite being full of doubts, Yu Yue maintained a professional attitude, with a patient smile on her face, and spoke softly. "Mr. Chow, this apartment is the best in our building. 250,000 per square meter, the total area is 1,600 square meters, the total price is 400 million. When Chao Shuang heard the number 400 million, he felt his head buzzing. My heart suddenly felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand and began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. His breathing became rapid and his adrenaline surged like a flood. Chao Shuang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and surprise. My assets are over 100 million already? Chao Shuang screamed wildly in his heart. He had originally estimated that the house would cost at most 200,000 yuan per square meter, and he never expected that the actual price would be so high. At this time, Yu Yue said with a sweet smile and a hint of expectation in her tone. Mr. Chow, can I add your WeChat for future communication? If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me directly. Hearing this, Chao Shuang's heart suddenly surged. Looking back on the past, no girl has ever taken the initiative to ask him for his WeChat. Not to mention a top-notch woman like Yu Yue who has a sweet look and a hot body. Chao Shuang was secretly delighted but pretended to be calm on his face. Come in and chat. He took the initiative to invite Yu Yue. The corners of Yu Yue's mouth slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. She followed Chao Shuang obediently into the room. As soon as she entered the room, Yu Yue began to get busy skillfully. He said as he walked towards the kitchen. "Mr. Chow, please sit down. I'll pour you a cup of coffee." Chao Shuang was stunned for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. "Isn't this my home? How come you, an outsider, are so familiar with this place?" But he soon reacted and felt relieved when he thought that Yu Yue was the housekeeper here. He nodded slightly and said, "Well, okay." Immediately afterwards, Chao Shuang touched his hair and felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. "You do it first. I'm going to take a shower." After all, he had been busy for the entire night and morning, and still hadn't had time to take a good bath and relax. "Good." Yu Yue answered crisply, looking at Chao Shuang's back as he walked towards the bathroom. A different light flashed in her eyes. Ding! 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 Yu Yue's cell phone rang suddenly. The crisp ringtone sounded particularly harsh in the quiet environment. She was originally immersed in the work at hand, her brows slightly frowned, and subconsciously did not want to answer the call. However, when her eyes fell on the two-word CC on the mobile phone screen. After a moment's hesitation, he slid the screen and answered the call. "Hey, Cece, what's wrong?" After Yu Yue answered the phone, she asked softly with a hint of doubt in her tone. "Xian Cece, that is the closest person to her in this complicated world. They are not only best friends, but also close friends who can talk about anything. The friendship between them is deep and pure." "It's okay, I just called you to see what you were doing." Xian Cece's soft and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice seemed to carry a magical power that made people feel at ease. It was gentle and soothing, and very pleasant to hear. "What can I do?" "Of course, I can take care of the house and the company." Yu Yue's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. After a chuckle, he continued excitedly. "Cece, you know, I met a very handsome landlord today." Her speech speed unconsciously increased, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "I couldn't wait to tell the landlord everything that happened during his encounter." "Really? That's great, but is this landlord you're talking about easy to get along with?" When Xian Cece heard about her best friend's adventure, she was sincerely happy for her, and her tone was full of joy and blessings. But then, a trace of worry arose in her heart and she frowned slightly. There was concern in her tone, because she knew Yu Yue's innocence too well. Afraid that she would be bullied outside. "No, I think he's a pretty good person." Hearing Xian Cece's worried words, Yu Yue seemed to have taken a reassurance pill. She spoke confidently with determination in her eyes. During her brief contact with the landlord, she felt a sense of sincerity and kindness from his words and actions. "Also, Cece, you don't know, he is really handsome. The key is the aura on his body, very calm and confident." As Yu Yue spoke, the image of Chao Shuang involuntarily appeared in her mind, and her pretty face instantly turned slightly red. Recalling the moment she first met Chao Shuang, her eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet and she could not look away. When she was talking to Chao Shuang earlier, she pretended to be calm on the surface. "In fact, my heart was already beating like a deer and I was extremely shy." In her opinion, being handsome is only one aspect. It was Chao Shuang's calm and confident temperament that truly touched her heart. "Yue, tell me honestly, are you attracted to this boy? This is the first time I've seen you praise a boy like this, tell me the truth." Chapter 8. If you like someone, chase him. On the other end of the phone, Xian Cece's voice was full of surprise. Her voice tone unconsciously rose a few notes. She knew Yu Yue too well. Such generous praise has never been seen before. "I am indeed a little moved." Yu Yue's face turned even redder, and the blush quickly spread to her ears. But she has a cheerful personality and is never the kind of person who is shy. Therefore, even though I was shy inside. She still nodded generously, even though Xian Cece on the other end of the phone couldn't see it. But she still admitted her inner thoughts in such a firm way. "Are you really moved?" Xian Cece's voice instantly rose an octave, and the surprise in her tone almost overflowed the screen. "Hurry up and show me if there is a photo of this boy, I'm so curious. This is love at first sight, right?" As she spoke, she tried hard to imagine what the boy who could make her best friend's heart beat fast looked like. She stamped her feet unconsciously, her mind full of gossip. "How could I possibly have a photo?" Yu Yue shook her head helplessly, and the expression on her face seemed to say that Xian Cece asked a very ridiculous question. "He is the owner, and I am just a housekeeper. How can I have the guts to take pictures of him?" Yu Yue thought about how embarrassing the scene would be if she really took out her cell phone to take a picture of the landlord. It might even cause the other party to be disgusted. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. His tone was full of anger towards Qian Cixi's unrealistic idea. On the other end of the phone, Qian Cixi heard what Yu Yue said and instantly realized how inappropriate her suggestion was. Her face turned red in an instant. Fortunately, it was just a phone call, otherwise Yu Yue would have seen her embarrassing situation. She patted her forehead gently, secretly regretting how reckless she was. Yue, since you really have feelings for this boy, just go after him boldly. Qian Cixi quickly adjusted her state and her tone was full of encouragement. Based on your conditions, I don't believe any boy can refuse your pursuit. Qian Cixi has no doubt about Yu Yue's charm. In her opinion, Yu Yue is not only outstanding in appearance, but also has a very likable personality. As long as Yu Yue takes the initiative, it will be easy to capture that boy. I have to say that Qian Cixi's words were not blind praise. Yu Yue was indeed extremely beautiful, with delicate features like a carefully crafted work of art. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long, shiny black hair fell softly on her shoulders. If it weren't for her outstanding appearance, it would have been difficult for her to stand out among the many job applicants and enter the property company where so many elites gathered. I dare not. Yu Yue's voice dropped instantly, as if the glimmer of hope in her heart had been extinguished by a basin of cold water. Just think about it, he can buy a house in such a high-end community at such a young age, he must be a rich second generation. As for me, I am just an ordinary worker. How can you be qualified to pursue someone? Don't make yourself look bad and become a laughingstock. Yu Yue became more and more depressed as she spoke. Her once bright eyes dimmed and a bitter smile slowly appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. She has always been aware that she is good-looking, and she often receives envious glances from people when she walks down the street. But in the face of cruel reality, she deeply understood that a beautiful appearance alone is far from enough. In this highly competitive and materialistic world, beauty is like a single card, it looks so thin and weak when played alone. Only when beauty is combined with powerful cards such as family background, high education, talent, etc., can it become an invincible trump card. But now, she only had the card of beauty. When facing the seemingly unreachable landlord, she had no courage or confidence to take the initiative. Yue, what are you talking about? Qian Cixi's tone was full of anxiety and disapproval, and her speaking speed unconsciously quickened. Look at you, you work diligently and responsibly, and treat others sincerely and kindly. He has a good personality, so how can he not be excellent? When it comes to love, you have to be brave and try it. You conclude that the other person doesn't like you without even trying. This is not at all like the courageous Yu Yue I know. It's such a pity to give up so easily. Qian Cixi wished she could reach through the phone and wake up Yu Yue, who was trapped in self-denial. She hoped that her friend would have the courage to pursue her own happiness. Hey, Cixi, you really don't understand. Yu Yue sighed deeply, and the loneliness and helplessness in her voice seemed to materialize. When I stood in front of him, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. I always feel that there is an unbridgeable gap between him and me. Maybe this is what people often say online, that when people face someone they really like, they always feel an inexplicable inferiority complex in their hearts. Yu Yue's voice became lower and lower, as if she was muttering to herself. After saying this, she fell silent, as if she was completely overwhelmed by this complex and heavy emotion. Okay, Cixi, I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Yue calmed down and tried to make her tone sound more relaxed. He should be out soon, and I have a lot of work to do today. Compared to those illusory likes, working hard to make money is more real. A hint of determination flashed in Yu Yue's eyes. In her opinion, only by working hard and accumulating wealth can she truly change her current living situation. If I have money, I can move out. Yu Yue added another sentence, as if to cheer herself up, and her tone was filled with longing for future life. Okay, Yue, you go ahead and do your work. Qian Cixi heard the determination in Yu Yue's tone and stopped forcing her. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? We haven't had a good time together for a long time. Qian Cixi asked expectantly, thinking that perhaps a warm dinner would make Yu Yue feel better. No, I don't know what time I can get off work. Yu Yue said apologetically. Go eat first, don't wait for me. After saying that, Yu Yue didn't hesitate any longer and gently pressed the hang-up button. Call. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yue let out a long breath. It was as if he wanted to expel all the worries and troubles with this breath. She closed her eyes and raised her hand to gently rub her temple. I tried to calm my chaotic thoughts, suppress the fantasies and impulses about love in my heart, and put all my energy back to the work at hand. Ding dong! The crisp doorbell rang suddenly, echoing in the quiet room. Chapter 9 Goddess Yu Yue Falls. Yu Yue, who was concentrating on the work in her hands, heard the voice, put down what she was holding and walked quickly towards the door. Who is it? She stood in front of the door and asked in a clear voice with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Tuan Tuan takeout. A loud voice came from outside the door, accompanied by some noisy background noise. It was obviously the busy delivery boy. Well, put it outside. Yu Yue looked through the peephole and saw the figure outside the door wearing a takeaway uniform. I thought to myself that I should wait until the delivery man leaves before picking up the food. This way I can avoid the trouble of direct contact and ensure my own safety. Only after watching the delivery man gradually go away did Yu Yue gently open the door and take the takeaway in. However, when she saw the takeaway packaging clearly, she was dumbfounded. This rich guy is too stingy, he even eats spicy hot pot. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, her face full of surprise and disbelief. In her opinion, someone like Chao Shuang who was able to buy a house in such a high-end residential area at such a young age should be very particular about his diet. She didn't expect that he would order such a popular delicacy as malatang. But she never expected that Chao Shuang, who had just finished taking a shower, happened to hear what she said. What did you say? Chao Shuang raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. He wiped his wet hair with a towel and walked towards Yu Yue. When Yu Yue heard Chao Shuang's voice, she froze instantly. Her face quickly turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I didn't say anything. Let me introduce you to this neighborhood and its surroundings. She tried to change the subject in a panic, her eyes flickering, not daring to look Chao Shuang in the eye. Let's eat first and talk later. Chao Shuang's stomach was growling with hunger at this time, and he really couldn't wait any longer, and his tone was somewhat anxious. After a day of running around, he urgently needed food to replenish his energy. After a while, the two finished their meal. After a short rest, Yu Yue began to perform her duties and prepared to introduce the house and community environment to Chao Shuang. Sir, let me introduce you. She took out her cell phone and skillfully clicked on the photos of the house, with a hint of professional politeness and enthusiasm in her tone. Chao Shuang responded softly and his eyes fell on Yu Yue's mobile phone screen. Yu Yue no longer hesitated, moved her feet, and slowly sat down next to Chao Shuang. As soon as she sat down, she felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up, like a panicked deer running around. She clearly felt the unique aura emanating from Chao Shuang beside her. It was a strong masculine scent full of power, which made her feel at ease inexplicably, as if all her worries could be thrown behind her at this moment. From Chao Shuang's perspective, the moment Yu Yue sat down, a faint, pleasant feminine scent wafted over. The fragrance was fresh and elegant, like flowers blooming in spring, which made his heart move slightly and lifted his originally tired spirit. Introduce yourself. Chao Shuang's voice was low and concise, breaking the brief silence between the two. His eyes fell on Yu Yue, his expression was calm, but seemed to be filled with some expectation. Yes, sir. Yu Yue hurriedly came to her senses and secretly reminded herself to concentrate on her work. Trying hard to divert your attention away from the disturbing masculine aura of Chao Shuang. She took a deep breath and began to describe the house in detail, trying to make her voice sound steady and professional. However, her heart was completely out of control. Her heartbeat was like dense drum beats, beating violently, and every beat seemed to remind her of the existence of the man beside her. Time passed slowly as Yu Yue introduced herself, and before she knew it, an hour had passed. She finally finished her detailed introduction and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chao Shuang with a hint of expectation in his eyes, wanting to know whether he was satisfied with the house. At this moment, without any warning, Chao Shuang suddenly reached out and gently held Yu Yue's fair little hand that was placed beside her. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Yu Yue's mind went blank and she was stunned at first. Then, an intense feeling of joy as brilliant as fireworks suddenly burst out from the bottom of her heart and quickly spread throughout her body. Because the sudden feeling was too strong, she had no time to suppress it. An extremely slight sound came out of her mouth involuntarily. The sound was so charming and moving that even she herself did not expect to make such a sound. Chao Shuang naturally and clearly heard Yu Yue's sexy and charming little moan, like a kitten. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Yu Yue beside him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with obsession, as if she was trapped in some beautiful dream. On her delicate face, the blush spread rapidly like the sunset, extending all the way to her ears. She looks so beautiful at this moment that it makes people's heart beat faster. Seeing Yu Yaowei's appearance, Zhao Shuang's heart moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. But soon, he regained his composure and calmly took his hand away from Yu Yaowei's hand. "Sorry, I accidentally touched your hand." Zhao Shuang had an apologetic look on his face and a sincere tone, but there seemed to be a barely perceptible cunning hidden in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Yu Yue, wanting to see her reaction. "No, nothing." Yu Yue tried hard to suppress the huge loss that surged in her heart like a tide. She shook her head slightly, with a hint of trembling in her voice that was hard to conceal. Although she said this, her body seemed to be out of control of her brain. She slowly approached Zhao Shuang and finally stuck close to him. Her eyes were full of entanglement and struggle. Reason told her that she should keep her distance, but her emotions drove her to get closer. Suddenly, Yu Yue seemed to have made up her mind. He slowly stretched out his hand, trying to grab Zhao Shuang's hand. That moment when her fingertips touched the warm back of Zhao Shuang's hand. The feeling of loss in her heart seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind, and was replaced by the same strong, explosive feeling of pleasure as before. The feeling made her body tremble slightly, and a fiery light rekindled in her eyes. Looking at Yu Yue, who was so proactive in getting close to him, with her hand tightly placed in his, Zhao Shuang sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. "My physique is really domineering." His eyes fell on Yu Yue, looking at her face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including surprise, curiosity, and more of an indescribable desire. At this time, Yu Yue was no longer satisfied with just holding hands with Zhao Shuang. Her breathing became rapid and her eyes were full of desire. Driven by this strong emotion, she slowly pressed her whole body forward, as if she wanted to merge her body into Zhao Shuang's. She tilted her head slightly, and her rosy little mouth slowly moved towards Zhao Shuang's mouth, her movements gentle yet firm. Zhao Shuang sat quietly on the sofa, watching Yu Yaowei's every move, without any intention of avoiding. There was a blazing flame in his eyes, as if he was looking forward to this moment. Just like that, Yu Yaowei's lips gently pressed against Zhao Shuang's lips. At this moment, a feeling of pleasure far stronger than when they touched hands spread throughout Yu Yaowei's body. Her graceful body trembled slightly uncontrollably, and her eyes became even more blurred, as if she was above the clouds, floating in the air. Just when Yu Yue was completely immersed in this passionate atmosphere, Zhao Shuang suddenly reached out and gently held her hand. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet full of magnetism. "Come on, show me the bedroom." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and pulled Yu Yue towards the bedroom. With a bang, the bedroom door was closed gently. Chapter 10, Is Brother Shuang at home tonight? At this moment, it seemed as if everything in the outside world was isolated, leaving only the two of them in their world. Yu Yue could no longer suppress the volcanic desire in her heart, and she hugged Zhao Shuang without hesitation. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his waist, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. At the same time, her rosy little mouth kept kissing Zhao Shuang's face, and every kiss was filled with her deep love and desire for the man in front of her. Zhao Shuang felt Yu Yaowei's enthusiasm, and his hand unconsciously grasped Yu Yaowei's slender waist. As their bodies came into close contact, the heat in his heart began to rise rapidly like a raging fire. His eyes became deeper and deeper, as if he wanted to suck Yu Yue deeply into them. At this moment, the whole room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of ambiguity, and time seemed to have stopped for them. 10,000 words omitted here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the new goddess. Reward, invincible golden body. The host's body is immune to any physical attack. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the last rays of sunset were gradually swallowed up by darkness. The night slowly fell like a thick curtain, shrouding the whole world in silence. Zhao Shuang ended the battle and walked into the bathroom with the steps of a domineering boss, ready to wash off the dust on his body. As hot water poured out from the shower head, fine droplets of water fell on his body. The warm water wrapped around him, relaxing every pore of his body. Under the flushing of the hot water, his tense nerves gradually relaxed. The fatigue of the day seems to flow away with the water, and the whole person becomes refreshed. "This is a really good experience," he murmured softly, a satisfied look on his face. More than 10 minutes later, Zhao Shuang, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom with brisk steps. He was originally planning to go to the living room to get a glass of water and relax his body and mind. But he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yu Yue lying on the sofa. At this time, Yu Yue had already fallen into a deep sleep, her body slightly curled up like a quiet kitten. There were still some traces of fatigue on her face, and she even snored slightly from her throat because she was too tired. When Xiao Shuang saw this scene, he was slightly stunned, then the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a faint smile. His gaze lingered on Yu Yue's face for a moment, noticing the tear marks on her pretty face that had not yet dried, like the traces left after experiencing an emotional storm. He touched his nose subconsciously, thinking to himself, "Don't do this next time." At this moment, the sound of ding-ling-ling suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the room. Xiao Shuang looked in the direction of the sound and found that the sound was not coming from his cell phone. Instead, the cell phone that was placed on the coffee table beside Yu Yue, who was already fast asleep, was vibrating. Xiao Shuang was worried that the sharp ringtone would wake up Yu Yue, who had finally fallen asleep, so he walked over quickly, took the phone in his hand, and prepared to hang up. However, just as his finger was about to touch the hang-up button, the caller ID on the phone screen caught his eye. Xiao Shuang paused for a moment, and a hint of hesitation flashed through his mind. The cell phone continued to ring, as if urging him to make a decision. In the end, Xiao Shuang for some unknown reason did not choose to hang up, but pressed the answer button. "Yue, it's already past 6:30, are you off work yet?" As soon as the call was connected, Chen Cici's gentle and pleasant voice came clearly through the receiver. Her voice is like a gurgling mountain stream, clear and soft, with an innate intellectual beauty. Just this one sentence made Xiao Shuang seem to imagine what a gentle and lovely woman was on the other end of the phone. It is a typical gentleness with a Jiangnan flavor, just like the jasmine flowers growing in the alleys of Shanghai, fragrant and charming. "Ask her again." Xiao Shuang cleared his throat slightly and began to speak. "She just fell asleep. Let's talk about it after she wakes up." His voice was low and steady, and it was particularly clear in the quiet room. After saying this, he quietly waited for the response from the other end of the phone, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. Just one sentence made Chen Cici on the other end of the phone feel like she was struck by lightning, and she froze in place. Her mind went blank, and doubts filled her heart like a surging tide that overwhelmed her. Why did I hear a man's voice on the phone when I called Yue? This sudden situation left her at a loss for a moment. Why? Chen Cici was screaming wildly in her heart, her eyes full of panic and confusion. But Chen Cici is not the kind of person who panics when encountering problems. After a brief shock, she quickly came to her senses. A strong feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart, and she subconsciously thought that Yu Yue must have been in danger, otherwise how could a strange man have her cell phone? Thinking of this, Chen Cici's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and an unprecedented sense of anxiety gripped her. Who are you? Why are you holding Yue's phone? Hurry up and give the phone back to Yue, or I'll call the police. She asked loudly into the phone, her voice trembling slightly from excessive nervousness. However, Chen Cici's voice was naturally gentle and soft. Even though he was extremely anxious at the moment, there was a softness in his words, without any of the intimidating power that could make people fear him. However, she couldn't care less about these things at the moment. All she wanted was for the person on the other end of the phone to quickly return the phone to Yu Yue to ensure her friend's safety. I'm not a bad person. Xiao Shuang couldn't help but smile when listening to Chen Cici's anxious words. He could understand her concerns. In order to dispel Chen Cici's doubts, he did it simply. He walked straight to Yu Yue, bent down and shook her gently, trying to wake her up to answer the phone. But Yu Yue was too tired, and Xiao Shuang's gentle shake failed to wake her from her deep sleep. Seeing this, Xiao Shuang shook it several times in a row, with a little more force than before. What's the matter? Yu Yue finally showed some reaction and she opened her eyes with great effort. However, my eyelids felt extremely heavy, as if they were filled with lead. At this moment, she was feeling very sleepy, and fatigue was sweeping over her body like a tide. Every inch of muscle ached, as if someone had beaten him severely. Someone called you. Xiao Shuang looked at Yu Yue and said softly. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Let's talk later. Yu Yue mumbled in a daze, her voice unclear. After saying that, she instinctively reached for the phone, casually swiped her finger across the screen, and hung up the call. Then she turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. Ding! Xiao Shuang received a message on his mobile phone. Brother Shuang, are you at home tonight? Chapter 11 Midnight Passion. I'm at home tonight. Xiao Shuang replied. Then I'll go find Brother Shuang, okay? I miss you so much. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was thinking about Xiao Shuang all the time. Okay. Chao Shuang replied. Looking at Yu Wei sleeping beside him, Chao Shuang left her a note and left. After returning to Qingcheng community, Xin Qing ordered some takeout, and before he knew it, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The night is as dark as water, and everything is silent. Sienna, Mom is going to bed, you should go to bed early too, good night. After Gu Xian finished washing up, she came to the door of her daughter's room and said gently. Her voice was soft and warm, like a spring breeze, with a mother's unique care. Okay, Mom, good night. Yi Qingxian's voice came through the crack in the door, trembling slightly, because of a mixture of nervousness and excitement. She curled up in the bed, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands, staring at the door, her heart beating like thunder. Gu Xian did not notice anything unusual in her daughter's voice. After hearing her daughter's response, she turned around and went back to her room. A few minutes later, Yi Qingxian carefully lifted the quilt and climbed out of bed quietly. She moved extremely slowly, fearing that any noise would wake her mother. She was barefoot, stepping on the cold floor. He walked slowly to the door and gently turned the doorknob. The door creaked, making an extremely slight sound, which was particularly harsh in the silent night. Yi Qingxian was so frightened that her whole body trembled and her heart almost stopped beating. She looked towards her mother's room nervously, not daring to breathe. She was afraid that her mother would suddenly open the door and appear in front of her in the next second. Fortunately, the room was quiet and my mother was not awakened by the slight sound. Yi Qingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to open the door carefully. She walked out of the room, her legs trembling slightly from nervousness and excitement, and walked towards the bathroom in a shaky manner. After she cleaned up in the bathroom and walked out again, she did not go back to her room, but walked straight to the door. Originally, she planned to wait a little longer and go upstairs to find Chao Shuang after her mother fell asleep. But at this moment, her longing for Chao Shuang surged like a surging tide, making her unable to endure the long wait any longer. She wanted to see Chao Shuang immediately. This desire had made her lose her mind and she no longer cared about anything else. Soon, Yi Qingxian arrived at the door of the room. She took a deep breath, slowly reached out her hand, and gently grasped the door handle. Her palms were so sweaty and slippery that she could barely hold the door handle. She turned the handle carefully and the door slowly opened, making some slight noises. To her, the sound was as deafening as thunder. Her heart was in her throat, and tension and anxiety overwhelmed her like a tide. She looked nervously towards her mother's room again, her eyes full of fear and anxiety, fearing that her mother would suddenly appear. Fortunately, until the door of the room was completely open, there was no movement in my mother's room. Yi Qingxian then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked out of the room. Then she carefully closed the door, her movements as gentle as if she was protecting a rare treasure. After doing all this, Yi Qingxian's fair and smooth forehead was already covered with a fine layer of sweat. Her heartbeat was still strong and her breathing became rapid. She felt that she was really too bold, as she sneaked out of the house in the middle of the night to find Chao Shuang. But she really couldn't control herself, her longing for Chao Shuang had made her desperate. She calmed herself down and walked up the stairs, step by step. Soon, she arrived at the door of Chao Shuang's room. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally gently pressed the doorbell on the door. In the slightly dim corridor of the old residential building, the lights flickered as if they would go out at any time. In the midst of silence, a crisp ding-dong doorbell suddenly rang, instantly breaking the dullness in the corridor. The sound kept echoing in the empty corridor, seeming particularly abrupt. Why? Hearing the familiar doorbell, Chao Shuang, lying on the bed, sighed helplessly. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, as if the doorbell was the sound he least wanted to hear. He knew very well who was coming. In this world, apart from Yi Qingxian, no one else would ring his doorbell at this time. When he thought of Yi Qingxian, Chao Shuang frowned unconsciously. His body has an indescribable attraction to women. It seemed like an unsolvable curse, and Yi Qingxian was one of the people who was deeply attracted by this curse. Chao Shuang slowly put down the phone in his hand. The page he was browsing was still on some irrelevant information, but he had no intention of paying attention to it at the moment. His movements were a little slow, and it seemed that every movement of standing up was filled with reluctance. But he knew in his heart that he definitely could not hide from Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian not only knew that he lived here, but also with her persistence. Even if you avoid it today, it will still come to you tomorrow. Some things cannot be avoided after all and must be faced and resolved. Chao Shuang weighed the options over and over again in his mind, with various thoughts constantly swirling in his mind. Before he knew it, he had reached the door of the room. His eyes fell on the peephole on the door, and after hesitating for a moment, he leaned closer and looked out. Standing outside the door was Yi Qingxian. She had obviously just taken a shower, and her fair and tender skin had a faint glow, like a petal moistened by the morning dew. A head of shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands still wet with moisture. It slid down her cheek, adding a touch of charming charm to her. She is like a lotus just emerging from the water, so beautiful that one can't take their eyes off her. The girl's gradually developing figure, with curves faintly visible under the slim-fitting clothes. It exudes a youthful vigor and charm that is unique to youth, making the originally cold air seem to carry a hint of imperceptible warmth. Zhao Shuang just took a glance and quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, as if to give himself courage. Then, he reached out and opened the door. At the slightly narrow doorway, Yi Qingxian stood gracefully outside. After she gently pressed the doorbell with her slender fingers, she stood there quietly, with an expression of anticipation and nervousness on her face. Her eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door, her eyes full of desire, as if she could see the people inside the room directly through the door. At this moment, time seemed to become extremely long, and every passing second seemed to be testing Yi Qingxian's patience. Finally, there was a slight creak sound. The door slowly opened, and Zhao Shuang's tall figure appeared at the door of the room. The moment the door opened, a breath unique to Zhao Shuang came in. Following the flow of air, it entered Yi Qingxian's nasal cavity unhindered. That breath seemed to have an irresistible magic, instantly making the remaining rationality in Yi Qingxian's head disappear completely. Her eyes became blurred and fiery, and subconsciously, she took a step forward without hesitation. His hands stretched out quickly like vines and hugged Zhao Shuang tightly. Since he was in his own house, Zhao Shuang was only wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Yi Qingxian's strong hug made their skin touch each other without any barrier. In an instant, it seemed as if an electric current instantly spread throughout Yi Qingxian's whole body. Deep inside her heart, it seemed as if countless fireworks were exploding at the same time. It was an intense and tremendous feeling of pleasure that quickly spread from the deepest part of her body. Like a surging tide, it instantly overwhelmed all her senses. Because of this extreme pleasure and comfort, Yi Qingxian was completely unable to control herself, and a muffled groan unconsciously came out from her lips. Chapter 12. Do you like my legs? The voice was soft and gentle, and seemed particularly ambiguous in this quiet atmosphere. To be honest, this feeling was both wonderful and a little scary for Yi Qingxian, as if she was in a dream from which she could not wake up. Zhao Shuang lowered his head slightly, looking at Yi Qingxian, who was tightly wrapped around him like an octopus, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. His heart was filled with helplessness and confusion. Before he could even utter a word, things had already developed to this point. More importantly, he has never been the kind of gentleman who can remain calm when faced with a beautiful woman. Yi Qingxian had a sweet and charming appearance and a well-proportioned figure, every feature of which perfectly met Zhao Shuang's aesthetic standards. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was only wearing a thin set of pajamas, and the soft fabric could hardly block the contact between the two. Zhao Shuang could clearly feel the delicate touch of the girl's skin. The smooth feeling made his heart beat faster involuntarily. An indescribable impulse quietly grew in his heart. Zhao Shuang suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart, tried to make his voice sound calmer, and spoke softly. "Xianer, get off me first." There was a hint of helplessness and restraint in his eyes, trying to bring some rationality to the situation. Yi Qingxian closed her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. She actually heard what Zhao Shuang said, but the greed from the bottom of her heart made her shake her head several times without thinking, and her hair flew wildly with her movements. Her voice was soft and coquettish, yet extremely firm. "No. Don't come down." At this moment, she seemed to be in a world that belonged only to her and Zhao Shuang. The satisfaction and pleasure brought by the tight embrace completely surrounded her like a warm tide. She was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling and didn't want to wake up. Seeing that Yi Qingxian had no intention of coming down, Zhao Shuang frowned even more tightly. He had to put on a straight face, and his tone became a little more serious. "Be obedient and hurry up. If you don't come down, don't come to see me again in the future." He felt that his body had an irresistible reaction. After all, he was only 20 years old. Being young, he is full of vigor and vitality. This is the age when children are most impulsive and have the most energy. In this situation, his reason was in a fierce struggle with his instincts, and every second became extremely torturous. "No, Brother Shuang, it's not okay for me to come down. Please don't let me not come to see you in the future." When Yi Qingxian heard Chao Shuang's decisive words, she was so scared that she opened her eyes full of fear and panic. In her world, Chao Shuang has long become an indispensable existence. She couldn't imagine what her life would be like if she could never come to see Chao Shuang again. To her, it was as if the world had lost all its colors and became dull. Thinking of this, she slowly let go of Chao Shuang. But her eyes were always fixed on Chao Shuang, fearing that he would really close his heart to her. Well, calm down quickly. Chao Shuang still had a stern face, his expression showing unquestionable determination. He knew in his heart that if he continued to let Yi Qingxian pester him like this, the situation would become increasingly difficult to handle. At this moment, he pretended to be calm on the surface, but his heart was like a turbulent sea, and he tried his best to suppress those inappropriate thoughts. Yi Qingxian was so reluctant that her movements became extremely slow and she jumped off Chao Shuang reluctantly. As soon as her feet touched the ground, a strong sense of loss surged towards her like a tide, drowning her in an instant. The feeling of going from extreme satisfaction to sudden disappointment made her feel empty inside, as if she had lost something extremely precious. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qingxian finally couldn't hold back her inner desire. She stretched out her little hand and gently held Chao Shuang's arm. In an instant, the familiar feeling of pleasure spread throughout her body like an electric current again. The wonderful feeling made her already bright eyes bend into crescents. "Brother Shuang, can I just pull your arm? Please, let Xianer pull it for a bit." As Yi Qingxian spoke, she raised her cute, fair, delicate little face with a flattering expression. At this moment, she looked like a pitiful kitten. Afraid that his master would abandon him, his eyes were full of dependence and pleading. I have to say, she looks so adorable that one can't help but feel pity for her. Chao Shuang lowered his head slightly, glanced at her, and then quickly looked away. On the one hand, it was because Yi Qingxian looked so cute at the moment that he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. On the other hand, the girl was only wearing a loose nightgown at the moment, and he was looking down at her from a high position. He could inadvertently catch a glimpse of the girl's vaguely visible fair skin, which made his heart beat faster and his face slightly flushed. In order to avoid getting himself into a further embarrassing situation, he quickly looked away. "Come here, I want to talk to you." Chao Shuang tried hard to make his voice sound calm, then closed the door and turned to walk towards the sofa in the living room. He walked with steady steps, trying to hide his inner panic. Yi Qingxian held his arm tightly and followed closely behind him. His steps were very cautious, as if he was afraid of accidentally angering Chao Shuang. Her eyes were always fixed on Chao Shuang's back, her eyes full of anxiety and expectation. "Sit down." After Chao Shuang sat down on the sofa, he spoke to Yi Qingxian calmly. His eyes fell on a corner of the living room, and he tried his best not to look at Yi Qingxian. "I tried to get my thoughts back on track and think about how to talk to her next. Only in this way can I make her understand my thoughts without hurting her." "Aha!" Yi Qingxian nodded obediently and agreed, her voice as soft as cotton candy. She turned slightly and sat down next to Chao Shuang. The movements bring with them a faint fragrance, just like the spring breeze blowing through the flowers, inadvertently stirring people's hearts. Almost at the moment Yi Qingxian sat down, Chao Shuang's eyes inadvertently swept across her legs under her short skirt. Those are a pair of extremely beautiful legs, as white as snow. Under the slightly dim light in the living room, it seemed to emit a faint glow, dazzling people so much that they could not take their eyes away. The legs are straight and long, with smooth and natural lines. It extends all the way upward from the slender ankle, like a carefully crafted work of art. Chao Shuang considered himself to be a complete leg control freak and had seen countless legs in his daily life. But at this moment, when his eyes fell on Yi Qingxian's beautiful legs, an unprecedented shock surged in his heart. He secretly marveled in his heart, these legs were absolutely flawless, without a single flaw to be found. To describe it in 2 words, it is perfect. "Brother Shuang, do you like my legs?" Chapter 13. Brother, are you feeling uncomfortable? In the bedroom, time seemed to slow down and the air became soft and soothing. Chao Shuang sat there quietly, looking somewhat solemn. Thousands of thoughts seemed to be hidden in his deep eyes, and his lips were tightly closed, without uttering a single word. Yi Qingxian sat quietly beside him. She did not feel the slightest bit impatient with Chao Shuang's silence, nor did she urge him. She just gently pulled Chao Shuang's hand with joy. The broadness and warmth of his hands made her feel particularly at ease. She lowered her head slightly, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on the corners of her mouth, her satisfaction evident in her expression. However, just holding hands did not fully satisfy the sweetness and desire in Yi Qingxian's heart. Her eyes quietly moved across Chao Shuang's face, and after hesitating for a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. He secretly glanced at Chao Shuang to make sure that he didn't notice his little action. Then, she carefully moved her little butt. He moved closer to Chao Shuang little by little until the two of them were close together. Her body stiffened slightly and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. After a while, Chao Shuang still showed no sign of stopping. Yi Qingxian gradually became bolder. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She gently raised her arms and slowly put her arms around Chao Shuang's waist. At that moment, a strong masculine scent hit me in the face. That was the unique smell of Chao Shuang, which instantly filled her heart with satisfaction and joy. She closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the beauty of the moment to the fullest, as if there were only the two of them left in the whole world. Soon, Chao Shuang finally came back to his senses from his thoughts. When his eyes fell on Yi Qingxian beside him, he saw this scene. She snuggled up to him tightly, her arms around his waist, a happy smile on her face. Yi Qingxian also realized that Chao Shuang had noticed her little action, and her little face instantly became flattering. She raised her cute, delicate, fair little face and looked at Chao Shuang with anticipation in her big watery eyes. Yi Qingxian opened her red lips and called out in a tender voice. "Brother Shuang." The voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, as if it could melt one's heart. However, before she could finish her words, Chao Shuang suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged her directly into his arms. This sudden action made Yi Qingxian stun for a moment, and then a look of surprise quickly appeared on her face. Her eyes were wide and sparkling with excitement, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Her heart was full of confusion. She didn't understand why Chao Shuang had been somewhat resistant to her closeness just now, but now took the initiative to hold her in his arms. But none of this mattered anymore. At this moment, she only knew that her heart was filled with an unprecedented joy. She hugged Chao Shuang's neck tightly and buried her head in his chest. Feeling his heartbeat, the smile on my lips grew brighter, as if I were the happiest person in the world. Chao Shuang quietly held Yi Qingxian tightly in his arms, his eyes unconsciously falling on the delicate and lovely little face so close to him. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, and had a faint luster under the soft light. Under the curved eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes were like clear spring water, and at this moment they were looking at him with full of expectation and shyness. Her pink lips are slightly pouted, just like a ripe cherry. It's so beautiful that people can't help but want to have a kiss on it. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Chao Shuang's mind was filled with thoughts. But as soon as the thought changed, the idea became simple and clear. Since Yi Qingxian has already fallen deeply in love with me, there seems to be no need to deliberately resist this feeling. Everything seems to be arranged by fate. Besides, Yi Qingxian's appearance and figure just met his aesthetic standards. With such a beautiful woman by your side, you might as well lie down and enjoy this sweetness to your heart's content. However, in this sweetness, a trace of guilt quietly crept into his heart, and he couldn't help but think of Gu Xian. Gu Xian has always treated him as her nephew sincerely and cared for him very much. But what I have done now has undoubtedly let her down. Brother Shuang, do you want to touch Xianer's legs? They are very nice to touch. Yi Qingxian blushed and spoke timidly in a voice as small as a mosquito. She was terrified that Chao Shuang would suddenly push her away and let her fall from this warm embrace. So almost without thinking, he blurted out the most secret thoughts in his heart. As soon as she said this, she felt a little embarrassed, and her pink cheeks instantly became hot, as if they were burned by fire. As she spoke, she was extremely anxious. Without even waiting for Chao Shuang's response, he impatiently pulled Chao Shuang's hand and gently pressed it on his leg again. At that moment, an astonishing touch quickly spread along Chao Shuang's fingertips. The skin on her legs was delicate and soft, as smooth as silk, with the unique warmth of a young girl, which caused ripples in Chao Shuang's heart. This time, Chao Shuang did not withdraw his hand as he did before. Instead, he let his hand stay there, feeling the wonderful touch. When Yi Qingxian saw that Chao Shuang did not resist, her originally uneasy heart was instantly filled with joy. In her good-looking and beautiful eyes, the look of happiness became more and more intense, almost becoming tangible, and her whole body seemed to be immersed in a cloud of happiness. But this joy did not last long. Soon, she raised her head slightly embarrassedly and looked at Chao Shuang. Brother Shuang, your phone hit my butt. She muttered softly, her voice as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito, with a hint of shyness still on her face. Cell phone? My cell phone is not in my trouser pocket. It's on the table. Chao Shuang responded subconsciously. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he reacted instantly and the expression on his face became a little embarrassed. Almost at the same time, Yi Qingxian also suddenly realized. Although she is still young, as a college student she knows a lot in this information-rich age. In an instant, she understood the hidden meaning behind this sentence, and an indescribable shyness instantly surged in her heart. In an instant, Yi Qingxian's delicate, fair and cute face turned hot and red, just like a ripe tomato. The blush spread quickly, staining her fair neck with a thrilling red and extending all the way to her ears. She lowered her head in panic, not daring to look Xiao Shuang in the eye again. My heart was pounding like a deer, and I was in a state of panic, not knowing what to do. The atmosphere in the room was so ambiguous that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The air became sticky and hot. Yi Qingxian snuggled in Xiao Shuang's arms, even though she was full of shyness in her heart. The blush on her face spread all the way to her ears, like the gorgeous sunset in the sky. But she still mustered up her courage, raised her head slightly, and asked in a low voice as small as a mosquito and with a little trembling. Brother Shuang, are you feeling very uncomfortable? Chapter 14. Brother, I can't sleep. After asking this question, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It felt like it was about to burst out of my chest, and my whole body was shaking slightly with nervousness. In fact, she asked this question because she had seen related content on the internet. It is said that boys would feel very uncomfortable in this situation. Seeing Xiao Shuang's condition with his own eyes, his heart was full of worry and concern. It's okay. Xiao Shuang pretended to be calm and tried to maintain a calm expression on his face, but his slightly trembling Adam's apple revealed his inner unrest. In fact, his heart was like a fire burning at this moment, with an irrepressible restlessness. After all, he is not an innocent boy. He naturally has his own desires and feelings about matters between men and women. Brother Shuang, you are lying. I can see that you are actually very uncomfortable. Yi Qingxian's face was red, and her voice was still pitifully small, but it revealed a sense of certainty. She blinked her big watery eyes and gazed at Xiao Shuang with deep affection. How could she not see what kind of torment her beloved brother Xuan was going through at this moment? In her mind, every move of Xiao Shuang seemed to be magnified, clearly falling into her eyes and engraved in her heart. After a brief silence, Yi Qingxian took a deep breath and spoke again. Brother Shuang, I want to be your woman. She was extremely shy when she spoke. His head quickly buried in Xiao Shuang's neck like a frightened bird. Her cheeks were so hot that they almost burned Xiao Shuang's skin. Her breathing became rapid and disordered, and her whole body was slightly curled up because of nervousness and shyness. When Xiao Shuang heard this, his heart was shocked as if he was hit by an electric current. His eyes instantly became hot, and the desire in his heart was like a flood that burst its dam, surging and almost completely drowning his reason. But just a moment later, he suppressed the impulse in his heart and spoke with difficulty. Don't talk nonsense. If you really become my woman, you won't be able to walk easily for the whole day tomorrow. How are you going to explain it to your mother? His voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of struggle and helplessness, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. In fact, he also wanted to sink into depravity. He wanted to spend a good night with the beauty in front of him, but his reason told him that he couldn't do this. He had to consider Yi Qingxian's future. No. It's okay, I just said I sprained my ankle. I've seen this in many novels. Yi Qingxian buried her head deeply in Xiao Shuang's neck. Her voice seemed a little muffled because it was blocked, but her determination did not diminish at all. Her hands unconsciously clutched Xiao Shuang's clothes, as if she was holding on to her own happiness. At this moment, in her heart, love seemed to be able to overcome all difficulties, and she was willing to ignore all consequences in order to be with Xiao Shuang. No. Xiao Shuang was silent for a moment, his mind full of thoughts, many ideas flashing through his mind like a kaleidoscope. He thought about the various troubles he might face and Yi Qingxian's future. These heavy concerns weighed on his mind, and he finally shook his head slowly. However, in the next second, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. It turned out that he noticed Yi Qingxian's small hands moving restlessly on his body. That gentle touch, with the unique warmth of a young girl, made his heart tremble violently. Stop it. Xiao Shuang reached out and gently patted Yi Qingxian on the head. His tone was full of helplessness, as if he was scolding a naughty child. There was a hint of panic in his eyes that was hard to conceal, as if he was trying hard to suppress the fire that was gradually rising deep in his heart. No trouble. Yi Qingxian's face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato, all the way to her ears. She lowered her eyes and did not dare to look Xiao Shuang in the eye. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, revealing her inner nervousness and shyness. In fact, she did this just because she didn't want to make her beloved brother Shuang feel bad. In her innocent mind, she was willing to do anything for Chao Shuang, even if this feeling was still a little ignorant and immature. Chao Shuang looked at her and was about to speak, but suddenly he hissed. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, with a hint of forbearance. His eyes became more complicated, with desire and reason fighting fiercely in his eyes. His originally firm determination began to waver little by little in the face of Yi Qingxian's initiative. 10,000 words omitted here. Late at night, the whole world seemed to have fallen asleep and everything was silent. In the master bedroom of Chao Shuang's house, the dim light flickered, stretching the shadows of the two people. Chao Shuang lay quietly on the bed, with the quilt casually draped around his waist. His gaze fell on Yi Qingxian, who was nestled in his arms, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. At this moment, Yi Qingxian's long hair was soaked with sweat, and strands of it stuck to her delicate and lovely little face. There were still several clear tear marks on her face, like winding streams, running across her fair skin. Those originally beautiful eyes were now a little red and swollen. Like a ripe peach, it is slightly pink, yet exudes a hint of pitiful charm. That's right, Chao Shuang couldn't hold back in the end. He was not Lu Xiaohui who could remain calm in the face of Yi Qingxian's unreserved initiative. His inner defenses completely collapsed, and his reason was completely overwhelmed by desire. At this quiet moment in the night, they crossed that boundary and merged each other's body and mind tightly. Brother Shuang, I'm so happy. Although Yi Qingxian's eyes were red and swollen, her voice was a little hoarse due to fatigue. But there was a look of happiness between his eyebrows, a joy that came from the heart. Like flowers blooming in spring, brilliant and moving. She hugged Chao Shuang's neck tightly, as if she was embracing her whole world. Because of the intensity of the previous fight, she was now exhausted. In just a few words, his eyes closed unconsciously several times, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids. But even so, a happy smile on her lips never disappeared, as if expressing her satisfaction at the moment. Don't be happy, go to sleep. Chao Shuang's voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of unquestionable doting. He reached out and gently patted Yi Qingxian on the back. The action seemed to be soothing a docile kitten, signaling her to rest quickly. The light in the room was dim and ambiguous, and the soft light sprinkled on them, outlining a warm and charming picture. No. I can't sleep. I want to chat with Brother Shuang for a while. Chapter 15. It hurts. When Yi Qingxian heard this, she shook her head like a rattle and quickly refused. Her voice was still somewhat stubborn at first, but sleepiness continued to surge in her like a tide. The voice became lower and lower, almost turning into a murmur in the end. Her originally bright eyes now became a little blurry due to fatigue, but her eyes still revealed her deep attachment to Chao Shuang. In her heart, every minute and every second spent with Chao Shuang was extremely precious. She was reluctant to fall asleep like this and missed the time to communicate with him. There will be many opportunities to chat in the future. Go to sleep first and be obedient. Chao Shuang lowered his head slightly, his eyes were so gentle that they seemed to drip water. His lips gently fell on the corner of Yi Qingxian's fair and beautiful eyes, leaving a soft kiss. This kiss seemed to have magical power, instantly calming Yi Qingxian's originally restless heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a happy smile. Aha! Yi Qingxian nodded obediently. At this moment, her heart was full of sweetness, as if she had eaten a large jar of honey. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world to be treated so gently by Brother Shuang. However, she did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he forced himself to open his already heavy eyelids, reached out and groped around the bed, and found his cell phone. Her movements were a little slow, and she was obviously extremely sleepy. But she still tried to cheer herself up, tapped on the screen of her mobile phone, and set an alarm for 6 in the morning. I have to set an alarm for 6 a.m. and go back then. Otherwise, my mother will get mad when she wakes up and sees that I'm not home. Yi Qingxian blushed as she spoke. He secretly glanced at Chao Shuang, with a hint of shyness and embarrassment in his eyes. She knew in her heart that her behavior tonight was a bit bold and rebellious. If my mother found out, I would definitely be severely punished. But in order to be with Chao Shuang, she felt it was all worth it. Well, go to sleep. Chao Shuang responded softly and patted Yi Qingxian's back gently again. The rhythmic patting sounded like a soft lullaby. With his comfort, Yi Qingxian gradually relaxed. My eyelids became heavier and heavier, and soon I fell into a sweet dream. The only sound in the room was her shallow and even breathing, as if telling of the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Xiao Shuang quietly looked at Yi Qingxian, who was sleeping soundly. Her face looked particularly beautiful and charming under the light. After waiting for a while and making sure she was asleep, he then carefully got up from the bed, trying not to make any noise, for fear of waking up the beauty in his arms. He tiptoed into the bathroom and the master bedroom and turned on the shower head. In an instant, warm water gushed out from the shower head, sprinkled on his body, splashing crystal water droplets. Xiao Shuang closed his eyes and let the hot water wash over his body, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene just now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. I kept recalling the feeling just now. It was an unprecedented, wonderful experience. Let him be intoxicated and unforgettable. He also clearly felt that his body seemed to have undergone tremendous changes because of that mysterious system. Whether in terms of endurance or control of strength, it is far beyond the level of ordinary people. Recalling the experiences of that day, those details flashed through his mind one by one like scenes from a movie, and every moment confirmed the strength of his body. This strength not only made him perform better in the close contact just now, but also made him full of expectations for the future. The night, like a piece of deep black silk, quietly and silently wraps the whole world, quiet and peaceful. In Xiao Shuang and Yi Qingxian's room, time seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, flowing slowly in silence. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the alarm on my cell phone suddenly broke the silence. The sharp and urgent ringing sounded like a sharp blade, instantly pulling Yi Qingxian out of her sweet dream. Yi Qingxian opened her eyes sleepily, with sleepiness still lingering on her long eyelashes. She moved her body subconsciously, and in an instant, a feeling of soreness and weakness came over her like a tide. She couldn't help but frown slightly, and a look of pain appeared on her face. She forced herself to turn her head, which felt a little heavy, and looked around, and found that she was hugging Xiao Shuang tightly, sleeping in his arms like a docile kitten. Yi Qingxian's face, which originally showed a little pain, suddenly broke into a happy smile. There was a gleam of happiness in her eyes, as if there were countless shining stars hidden in them. She first reached out her hand in a daze and fumbled on the bedside table for a while. I finally found the phone that was still ringing like crazy and turned off the alarm. Then, her gaze fell on Xiao Shuang's face again, her eyes full of attachment and love. She leaned down slightly and gently kissed Xiao Shuang's face more than 10 times, each kiss filled with her deep affection. After the kiss, Yi Qingxian suppressed the reluctance that was surging in her heart and prepared to get up and go home. She knew very well that at this stage, she must not let her mother find out about what was going on between her and Xiao Shuang. She knew that her mother might not object to her dating Xiao Shuang. After all, Xiao Shuang was excellent in all aspects. But when she thought about the fact that she had had a relationship with Xiao Shuang so early, her heart was filled with worry. She knew her mother's character too well. Her mother would definitely not agree with her crossing that line so impulsively at this age. So, even though deep down in her heart she was unwilling to leave this warm bed and leave Xiao Shuang's side, but reason told her that she had to go home. Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up from the bed. Her movements were very slow, and each one seemed to take all her strength. She reached out and picked up the clothes beside the bed, putting them on one by one. Her arms were shaking slightly due to the pain, and every time she lifted them it seemed very difficult. After finally putting on her clothes, Yi Qingxian's fair and smooth forehead was already covered with a light layer of sweat. The sweat sparkled in the faint light of the early morning. She was now enveloped by a feeling of weakness and soreness all over her body. Every muscle seemed to be protesting, and every joint felt as if it was filled with lead and was extremely heavy. But I felt pain all over my body, and the pain was like fine needles. It stabbed her body again and again, making her suffer terribly. Yi Qingxian blushed, but couldn't help but lower her head and kissed Xiao Shuang on the face several times. Her eyes were full of reluctance and attachment, as if she wanted to engrave Xiao Shuang's appearance deeply in her mind. Then, she reluctantly lifted the quilt. He suppressed his physical discomfort, got out of bed and walked out of the room. As soon as she took a step, she felt a piercing pain coming from her lower body, almost making her lose her balance. Her legs were trembling slightly, and every step she took felt like she was walking on the edge of a knife. But she still gritted her teeth, tried to keep herself steady, and slowly moved forward. Although she walked with a limp and her posture was very awkward, she could still move forward as long as she slowed down. In this way, Yi Qingxian walked down the stairs step by step with difficulty. Every step is extremely difficult, and every step is filled with pain and reluctance. More than 10 minutes later, she finally stood at the door of her house downstairs. She looked up at the familiar door, feeling mixed emotions. Yi Qingxian stood at the door of her house, holding the key tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her heart was beating like a drum, pounding, and every beat seemed to hit her tense nerves. After taking a deep breath, she slowly inserted the key into the keyhole, being extremely careful for fear of making any sound. She looked so cautious, as if she was not facing the door of her own home, but a bomb that could explode at any time. With a slight click sound from the lock core, the door slowly opened. Chapter 16, Just Sleeping In. Yi Qingxian tiptoed into the house, taking every step extremely slowly, her feet feeling as heavy as if they were tied with sandbags. Her eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly and her ears were erect. I didn't miss any slightest movement, for fear that my mother would suddenly walk out of a room. Finally, she returned to her room. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately turned around and gently closed the door, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing something. It was not until the door was completely closed, making a slight click sound, that Yi Qingxian felt completely relieved. All her strength seemed to be drained away from her, and she collapsed behind the door. He covered his chest with both hands, feeling his still violently beating heart gradually return to normal. Thinking back to the fear she had just experienced along the way, she still felt a lingering fear. Her heart had been tense just now, like a string that could break at any time. She knew very well that if her mother suddenly appeared at this moment and saw her like this, she would never be able to explain herself. After all, the suspenders on her body were torn a little, hanging wrinkled on her body, with some irregular cracks on the edges. The skin on his body was also covered with marks of varying degrees, blue and purple, which looked particularly glaring on his fair skin. Fortunately, my mother did not leave the room. Yi Qingxian secretly rejoiced. She suppressed the fatigue that surged through her body and walked to the closet with heavy steps. She opened the closet, dug out a set of long-sleeved shirt and long pants, and began to change her clothes with great effort. Every movement made her gasp in pain, and the aches in her body followed her everywhere, but she didn't dare to slack off even a little. Only when she finally put on long-sleeved shirt and long pants to cover up the ambiguous marks on her body did she feel completely relieved. Luckily, Brother Shuang didn't plant strawberries on my neck, otherwise I really can't explain it. Yi Qingxian blushed and thought to herself. Thinking of the various intimate actions with Chao Shuang last night, a hint of shyness and sweetness flashed in her eyes. Then she slowly walked to the bed and fell headfirst onto it. She was originally very sleepy, but at this moment she suddenly lost her sleepiness. It was like a movie playing in my head, replaying the scenes of last night over and over again. Those images were like being branded into her mind, unable to be erased. Chao Shuang's tenderness, their intimate contact, every detail is extremely clear. This made Yi Qingxian's fair and beautiful face become hot, as if it could fry an egg. The blush spread rapidly, staining the fair neck with a thrilling red, extending all the way to the ears. She covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her shyness, but the turmoil in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. Blushing, she tossed and turned on the bed, thinking for a long time. But physical fatigue eventually overcame everything, and she gradually couldn't control her sleepiness. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, his head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. The sound of shallow breathing was heard, and gradually, he began to snore lightly. Her sleeping face was quiet and sweet, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, which made her look very cute. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight, like a golden veil, gently shines through the gaps in the curtains and falls into the master bedroom, coating the entire space with a layer of warm and soft glow. Gu Shiyan woke up on time in this warm atmosphere. Her biological clock was like a precise clock, waking her up from her sleep at this time every day. Hoo hoo! Gu Shiyan lazily lifted the thin summer quilt on her body and slowly stood up. She stood by the bed, tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and stretched to her heart's content. As she moved, the loose pajamas slipped slightly, revealing her graceful and enchanting plump body. Her figure is curvy and every line exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. The delicate skin glows lightly under the sunlight. It seemed to exude an invisible charm, making the air around it seem to have a touch of ambiguity and heat. This is the unique charm of mature women, just like a glass of mellow wine, the more you taste it, the more delicious it becomes. After stretching, Gu Shiyan's eyes fell on the water cup on the table. She gently picked up the water cup, slowly brought it to her lips, and took a sip. The cool water slid down her throat, making her instantly more awake. Then, she walked into the bathroom and the master bedroom with graceful steps. In the bathroom, Gu Shiyan was washing up in an orderly manner. She combed her hair carefully in front of the mirror. The long, shiny black hair flowed through her fingertips like smooth silk. After washing, she gently wiped her face with a towel, her face filled with a fresh and natural beauty. Gu Xiyan walked out of the bathroom with a faint smile on her face, ready to start a new day. However, at this moment, she keenly sensed something strange. According to her understanding of her daughter Yi Qingxian, her daughter should have gotten up by this time. At this time of day, she could usually hear her daughter moving around in the room or reciting a text on the balcony. But at this moment, the whole house was eerily quiet, without a single sound. Gu Xiyan frowned slightly, her pretty face turned slightly, and her gaze turned towards the direction of the balcony. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, however, there was no familiar figure of her daughter on the balcony. Is he still sleeping? Gu Xiyan pondered secretly in her heart. She thought about it and decided to go to her daughter's room to see what was going on. She walked lightly to the door of her daughter's room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door gently several times. The knocking sound was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. "Xianer, are you still sleeping?" She called softly, her voice full of concern as she knocked on the door. However, there was still no response in the room, and it was dead silent. Gu Xiyan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in her heart. Her brows furrowed even tighter, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Seeing this, the confusion on Gu Xiyan's face became more intense. She raised her hand again, and this time she knocked on the door a little harder than before. Every knock seemed to be questioning the secret behind the closed door. "Xianer, what happened to you?" She called softly, her voice full of anxiety and concern, but all she got in response was deathly silence. An uneasy premonition arose in Gu Xiyan's heart. She bit her lower lip and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After a brief thought, she turned and hurried back to her room, her steps hurried and flustered. After a while, she came over quickly again, holding a bunch of keys tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she finally managed to put the key into the keyhole. With a crisp click sound, the door of my daughter's room slowly opened. Gu Xiyan gently pushed open the door, and a familiar breath hit her face. Her eyes fell eagerly on the bed, only to see her daughter Yi Qingxian lying on the bed with her legs spread out, sleeping soundly. The small chest rose and fell with each breathing, accompanied by a slight snoring sound. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiyan couldn't help but stand there in a daze, with an expression of disbelief on her face. As a mother, she knows her daughter's living habits very well. She knew very well that, excluding the factor of obesity, people would only snore when they were extremely tired. However, she clearly remembered that her daughter went to bed early yesterday and should not be so tired. What is going on? Countless questions swirled in her mind, making her uneasy. Gu Xiyan stood quietly beside the bed, staring at her daughter's sleeping face. Her eyes were full of worry and love, and she wanted to wake her daughter up immediately and get to know her clearly. But when she saw her daughter's exhausted look, with a hint of fatigue on her rosy cheeks, her heart softened again. She loved her daughter so much that she couldn't bear to wake her up while she was still sleeping. "I think he wants to sleep in and wake up soon." Chapter 17, Drink more water if your throat is hoarse. Gu Xiyan silently comforted herself in her heart. She looked at her daughter deeply, then quietly left the room. Her movements were gentle and slow, for fear of making any noise and disturbing her daughter's sweet dream. After closing the door again, Gu Xiyan's thoughts were still in a mess. While she was guessing the reason for her daughter's fatigue, she subconsciously tied up her hair that was scattered on her shoulders. Her eyes were a little wandering, and it was obvious that she was still worried about her daughter. Then she walked into the kitchen with slightly heavy steps, preparing a hearty breakfast for her daughter. In her imagination, her daughter should wake up soon. Maybe everything will become clear after my daughter has breakfast. But the hands of time kept turning relentlessly, and Gu Xiyan waited until noon with great anticipation. The food in the kitchen was heated up and then cooled down, and then heated up again, but my daughter never woke up. During this period, she was extremely anxious and restless, like an ant on a hot pan, and went into her daughter's room many times. Every time, the clear and slightly abnormal snoring sound would go straight into her ears. Each sound was like a knock on her heart, making her worry even worse. The sun was already high in the sky and the hour hand was pointing to noon. Gu Xiyan finally couldn't hold back her anxiety any longer and decided to wake her daughter up. She slowly walked to the bedside, bent down, reached out her hand and gently shook Yi Qingxian's shoulders several times. Her voice was gentle but with a hint of unquestionable urgency. "Xianer, wake up, don't sleep anymore." While shaking her daughter, Gu Xiyan's gaze inadvertently fell on Yi Qingxian's face. In an instant, she seemed to have discovered something, her movements suddenly stopped, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She looked at her daughter carefully, and the more she looked, the more she felt that her daughter seemed to be subtly different from before. There seems to be, a little more feminine in my daughter's eyes and eyebrows? There was a hint of unique charm in her originally youthful and tender temperament, a charm that she had never seen in her daughter before. Gu Xiyan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This sudden idea just popped into her head. Even she herself found it a little unbelievable and couldn't help but laugh softly. How is that possible? She thought to herself, her daughter is just a child, how could she change so much overnight? She shook her head, trying to get rid of this ridiculous thought from her mind. Just as Gu Xiyan was thinking to herself, Yi Qingxian finally woke up gradually after being rocked by her mother. She opened her eyes drowsily, her eyes still full of sleepiness. When she saw that it was her mother sitting beside her bed, she muttered something subconsciously. Mom? What's wrong? As soon as she said this, she woke up instantly and her whole body was shocked as if she had been electrocuted. There was a flash of panic in her eyes, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. The thumping sound seemed to be about to burst through her chest. She didn't have time to think about it and quickly looked down at her pajamas. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stop turning. Her eyes were fixed on her pajamas, full of tension and worry. When he saw that the pajamas were properly covering his body and did not reveal any signs that might reveal the secret, the heart that had been hanging in her throat finally settled down and she breathed a long sigh of relief. But her hands were still tightly gripping the quilt, her knuckles turning white from the force, revealing her deep inner anxiety. Xianer, what's wrong with your voice? Why did it become so hoarse overnight? Gu Xian's brows were instantly twisted into a beautiful but worried knot, her delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were full of confusion and concern. The moment her daughter opened her mouth, her keen hearing detected the strangeness in Yi Qingxian's voice. The voice was extremely hoarse, as if it were the sound of sandpaper being rubbed, and it was totally different from the usual crisp and pleasant sound. In Gu Xian's memory, such a hoarse voice usually occurs when people shout loudly or overuse their voice for a long time. But my daughter clearly went back to her room to rest early last night, how could it turn out like this? What made her feel even more incredible was that she didn't know if it was her own illusion. She actually felt that her daughter's voice, although hoarse, contained a hint of charm. It was a kind of charm that only mature women had, which she had never noticed in her daughter. This feeling made her feel alarmed, but she also felt it was too absurd. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Mom, When Yi Qingxian heard her mother's question, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if a little deer was running around in panic. Her eyes suddenly became evasive and she didn't dare to look directly into her mother's eyes. Because she knew better than anyone the reason for her hoarse voice. It was the trace left from her time with Chao Shuang last night, and at this moment it became the most confusing secret in her heart. Just as she was racking her brains, trying to piece together a reasonable reason in her mind to cover up the matter, Gu Xiyan spoke again. Did you not drink water before going to bed last night? You are such a disobedient child. I told you to drink a glass of water before going to bed every night, but you didn't listen. Now you feel hoarse, right? Gu Xiyan pretended to be angry and frowned on her pretty face. There was a hint of blame in her tone, but more of it was concern for her daughter. As she spoke, she gently tapped Yi Qingxian's forehead, her eyes full of helplessness and doting. Mom, I was wrong. I will definitely drink water well next time. Although Gu Xiyan had a stern face, Yi Qingxian felt relieved in his heart. The heart that had been hanging in his throat finally fell. She nodded hurriedly and spoke as fast as a machine gun. He forced a flattering smile on his face, fearing that his mother would continue to ask questions. She secretly thanked her lucky mother for not realizing the truth of the matter, and at the same time silently warned herself in her heart that she must be more careful in the future and not let such a thing happen again. I'll get you a lozenge for your throat. It doesn't make me feel at ease at all. Gu Xiyan pretended to be angry and glared at her daughter fiercely, but her eyes were full of doting that could not be concealed. She shook her head gently, still muttering something, and turned around to get the throat lozenges. You must drink water on time from now on, understand? As she walked, she turned back and gave worried instructions, her voice full of the concern and worry of a mother. After a while, Gu Xiyan hurried back with some throat lozenges. She walked to the bed and sat down next to Yi Qingxian. He looked at his daughter tenderly and handed the lozenge to her. Then he stared at Yi Qingxian intently until he saw her swallow the lozenge, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. You must be obedient in the future and don't let your throat have problems again. Yeah, got it. Yi Qingxian nodded hurriedly, like a child who had done something wrong, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look her mother in the face, fearing that her mother would see through her inner secrets. Okay, get ready to get up and eat. It's already noon. Gu Xian looked at her daughter, a helpless smile appeared on her face, and she spoke softly. As she was talking, she inadvertently glanced at Yi Qingxian's pajamas and realized that her daughter was wearing long sleeves and long pants. She was slightly startled, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Why are you wearing long sleeves and long pants in such hot weather? Chapter 18. My daughter is a little abnormal. She couldn't help but ask, her eyes full of curiosity. When Yi Qingxian heard her mother's question, her heart suddenly tightened and she almost screamed out loud. Her mind raced, trying to find a plausible excuse. In a panic, she caught sight of the air conditioner and spoke quickly. The air conditioner was on in the room, and I felt a little cold. As she spoke, she prayed silently that her mother would not become suspicious. After hearing her words, Gu Xian did not doubt it. In her heart, Yi Qingxian has always been a sensible and well-behaved child who would never lie to her. She could never have imagined that her daughter had sneaked into Chao Shuang's house in the middle of the night last night and had such an intimate relationship with him. Thinking of this, Gu Xian sighed softly and touched Yi Qingxian's head gently. Okay, if you feel cold, turn up the air conditioner temperature so you don't catch a cold. Yi Qingxian pretended to be calm, forced a smile on his face, and nodded. Her palms were already soaked with sweat, and her heart was still beating wildly in her chest. She secretly warned herself to stay calm and not let her mother find any clues. Get up, I've prepared lunch. Gu Xian's voice was soft and warm, like a spring breeze, carrying a mother's unique care. She stood by the bed, looking at her daughter who was still lying in bed, her eyes full of love. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Mom, I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night last night, and I twisted my ankle without paying attention, but it's nothing serious, I'm much better now. Yi Qingxian bit her lower lip, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to speak. This was the first time in her life that she had told such a big lie to her mother. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, as if it was going to burst through her chest. Her hands unconsciously grabbed the bedsheets, and her fingertips turned white from the force. Because she felt extremely guilty, her voice trembled slightly, like a candle flame swaying in the cold wind. What? Sprained your ankle? Let me see. Gu Xian's expression instantly became tense, and her originally gentle eyes were filled with worry. Her brows were furrowed, and her tone was filled with unquestionable urgency. Before she finished her words, she bent down and reached out to check Yi Qingxian's ankle. Mom, it's really okay. I'm much better now. It still hurts a little bit, but it's totally within my tolerance. Yi Qingxian's heart sank suddenly, like a frightened deer, and her eyes were full of panic. She subconsciously shrank back and held her pajamas tightly with both hands, fearing that her mother would touch her ankles. Her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, with a hint of pleading. She knew very well that once her mother checked her ankle, she would have to roll her pajamas up a little. As long as you roll up your pajamas, those ambiguous marks on your legs will be exposed. She seemed to have seen the shocked and disappointed expression on her mother's face when she discovered the truth, which made her feel extremely terrified. Are you sure you're okay? Gu Xian stopped what she was doing, raised her head, and stared closely at Yi Qingxian's eyes, trying to find a hint of flaw in her daughter's eyes. Her eyes were full of concern and doubt, as a mother. She knew her daughter too well and always felt that there was something wrong with Yi Qingxian's behavior today. It's really okay. Yi Qingxian nodded vigorously to make her mother believe her. She gritted her teeth, slowly lifted the quilt, and carefully got up and got out of bed. Her legs were trembling slightly, and every step she took felt like she was walking on the edge of a knife. A piercing pain came from her legs, but she endured it and tried to force a calm smile on her face. She walked back and forth in the room a few steps, and although her walking posture was still a little limp, like a wounded bird, she spoke in a relaxed manner. Mom, look, I'm really okay. However, her slightly trembling legs and the dense beads of sweat on her forehead still revealed her pain. Gu Xian looked at her daughter's actions and her doubts were slightly alleviated, but she still felt a little uneasy. She walked forward, gently held Yi Qingxian's arm, and said, If it still hurts, be sure to tell Mom, don't force it. Yi Qingxian nodded quickly, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. You can even sprain your ankle just by going to the toilet, you idiot. Gu Xian sighed softly, her eyes full of helplessness and pampering. He reached out and gently touched the tip of Yi Qingxian's nose, his movement so gentle as if he was treating a rare treasure. In her eyes, her daughter will always be the little girl who needs her careful care. Even though she couldn't help but get angry at his occasional carelessness, the love in her heart remained unchanged. On the dining table, the steaming food exuded an enticing aroma that filled the entire room. Yi Qingxian limped over and sat down slowly, every movement seeming to be cautious. Her eyes drifted towards the door from time to time, her thoughts surged like the tide, and her mind was full of Chao Shuang's figure. "Mom, can I ask Brother Shuang to come downstairs to eat with us?" Yi Qingxian spoke, with a hint of anticipation in her voice that was hard to conceal. On her fair, beautiful, and delicate little face, a pair of big watery eyes sparkled, and a look of hope was revealed without reservation. Just by mentioning Chao Shuang's name, her heart beat faster involuntarily, as if a deer was running around in her heart. She began to miss the unique smell of Chao Shuang again, which was a scent that made her feel safe and warm. "I just called, and your brother Shuang said he had something to do today, so he won't be coming down for dinner." Gu Shiyan put down the chopsticks in her hand, looked at her daughter gently, and explained patiently. She took in the flash of disappointment on her daughter's face, and a ripple formed in her heart. "Ah. All right then." Yi Qingxian couldn't hide her feeling of loss. She lowered her head gently. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, covering up the loneliness in her eyes. She nodded weakly, slowly picked up the chopsticks, and began to mechanically put the food into her mouth. In fact, she had no appetite at all, but she ate reluctantly in order not to arouse her mother's suspicion. You know what, as she was eating, she realized that she was indeed a little hungry. After all, last night's experience was too intense, and physical fatigue and hunger surged up all at once. The scene of her time with Chao Shuang last night involuntarily emerged in her mind, and her cheeks instantly became hot, as if they were burned by fire. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Gu Shiyan felt distressed when she saw her daughter wolfing down the food, and reminded her softly. Her eyes were full of concern, and she reached out and gently patted Yi Qingxian on the back. "Yeah, I see." Yi Qingxian agreed readily, but her hand showed no sign of slowing down and she continued to eat very quickly. In her heart, it seemed that only by focusing all her attention on eating could she temporarily forget her longing for Chao Shuang. Seeing this, Gu Shiyan could only shake her head and smile helplessly. She looked at her daughter quietly, but was thinking about something else in her heart. She was keenly aware of her daughter's visibly happy expression when she mentioned Chao Shuang. Every expression and every change in eyes did not escape her eyes. Chapter 19 Brother Shuang, I miss you. As someone who has been through this, she herself was young once, and is very familiar with this kind of feeling. So she knew very well that her daughter must have a good impression of Chao Shuang. However, Gu Shiyan was very willing to do this. In her eyes, Chao Shuang's character was impeccable, he was mature, steady and responsible. She has always been very confident in Chao Shuang. If her daughter can really get together with Chao Shuang, she will feel at ease. Thinking of this, Gu Shiyan's mouth corners unconsciously raised. He showed a gratified smile, his heart full of beautiful expectations for his daughter's future. "Xiener, you have become more diligent in your studies. Your brother Shuang's grades are excellent. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to catch up." Gu Shiyan put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Yi Qingxian seriously, her eyes full of expectation and concern. She knew well the importance of learning to her daughter's future, and Chao Shuang's excellent grades were undoubtedly a good motivation. She hopes that through such a comparison, she can stimulate her daughter's motivation to study and make her more hardworking in her studies. It must be said that the mother's words were like a magic key, instantly opening the door to Yi Qingxian's desire for progress. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely study hard and catch up with Brother Shuang." There was a determined light in Yi Qingxian's eyes, and her little face flushed slightly with excitement. She nodded vigorously, as if announcing her determination to the world. In her heart, Chao Shuang is not only a role model of excellent academic performance, but also the source of motivation for her to move forward. She secretly thought that once her grades caught up, she would have more common topics with Chao Shuang. They can study and play together every day, and even be as close as they were last night. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene when she was holding Chao Shuang. At that moment, she seemed to be in a dream world, with countless tiny electric currents running through her body. The wonderful feeling of numbness and crispness is still unforgettable to her. Her breathing became rapid and her eyes began to become blurry. Under the dining table, she subconsciously brought her pair of white and beautiful legs together, as if this would help her preserve those beautiful memories. A faint blush appeared on her delicate, fair, and pretty little face. It spreads from the cheeks to the ears, making the whole person look particularly shy and lovely. After Yi Qingxian finished her meal, she gently put down her bowl and chopsticks, but the panic in her heart was growing like a tide. "Mom, I'm going to take a shower." She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look her mother in the eye, and her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. "Why are you taking a bath in the middle of the day?" Gu Xiyan was stunned for a moment, a puzzled look on her face. She stopped what she was doing and looked at her daughter curiously, trying to find the answer from her expression. As far as she could remember, her daughter rarely took a bath at this time. And looking at her current appearance, she seemed a little uneasy. "I just want to wash." Yi Qingxian felt very guilty, and her voice was as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito or fly. Her eyes were evasive and she didn't dare to meet Gu Xian's gaze. After saying this, she turned around like a frightened rabbit and walked quickly into the bathroom. Her heart was beating like thunder, and every step she took felt like she was walking on cotton, soft and weak. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she immediately closed the door, leaned against it and gasped heavily, as if she had just experienced a thrilling adventure. This child. Gu Xiyan looked at her daughter's back as she hurried into the bathroom, and couldn't help but shook her head slightly, with a helpless smile on the corner of her mouth. In her opinion, her daughter's behavior was a little sudden. But adolescent children always have some strange ideas, and she didn't pay too much attention to it. Thinking that it was just her daughter's spur-of-the-moment action, she continued to clear the dishes on the table. She leaned against the door, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh, as if she had just escaped from a tense chase. At this moment, her heart was still beating violently in her chest like a panicked deer. Then she slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of shyness and determination in her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached out for her clothes and slowly took them off one by one. Her cheeks were already flushed, spreading all the way to her ears. She knew in her heart that she had to take a bath. Not only did she have to clean her body, but she also had to change into clean underwear. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian's heartbeat quickened a little. She felt that her thoughts were a little bold and shy. Just thinking of Chao Shuang caused such a strong reaction in her body and heart. Under the warm water, Yi Qingxian closed her eyes slightly, but the figure of Chao Shuang emerged involuntarily in her mind. His smile, his eyes, his hug, every detail was playing in her mind like a movie. Her cheeks grew hotter and her body trembled slightly. She couldn't tell whether it was because of the temperature of the hot water or the irrepressible emotions in her heart. Unable to help herself, she actually. After taking a shower, Yi Qingxian changed into clean clothes, her hair still dripping with water. A few strands of hair stuck to her pink cheeks, adding a touch of charming charm. She walked out of the bathroom slowly, with fresh air lingering around her, as if she was covered with a layer of dreamy veil. After a short lunch break, it's time to study. Gu Xiyan had finished washing the dishes and was wiping her hands with a towel. Seeing her daughter coming out, she said with a smile, her eyes full of expectations for her daughter. "I know." Yi Qingxian responded obediently, her voice clear but with a barely perceptible hint of shyness. At this moment, she is different from before and no longer has any resistance to learning. Because a seed of dream had been planted in her heart, she wanted to go abroad with Chao Shuang. She is willing to make every effort to achieve this goal. After returning to the room, Yi Qingxian lay gently on the bed. The soft bed made her feel comfortable. She reached for her phone and opened WeChat. He slid his finger lightly across the screen and soon found Chao Shuang's chat box. Her eyes were full of longing and expectation, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a sweet smile. "Brother Shuang, I heard from my mom that you had something to do today. Why aren't you at home?" She murmured softly while typing quickly on the screen. After sending it, she kept her eyes fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any reply from Chao Shuang. Then she sent another message. "Brother Shuang, I miss you again. When will you come back?" Her fingers trembled slightly, her inner thoughts surged like the tide, and every word was filled with her deep attachment to Chao Shuang. "Brother Shuang, are you coming to my house for dinner tonight? Please come, I really miss you." Chapter 20 Brother Shuang. "I'll come to see you tonight." Looking at the WeChat message sent by Yi Qingxian on the mobile phone screen, Chao Shuang's heart seemed to be gently teased by an invisible hand, and he became inexplicably restless. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to last night, and Yi Qingxian's shy, yet bold and proactive appearance kept appearing in his mind. That scene seemed to have a special magic that made him unforgettable. It was extremely tempting. Chao Shuang tapped his finger on the screen and replied, "Are you not in pain anymore?" At this moment, in the room downstairs, Yi Qingxian had just finished a TOEFL paper and was secretly playing with her mobile phone while Gu Xian was checking the test papers. She said she was playing with her phone, but in fact her mind and eyes were filled with Chao Shuang, and she was looking forward to chatting with him. Throughout the whole day, she sent out many messages but none of them received any response. However, Yi Qingxian was like a possessed person and continued to send messages without getting tired of it. The moment she picked up the phone, Chao Shuang's reply message came into view. In an instant, her delicate, fair and pretty little face turned red like a ripe apple. Yi Qingxian replied quickly, her fingers trembling slightly. "Yeah, it doesn't hurt as much anymore. I feel much better." Then she added cautiously, "Brother Shuang, can I sneak over to see you at midnight tonight? I miss you." After sending the message, she seemed to have done something terribly bad. He first secretly looked up at Gu Xian, who was marking the papers seriously. After making sure that his mother didn't notice him, he breathed a sigh of relief. After the message was sent, Yi Qingxian's heart was instantly in suspense. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the phone screen without blinking, her eyes full of nervousness and anticipation. She prayed silently in her heart, fearing that Chao Shuang would refuse her request to sneak over in the middle of the night. This feeling of fear of loss made her both nervous and excited. Chao Shuang looked at the screen of his mobile phone and hesitated for a long time before he slowly tapped his fingers on the screen. Did Aunt Gu notice anything today? After sending this message, he felt a little uneasy. After all, in Gu Xian's eyes, he has always been the well-behaved nephew. But what happened between him and Yi Qingxian? When Chao Shuang thought of this, he felt a little guilty. At the same time, Yi Qingxian downstairs was holding her cell phone tightly, waiting for Chao Shuang's reply. When she saw the message alert sound, she couldn't wait to unlock her phone. After quickly browsing the content, I began to reply seriously. My mom didn't notice anything. I lied to my mom and said I sprained my ankle, so she didn't suspect anything. After sending it, Yi Qingxian bit her lower lip and continued to fly her fingers on the screen. Brother Shuang, can I secretly come to see you at night? After sending this message, Yi Qingxian felt very nervous. She was so afraid that Chao Shuang would refuse. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly had an idea and tapped her finger to open the rear camera of her phone. She adjusted her pose to include her legs in the shot. Although she was wearing loose pajamas at the moment, her straight and slender legs were still perfectly displayed, exuding a unique charm. After taking the photos, she sent them to Chao Shuang without hesitation. On Chao Shuang's phone, the photo sent by Yi Qingxian popped up on the screen. His head buzzed instantly, and the original appearance of this pair of beautiful legs appeared in his mind almost uncontrollably. The skin is white as jade and the slender and straight lines seemed to be imprinted deep in his memory. His eyes became a little blurry, and after being stunned for several seconds, he came back to his senses and replied quickly on the screen with his fingers. Bring it on. After thinking for a while, he added another sentence. But be careful, don't let Aunt Gu find out. Yi Qingxian replied almost immediately. Yeah, don't worry, Brother Shuang, I will be careful. Seeing that Chao Shuang agreed to let her go there at night, Yi Qingxian's inner joy surged out like a flood. This joy made her whole body glow with happiness, and her already beautiful and delicate eyebrows curved into crescents. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a sweet smile. She carefully put her phone aside, but her eyes were still shining with excitement, and she was looking forward to the arrival of the night. Yi Qingxian was immersed in the joy of chatting with Chao Shuang, her fingers dancing happily on the mobile phone screen, with an irrepressible smile on the corner of her mouth. At this moment, a gentle but somewhat doubtful voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Xianer, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. With a click, Yi Qingxian's heart suddenly hung in the air, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Her movements froze instantly, and the smile on her face froze in an instant. He slowly raised his head and met his mother Gu Xian's inquiring gaze. In an instant, Yi Qingxian felt extremely panicked, as if a group of deer were running around in panic. Her eyes began to avoid and she subconsciously hid the phone behind her back with both hands. He forced a smile on his face, trying to hide his guilty conscience. Gu Xian sat quietly in her seat, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Every subtle movement exudes the unique charm of a mature woman, which is the mature style that has been accumulated over the years. But at this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes fixed on her daughter, her eyes full of concern and confusion. Just now, she had finished correcting her daughter's papers with full concentration and was about to discuss her daughter's learning progress with her. When I looked up, I caught a glimpse of my daughter's happy face. I saw my daughter with her head down, her fingers busy on her mobile phone. I didn't know who I was talking to, but I was immersed in an indescribable joy. This made Gu Xian curious about who could make her daughter so happy. Mom, I'm chatting with brother Chao Shuang. Yi Qingxian hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to lock her phone and spoke in a low voice. Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. After saying this, he secretly observed his mother's reaction. As soon as these words came out, Gu Xian's slightly frowned brows instantly relaxed, and her inner vigilance quickly melted away like ice and snow in spring. So that's how it is, she thought to herself. Seeing her daughter chatting so happily with Chao Shuang, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Could there be something going on between these two people? In Gu Xian's heart, Chao Shuang is simply the perfect candidate for son-in-law. He is not only handsome, but also gentle and talented. Most importantly, he takes good care of his daughter. Thinking of this, the corners of Gu Xian's mouth rose unconsciously. A smile of relief flashed across his eyes, and he thought to himself that he had to find an opportunity to bring these two children together. Seeing that her mother's expression had eased a little, Yi Qingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. Mom, how did I do on this paper? As she spoke, she calmly pushed her phone aside, trying to make her posture look more natural. Gu Xian glanced at her daughter lightly, her mind already shifted away from her conversation with Chao Shuang. In her heart, her daughter has always been a sensible and obedient child. She always knew her limits in doing things, and she believed her daughter would not do anything out of line. At most, she would just chat with Chao Shuang to pass the time. So, Gu Xian's mouth corners slightly raised, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. I was just about to praise you. You did a great job on this test paper. You actually got full marks. Chapter 21. Hey. How come my skin got better? When talking about her daughter's grades, Gu Xian's tone was full of pride and her smile became more and more obvious. In Gu Xian's eyes, her daughter Yi Qingxian's academic performance has always been pretty good, and she is usually among the best students in school. But she knew in her heart that there was still a certain gap between her daughter and those truly top students. Take the TOEFL test as an example. I would lose a lot of points every time and some difficult questions were always difficult to solve. But this time it was completely different. My daughter actually got full marks, which was rare. Especially the last question on the test paper, which was extremely difficult. Even Gu Xian herself found it a bit tricky, but her daughter succeeded. This sudden progress made Gu Xian very surprised. That kind of joy is like suddenly seeing blooming flowers in a barren land, and the heart is filled with indescribable happiness. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that her daughter had finally gotten the hang of studying. Thinking that her daughter might achieve better academic results in the future, Gu Xian's eyes were full of expectation and longing. She secretly made up her mind to pay more attention to her daughter's studies in the future. Provide her with more support and help so that she can go further and further on the road of learning. I got full marks? When Yi Qingxian heard her mother's words, she was stunned. Her originally lively eyes suddenly widened into a circle, and her fair and delicate pretty face was now filled with disbelief. She bit her lower lip subconsciously and stared at her mother, as if to confirm whether she had heard it wrong. Of course, you got full marks, and you answered very well. Especially the last question, the answer was even better. The problem-solving steps are quite complete and can be used as the answer to the lesson plan. Gu Xian raised the corners of her mouth and nodded heavily. As she spoke, the smile on her mature and charming face became more and more intense, and her eyes were full of pride and admiration for her daughter. She reached out and gently touched her daughter's head. The gentle movement seemed to be caressing the most precious treasure in the world. Obviously, she was delighted by her daughter's excellent results. This joy blossomed in her heart like flowers in full bloom in spring. Xianer, how come you have made such great progress in your studies all of a sudden? Mom is shocked. Gu Xian continued, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in her tone. She fixed her eyes on her daughter, trying to find the answer from her daughter's expression. I don't know either. Yi Qingxian shook her head gently, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her cheek. Recalling the scene when she was doing the test paper just now, she also found it very magical. At that time, she only felt that her mind was clearer than ever before. The difficult problems that used to give her a headache are now solved as smoothly and easily as flowing water. Moreover, those words that she could never remember in the past now appeared clearly in her mind like well-behaved elves. Why is there such a sudden change? Yi Qingxian's heart was also full of doubts. She frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Then, a bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be because she had a relationship with Brother Shuang? Her heartbeat suddenly quickened and her cheeks instantly became hot, as if a fire was burning. She glanced at her mother secretly, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that her mother didn't notice anything unusual about her. Thinking of the possible reason, Yi Qingxian became more and more flustered. Under the desk, the girl's long, straight legs in trousers, as if driven by some instinct, quietly came together again. She curled up slightly, trying to hide her inner nervousness and shyness. She began to avoid looking at her mother, not daring to meet her mother's gaze. She could only pray silently in her heart that her mother would not ask any more questions. Xianer, why are you blushing? Gu Shiyan was originally immersed in the joy of her daughter's good grades. When she looked up inadvertently, she caught a suspicious blush on her daughter's face. She was slightly startled, her eyes full of surprise, and she couldn't help but ask. In her opinion, her daughter's reaction seemed a little too strange, which made her feel a little confused. No. I'm fine. When Yi Qingxian heard her mother's question, her heart skipped a beat and she became as flustered as a frightened deer. She subconsciously lowered her head, trying to cover her hot cheeks with her hanging hair. He shook his head in panic, indicating that he was fine. But her slightly trembling voice revealed her inner nervousness. Well, you did a good job today. I'll go get you some hot milk. Seeing that her daughter didn't want to say more, Gu Shiyan didn't ask any more questions. A gentle smile reappeared on her face and she stood up gently. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched his daughter's face affectionately. Ha! Just as her fingers touched her daughter's cheek, Gu Shiyan suddenly let out a light sound. She paused, and a hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in her eyes. Mom, what's wrong? When Yi Qingxian heard her mother's voice, she looked up nervously. Her heart was beating fast, fearing that her mother might discover some clues. It's okay. Mom just felt that your skin seemed to have gotten better overnight. It feels so comfortable to touch. As Gu Shiyan spoke, the surprise on her face became more and more obvious. She stared at her daughter's face, as if trying to understand the reason for this sudden change. After saying this, she seemed to be possessed and couldn't help but pinch her daughter's face again. The delicate and smooth touch of the skin made even this mature woman, who had experienced many years, couldn't help but admire it. Xianer, are you secretly using other cosmetics without telling Mom? Gu Shiyan couldn't suppress her curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Although she is already a woman in her 30s, the years have left her with maturity and charm. But when it comes to the pursuit of beauty, she, like all women, always has a burning heart. She couldn't resist the idea of having better skin. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were sparkling with excitement. She was eager to try, and was expecting her daughter to give an answer that would satisfy her. Mom, I didn't use other cosmetics without your knowledge, and you bought all my cosmetics for me. Yi Qingxian's cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. She lowered her head slightly and avoided looking at her mother. Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, and she prayed silently that her mother would not delve into the matter any further. After all, she knew in her heart that the reason her skin had improved was hard to explain. That's true. How come your skin suddenly becomes so good? Gu Shiyan nodded subconsciously at first, then frowned slightly, and the look of surprise and astonishment on her face became more intense. She looked at her daughter's face carefully, trying to find some clues. She thought over and over again, it was incredible that her daughter's skin had changed so significantly just overnight. She clearly remembered that when she pinched her daughter's face yesterday, the touch was definitely not as smooth and delicate as it is now. I don't know either. Yi Qingxian only felt that her delicate and fair pretty face was getting hotter and hotter, as if it could fry an egg. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into, and was annoyed at why she suddenly attracted so much attention. She knew very well that the reason her skin improved had nothing to do with those conventional factors. But how could I tell my mother about this? You can't honestly say that your skin got better because you secretly ran to Brother Shuang's house in the middle of the night, right? Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed. Is it because you slept for a long time today? Chapter 22, Company Secretary? Gu Shiyan tilted her head, her eyes wandering around her daughter's face, and began to guess various possible reasons. She really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation, so she could only attribute this miraculous change to sleep. It should probably be right. Yi Qingxian's voice was as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito, and she felt very guilty. She nodded randomly, hoping that her mother would believe this far-fetched reason. In order to quickly end this extremely embarrassing topic, she rolled her eyes. Mom, when are you going to heat up the milk? I want to drink the hot milk and take a rest. As she spoke, she deliberately yawned a little, pretending to be very sleepy. Gu Xiyan looked at her daughter's appearance. Although she was still a little confused, she didn't continue to dwell on this topic. She sighed softly and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Okay, Mom will go and get you some hot milk. Just wait patiently. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Yi Qingxian slumped in the chair as if relieved, her heart still pounding in her chest. Okay, Mom will go and heat up the milk for you now. Gu Xiyan said softly with a gentle smile on her face. After that, she stood up gracefully. As she moved, her graceful and enchanting figure was exposed to the air without reservation. She has a graceful figure, and every line of her body seems to be a masterpiece carefully carved by nature. She is plump yet firm, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. This kind of beauty is the charm accumulated over the years, and it is the ultimate in mature temptation. Yi Qingxian sat quietly in her seat, her eyes involuntarily attracted by her mother's figure. She looked at her mother's perfect figure, and a look of envy instantly flashed in her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, her mother's figure is perfect. The big parts are plump and upright, the thin parts are slender and soft, and the round parts are round and upright. What fascinated her most was the mature feminine charm that emanated from her mother from the inside out. It is a unique charm that comes from being baptized by life, which is unattainable at her age. There were ripples in Yi Qingxian's heart, and she couldn't help thinking that if she could have such a figure, her brother Shuang would definitely like her more. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes revealed a hint of determination. But it's okay, she secretly encouraged herself in her heart that sooner or later she would have such a good figure. At this moment, Gu Xiyan did not notice the envy in her daughter's eyes at all. She walked out of the room with light steps. After a while, there was a slight sound coming from the kitchen. She was concentrating on heating milk for her daughter. While waiting for the milk to heat up, Gu Xiyan's mind suddenly flashed back to her daughter's enviable skin condition. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt, and she made a secret decision in her heart. Tomorrow I will sleep in and observe carefully how my skin condition changes. After all, her daughter's skin was so good, with such a delicate and smooth texture that even she, as a mother, couldn't help but envy her. At noon, the sun shines through the thin clouds and falls into the noisy world. Chao Shuang was lying on the sofa, bored, staring at the TV screen with lifeless eyes, but his mind had already drifted away. At this moment, ding! 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 A crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, instantly breaking the silence in the room. Chao Shuang reached out and fumbled on the coffee table and picked up his cell phone. He pressed the answer button, his tone lazily and doubtfully. Hello, who are you? A gentle and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, and every word seemed to be wrapped in honey. Hello, Mr. Chow, let me introduce myself. I am your secretary, my last name is Su, my given name is Qianxue, you can just call me Xiao Su. As soon as this voice entered Chao Shuang's ears, the image of Sister Jiling instantly appeared in his mind. The coquettish tone was soft and gentle. It was like a feather gently brushing across his heart, making him feel numb and tingling, and causing Chao Shuang's body to tremble slightly unconsciously. Just the sound was enough to overwhelm him. Chao Shuang thought to himself, I haven't even seen the person yet. Just by listening to her voice, you can tell that she is an absolute stunner. No wonder she can become the chairman's secretary. Mr. Chow, I'm sorry to bother you. Su Qianshua's voice came again, with just the right amount of apology. But the company has some very important matters today and we need you to make decisions urgently. Do you think it would be convenient for you to come to the company today? Chao Shuang, who had been slouching, sat up straighter all of a sudden and nodded quickly. Although the other party couldn't see it, he still did it very seriously. I'm free. I'm free. Thank you so much, Mr. Chow. There was a hint of joy in Su Qianshua's voice. Then please let me know your current location and I will arrange a car to pick you up. Only then did Chao Shuang remember that he knew nothing about the company's exact location. It would be a blessing if someone came to pick me up. I'm in the Qingqing community, right at the entrance of the community, it's easy to find. Su Qianshua's sweet voice was still echoing in Chao Shuang's mind, and he couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming company trip. When the words Qingcheng community came out of Chao Shuang's mouth, Su Qianxue on the other end of the phone was sitting elegantly in the driver's seat. With his fingers casually resting on the steering wheel, he heard the address. Her fingers gripping the steering wheel stiffened slightly, and the professional smile that had been hanging on the corner of her mouth froze for a moment. She blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a little confused and surprised. The new boss actually lives in such a shabby neighborhood? However, the professional qualities she acquired through years of working in the business world enabled her to adjust herself quickly. In a flash, that sweet smile appeared on her face again, and her tone was still coquettish. Boss Chow, I'm not far from Qingcheng community now. It will take about 15 minutes to get there. I'll be waiting for you at the gate of Qingcheng community. Don't worry, take your time. See you later. After Chao Shuang hung up the phone, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat with excitement. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary college student who was worried about his studies and future. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, I became the boss of a company. This sudden change made him feel like he was dreaming. There was an indescribable feeling of joy all over my body. This is so cool. At the same time, the female secretary Su Qianxue with the soft voice involuntarily emerged in his mind. I was full of curiosity and anticipation about the company I was about to meet in this mysterious female secretary. I really didn't know what the company was like. What kind of stunningly beautiful face does this female secretary, whose voice alone can captivate people, have? 20 minutes passed in a flash, and Chao Shuang walked out of the community briskly with full of expectations. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his eyes were attracted by a brand new red Porsche on the roadside. The window of the car slowly lowered, and a delicate and beautiful face poked out from the window. In an instant, Chao Shuang's breathing became rapid. Immediately afterwards, the car door was pushed open with a click. A pair of long legs perfectly wrapped in flesh-colored stockings first catches the eye. Chapter 23 Hot Secretary. Those legs are graceful, well-proportioned and straight, and every inch exudes charming charm. She was wearing a pair of white high heels, the heels of which tapped lightly on the ground. As she moved, her whole body gracefully walked out of the car. As soon as she stopped, everything around her seemed to lose its color in an instant. She is tall and graceful, and her every move reveals her elegance. Her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair gently fluttering in the breeze, making her face look even more delicate. Her facial features are as delicate as a painting, and her big watery eyes are bright and lively. Under the high nose bridge is a slightly upturned cherry mouth. The perfect smile at the corner of her mouth seems to be able to capture people's souls. At this moment, she was like a shining star, instantly becoming the absolute focus within 100 meters. Passers-by looked at her sideways. The men's eyes were full of amazement and admiration, while the women were jealous and envious. Chao Shuang stood there, staring at her without blinking. My heart began to beat uncontrollably, as if it was going to burst through my chest. On this busy street, Su Qianxue is like a dazzling pearl, shining with a light that makes it difficult to look away. Passers-by, whether they were hurried office workers, leisurely elderly people, or energetic students, all slowed down their pace involuntarily as if they were under a spell. Their eyes seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, firmly locked on Su Qianxue, just to see her a few more times. There's no way, this woman is so attractive, as if all the light in the world is concentrated on her. Su Qianxue's long, silky hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and every strand seemed to be telling a gentle story. Her skin is as white as snow and as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. Under the sunlight, it exudes a charming luster. That exquisite and picturesque face is simply God's most proud masterpiece. A pair of big watery eyes, eyes like the deep sea of stars, hiding endless tenderness and mystery. The tall and small nose bridge adds a sense of three-dimensionality to her face. And that slightly upturned cherry mouth, red without any makeup, as if it could capture anyone's soul with just a slight sip. She is undoubtedly a super goddess-level figure. It is simply impossible to walk on the street without attracting attention. My goodness, this woman is so hot. A young man couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his eyes full of amazement and admiration, as if he had seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. What a hot body! A slightly plump uncle next to her also echoed, staring at Su Qianxue's figure and making a clicking sound. Such long and well-proportioned legs. Another gentleman wearing glasses pushed his glasses on his nose and muttered softly, his eyes lingering on Su Qianxue's beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. If she were my girlfriend, I would be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. A young boy who looked a little immature, his face flushed. When he said this, there was a hint of shyness and longing in his voice. The people around were talking to each other, and countless fiery eyes swept back and forth over Su Qianxue's body, as if they wanted to see through her. At this moment, a dull bang sound suddenly came from the side of Su Qianxue. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man covering his forehead and standing in front of a telephone pole with a painful look on his face. It turned out that he was staring at Su Qianxue too intently. The whole person seemed to be frozen, completely immersed in Su Qianxue's beauty, and did not notice the telephone pole in front of him at all. It just hit him straight on, and the force was quite strong. A big bump suddenly appeared on the forehead. It was red and looked very funny. This scene caused people around to burst into laughter. What is even more tragic is that the young man's wife is right next to him. At this moment, his wife had her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open, her face full of anger and embarrassment. The young man looked at his wife's face and suddenly panicked. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain but didn't know what to say. His face turned red and white, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This time, he was really embarrassed. The laughter of the people around him was like little knives stabbing his heart. He wished he could turn back time and not lose his composure like that just now. In this noisy street, the wife who weighed 180 pounds instantly became like an ignited powder keg and exploded with a whoosh. She was already furious because her husband was staring at another woman, and now her eyes were wide open. The fat on his face was trembling slightly with anger, and he shouted at the top of his voice. "Look, what's so good to see? I'm standing right next to you, and you're still acting like this. If I wasn't here, you'd definitely go crazy." The sharp voice instantly drowned out the surrounding noise and attracted more people's attention. The young man was frightened by his wife's sudden outburst, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. "Wife, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think." But before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by his wife. His wife was quick to reach out her strong hand and grab his ear tightly like a pair of pliers. He lifted it up with all his strength, still cursing. "Explain, what the hell? Do you think I'm blind? There are so many people on the street, but you're the only one with dishonest eyes. Come back and see how I deal with you. Come back with me." The young man grimaced in pain and kept jumping on the ground with his feet. He held his wife's hand tightly that was pulling his ear, trying to relieve the pain, and kept begging for mercy. "Wife, be gentle, be gentle. I won't dare to do it again, I really won't dare to do it again." However, even though he said this, his eyes were not honest at all. While his wife was pulling his ear and turning his head, he couldn't help but glance at Su Qianxue out of the corner of his eye. In his heart, it is really hard to meet such a bright and beautiful goddess. Even if I just take one more look at it, I feel satisfied. Even if I really have to kneel on a durian when I go back, it doesn't seem that scary. The farce here continued, and Su Qianxue had long been accustomed to the fiery looks around her that were almost igniting her. From the moment she entered the workplace, such gazes followed her like a shadow. Whether in a bustling commercial center or in various high-end social occasions, her beauty always attracts everyone's attention. But at this moment, she was like a statue isolated from the world, deaf to all the noise around her, and all her attention was firmly focused on Xiao Shuang. When her eyes met Xiao Shuang's, even though she was used to seeing all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women in her daily life, Su Qianxue, who had long been immune to beauty, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat, and an unprecedented feeling of brightness surged in her heart. Xiao Shuang's tall figure stood out in the crowd, and his face had clear lines and deep contours. Her eyes were like twinkling cold stars in the night sky, revealing a deep and charming temperament. She has a high nose bridge, slightly upturned lips, and a hint of confidence. Due to her professional sensitivity, countless images flashed through Su Qianxue's mind like a movie. With his physique and looks, he'd be a perfect male model on the catwalk if he stood on the catwalk. Chapter 24 Like a spring breeze. But as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she immediately came to her senses, shook her head secretly, and blamed herself in her heart. "No, what am I thinking? The chairman of my family holds such a distinguished status and is in charge of a huge business empire. How could I condescend to walk on the catwalk? That would be a waste of talent." On the streets, people come and go, and noisy noises rise and fall. Su Qianxue's graceful figure stood out in the crowd as she walked with brisk and elegant steps. Like a nimble butterfly, it quickly passed through the bustling crowd and walked towards Xiao Shuang. In just a moment, she came in front of Xiao Shuang. After standing still, Su Qianxue raised her head slightly, a polite and charming smile blooming on her face. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, instantly dispelling the slight chillness around. Hello, Mr. Chow, I'm Su Qianxue, and it's a great honor to meet you. When Su Qianxue looked at Chao Shuang, a hint of surprise and admiration flashed unconsciously in her eyes, as if Chao Shuang in front of her was a rare treasure. Isn't it the same with Chao Shuang? The moment his eyes met Su Qianxue, he was stunned for a moment as if struck by a bright light. Compared with yesterday's housekeeper Yu Wei, Su Qianxue is obviously more beautiful. At this moment, the sweet smile on her face is like a jar of mellow wine, which makes people intoxicated at a glance. Su Qianxue is tall and has an upright figure. The curvaceous and exquisite curves are faintly visible under the slim-fitting professional attire, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. That smile is not only sweet, but also a bit playful, enough to sweeten anyone's heart. Coupled with her royal sister's voice that was so coquettish that it seemed to make one's bones soften, Chao Shuang felt as if he was in a dream. Chao Shuang's heart couldn't help but feel ripples. Is this super excellent woman really my secretary? Oh my god, this is too unreal. For a moment, Chao Shuang was a little dazed, and many beautiful fantasies emerged involuntarily in his mind. Are you my little secretary? Chao Shuang blurted out these words without paying attention, his tone full of surprise and disbelief. As soon as he said this, he suddenly came to his senses and secretly regretted his recklessness and outspokenness. Su Qianxue never expected Chao Shuang to say such blunt words. After a moment, a blush quickly climbed up her cheeks, spreading from her ears to her neck, and she looked embarrassed and shy. She lowered her head slightly and said angrily, "Boss Chao, you are so mean. How can you call someone like that?" Her voice was so soft that even when she was complaining, it sounded like she was acting coquettishly, making people feel pity for her. When Chao Shuang was reminded by her, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He looked around nervously. Fortunately, the noise was not loud. The attention of the passers-by around him was attracted by their own things, and no one heard his rash words. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and an awkward smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Chow, there are many important matters in the company waiting for your decision. Everyone is waiting for you. Let's set off now." Su Qianxue quickly adjusted her mood and returned to her professional appearance. She politely turned sideways and extended her hand in a pleased gesture. "This way, please." On the street in front of the Qingcheng community, a brand new red Porsche 911 exudes a dazzling metallic luster and looks particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. The smooth lines of the car body seem like a carefully crafted work of art, attracting the attention of passers-by. Su Qianxue walked to the car with graceful steps and pressed the key. With a slight click sound, the car door slowly unlocked. Chao Shuang followed behind her with a hint of curiosity and admiration in his eyes. The moment he sat in the passenger seat, a faint, fresh and charming fragrance wafted into his nose. This fragrance is exactly the same as the scent emanating from Su Qianxue. It is quiet and elegant, yet has a unique charm. Chao Shuang instantly felt relaxed and happy, as if he was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Su Qianxue was slightly stunned when she saw Chao Shuang sitting in the passenger seat. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. In her previous understanding and experience, bosses seem to prefer sitting in the back row. The spacious rear space seems to be a symbol of identity and status, which can highlight their uniqueness. She recalled that every time she took her former boss out on a trip, he would sit steadily in the back seat, his expression revealing the majesty of a superior. It seems that this new boss is different from the previous one. Su Qianxue pondered in her heart. He doesn't think of himself as a superior boss, he is quite approachable. This kind of personality makes people feel very friendly. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, Su Qianxue sat lightly in the driver's seat. He turned his body slightly to the side and reached out to pull the seatbelt at his side. Just as she was fastening her seatbelt, an inadvertent scene caught Chao Shuang's eyes. Maybe it's the design of the seatbelt itself, or maybe it's a coincidence of the angle. The seatbelt passed right in front of her plump body, perfectly outlining her amazing figure. Chao Shuang's eyes were involuntarily attracted by the exaggerated and charming curves, which attracted his sight like a magnet. He only felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken, an indescribable passion surged in his heart, and his face flushed slightly. Su Qianxue held the steering wheel firmly with both hands and kept her back straight. The upper body stands proudly, showing a confident and capable temperament. Although her eyes were looking straight ahead, she caught Chao Shuang's gaze sharply out of the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but find it a little funny. Although the new boss looked young and handsome, in some ways he really was like a young boy who had not experienced the world. She started the car gently, and the engine emitted a low and pleasant roar. At the same time, she had a slightly teasing smile on her lips. "Boss Chow, if you keep looking at me like this, I'll get shy too." Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of coquettishness, as if she was joking with a familiar friend. When Xiao Shuang heard this, it was as if his secrets were suddenly revealed. The blush on her face deepened instantly and spread to her ears. He looked away in panic, with a hint of embarrassment and distress in his eyes. I didn't mean it, it's just that the smell in this car is very good." He tried to find an excuse to cover up his previous gaffe, but he knew in his heart how far-fetched this excuse was. Su Qianxue looked at Xiao Shuang's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh softly. She didn't continue teasing, but stepped on the accelerator lightly. The red Porsche 911 slowly drove away from the gate of Qingqing community and sped towards the company. When Xiao Shuang heard Su Qianxue's seemingly reproachful words, a different ripple instantly arose in his heart. How could she mean any refusal when she said this? It's obvious that she's just acting coquettishly. Every word that came out of her mouth seemed to be wrapped in a layer of honey. It was so coquettish that it made one's bones ache. Xiao Shuang felt as if his heart was being gently scratched by a kitten, and it was very itchy. Once upon a time, Xiao Shuang always heard people say that some women can make men's hearts beat fast and excited just by their voices. At that time, he was still young and energetic. He scoffed at such statements and thought it was just an exaggerated joke. After all, in his previous understanding, the attraction between people is mostly based on appearance and getting along with each other. But now, sitting in this fragrant BMW with a beauty like Su Qianxue next to him, he believed it completely. As for the woman in front of me, her existence itself is a fatal temptation. Not to mention that alluring voice, even just accidentally looking at her profile a few more times. Xiao Shuang felt an irrepressible, most primitive impulse surging in his heart. That impulse was like fire, burning fiercely in his body. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Xiao Shuang's mind. Chapter 25, Su Qianxue fell. Looking back, Xiao Shuang had seen those rich second generations whizzing past in luxury cars on the streets countless times. Their lives are like a gorgeous feast, always so enviable. Especially every time I see a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and long legs sitting in the passenger seat, looking so free and easy while driving. His left hand firmly grasped the steering wheel, while his right hand casually rested on his companion's slender legs, his face filled with confidence and satisfaction. Such a scene deeply hurt Xiao Shuang's heart, because that was the life he had always dreamed of but was out of reach. Countless nights, he could only dream about becoming that kind of person and living such a comfortable and glorious life. But every time I wake up in the morning, I am still faced with the cruelty and helplessness of reality. However, the turning point of fate always comes so suddenly. Since the system came into being, Xiao Shuang's world seemed to have been completely turned upside down by an invisible hand. His identity changed drastically overnight from that of an ordinary man struggling to make a living. Now, he was sitting in this luxurious Porsche, and next to him was Su Qianxue, who was even more charming than those second-generation rich girls. A courage he had never had before was quietly growing in his heart. Looking at Su Qianxue, who was concentrating on driving, Xiao Shuang's heartbeat suddenly quickened. A strong desire drove him to make a bold decision. He took a deep breath, a hint of nervousness and anticipation flashed in his eyes, and he slowly and tentatively extended his left hand. The moment his hand touched Su Qianxue's leg, a silky smooth touch came from his fingertips. The delicate texture feels like touching the finest silk, soft and smooth. Xiao Shuang's eyes widened instantly. This wonderful feeling was beyond his imagination. This feels so good. Only then did he realize that Su Qianxue was not the kind of skinny beauty. Her figure is just right. She is the type that looks muscular when she takes off her clothes, but looks thin when she is dressed. It is plump where it should be plump, and slender where it should be slender, and every line looks like a masterpiece carefully carved by nature. This kind of figure is undoubtedly the most in line with the perfect female image in men's minds. No wonder it is so heartwarming, it is simply a fatal attraction for men. Xiao Shuang's heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. He slowly stretched out his left hand and placed it on Su Qianxue's thigh. His movements were full of caution, and every subtle movement seemed to be testing an unknown minefield. This was originally just a bold attempt made on impulse at the moment he stretched out his hand. He had already imagined countless consequences in his mind, and was even mentally prepared to be angrily blamed by Su Qianxue, or to be slapped hard in the face. After all, he was well aware that his behavior was somewhat presumptuous and abrupt. However, what happened next was far beyond Xiao Shuang's expectations. Su Qianxue, the woman who looked dignified and elegant sitting in the driver's seat. The moment he felt Xiao Shuang's hand touching him, his body stiffened slightly, but he did not show any intention of avoiding it. On the contrary, an unprecedented wonderful feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and it felt like an electric current suddenly passed through her body. It spread from the legs all the way to the heart, and then, it seemed as if millions of fireworks exploded in the heart at the same time, brilliant and shocking. Su Qianxue couldn't help but tighten her legs slightly, and her body trembled slightly. Her breathing became rapid, and her fingers gripping the steering wheel turned white from the force. At this moment, her eyes were filled with obsession with Xiao Shuang, and her originally clear and bright eyes gradually became blurred. As if covered with a thin layer of mist, his eyes revealed an emotion that was difficult to conceal. Although her heart has been shattered by the surging emotions, Su Qianxue still has the maturity and rationality accumulated from years of working in the workplace. She tried to calm herself down, took a deep breath, and then raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a teasing smile. "Boss Chow, your hands are not very honest. Aren't you afraid that your wife will be unhappy if she finds out?" Her voice was soft, but with a barely perceptible tremor, which was a sign of her trying hard to suppress her inner emotions. When Xiao Shuang heard this, he was slightly stunned at first. Then he reacted and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "I'm not married, where does my wife come from?" His answer was brief and clear, with a hint of teasing in his tone, as if hinting at something. Su Qianxue did not give up, she blinked her charming eyes. "You're not married yet? You must have a girlfriend, right? If your girlfriend finds out, she won't be happy." There was a hint of cunning in her eyes. She kept an eye on Xiao Shuang's reaction while skillfully controlling the direction of the topic. "Girlfriend? Not yet." Xiao Shuang shrugged, his eyes never leaving Su Qianxue. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was waiting for something. Su Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. The laughter was clear and pleasant, echoing in the car like a silver bell. "Boss Chow, you are such a joker. How come you don't have a girlfriend when you are so outstanding?" Although she said this, she had already begun to believe what Xiao Shuang said in her heart. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Shuang's delicate face, and the emotions in her heart became stronger. The angular face, deep and bright eyes, high nose bridge and slightly upturned mouth corners all exude a unique charm. Coupled with his tall stature and innate elegance, in Su Qianxue's eyes, Xiao Shuang has surpassed most of the men she has ever seen. Su Qianxue suppressed the raging desire in her heart. She was well aware of her identity and responsibilities and could not easily sink in the whirlpool of emotions. But Xiao Shuang's charm was so great that she was constantly struggling between reason and emotion. "I'm not that outstanding, where can I find a girlfriend?" Xiao Shuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a self-deprecating smile, and spoke slowly. But when these words fell into Su Qianxue's ears, it was like a blockbuster bomb dropped on the calm lake. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened, her face was full of disbelief, and she muttered to herself in her heart. "Not that great? How is that possible?" In her opinion, Xiao Shuang was at the pinnacle of his life. At such a young age, he has the ability to control a company. The wealth and status alone are enough to make countless people far behind. In her opinion, Xiao Shuang's life was destined to be spent leisurely in great wealth and honor. Now, he has reached a height that most people cannot reach in their entire lives. She couldn't understand why he said she wasn't good enough. Faced with Su Qianxue's puzzled look, Xiao Shuang was too lazy to explain anymore. He knew in his heart that he was just an ordinary person. Even though his identity has undergone tremendous changes now, he still feels that there is no essential difference between him and the past. Seeing Su Qianxue's expression, he simply changed the subject. "By the way," he said on the phone before that, he wanted to talk to me about something. "What exactly is it?" Chapter 26: Choosing a Concubine. When Su Qianxue heard this, she came to her senses suddenly after being immersed in the shock of Xiao Shuang's words. But her heart could not calm down since the moment Xiao Shuang's hand touched her. A strange feeling kept lingering in her heart and would not go away. At this moment, she only felt that her face became more and more rosy, and there seemed to be waves of warm current shuttling back and forth in her body. The heat made her waist tremble slightly. There was a voice in her heart screaming wildly, wanting to grab Xiao Shuang's hand. This strong desire made her legs unconsciously clamp together. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Her signature charming smile bloomed on her face again, and her voice was still as sweet as the sound of nature. "It's the company's annual affairs, and there are some important decisions that need your approval." "What exactly does our company do?" Chao Shuang then raised another question. This sudden question made Su Qianxue open her mouth in shock again. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Chao Shuang in disbelief. "You just bought this company yesterday, but you don't even know what it does? Oh my god." This was totally unexpected for her. In her past experience, she had never met a boss who was so unfamiliar with her company's business. For a moment, her mind went blank and she didn't know how to respond to Chao Shuang's question. Anyone with a bit of business acumen will conduct a comprehensive and detailed investigation before purchasing a company. Not only should you have an in-depth understanding of the company's background, including its development history, market reputation, and industry status. It is also necessary to ask a professional evaluation team to conduct an accurate assessment of the company's assets, profit model, potential value, etc. Only in this way can a reasonable purchase price be determined. But now, Chao Shuang's ignorance of the company's business made her secretly wonder in her heart. Did you buy the company with your eyes closed? This is too careless. But soon, Su Qianxue began to find reasons for Chao Shuang's abnormal behavior. It's also possible that his family bought the company for him so that he could practice his skills first. This thought flashed through her mind. After all, she had seen many similar situations in her career. In order to train and cultivate the younger generations of the family, some chaebol families often spend a lot of money to buy some small but promising enterprises. Let them accumulate experience in actual operations and become familiar with all aspects of business operations. Thinking of this, Su Qianxue couldn't help but secretly glance at Chao Shuang beside her. He had a handsome face and extraordinary temperament. Although his every move was a bit immature, it could not conceal his innate nobility. For a moment, Su Qianxue felt her heart begin to surge uncontrollably. Faced with such a handsome and wealthy super-rich second generation, which woman cannot be moved? Her eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of tenderness and admiration, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. Although her heart was in turmoil, Su Qianxue quickly adjusted herself. She cleared her throat and explained in an extremely patient and gentle tone. "It's like this, Mr. Chao, our Doughbite company is mainly engaged in new media business. Among these, part of it is short video creation. We have a professional content creation team that can produce short videos with diverse styles and creativity based on current hot trends and user preferences, attracting a large number of fans and traffic." As she spoke, she paused slightly, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes, and then she continued. "Another part is the live broadcast business, and we have reached cooperation with many well-known anchors. Involving multiple fields such as e-commerce live streaming and entertainment live streaming, the sales of live streaming business accounts for 70% of the company's total sales. It is the core profit segment of our company, and short videos account for 30% of sales." As Su Qianxue spoke, she secretly observed Chao Shuang's reaction. Seeing that he seemed to be listening attentively, I couldn't help but feel an inexplicable joy in my heart. She turned slightly sideways and adjusted her sitting posture to make herself look more elegant and decent. "Also, there is one more thing. The company is currently conducting a new round of recruitment, which is related to the company's future development, so we especially need you to check it out." When Chao Shuang heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, and a look of depression appeared on his face. In his opinion, recruiting people in a company is just an ordinary matter. He couldn't understand why such a trivial matter would alarm him, the chairman of the board. What does the Human Resources Department do? Shouldn't they be responsible for this kind of thing? As a chairman of the board, should I waste my time on such trivial matters? Su Qianxue had been paying attention to the changes in Chao Shuang's expression. When she saw that he looked unhappy, she immediately understood something. She rolled her eyes and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "Since you, Mr. Chao, are not interested in this matter, I will tell Director Li of the Human Resources Department that she will be fully responsible for this imperial concubine selection activity." After saying that, she pretended to take out her cell phone and acted as if she was about to make a call. In fact, the so-called concubine selection activity she mentioned was just a joke. She intended to arouse Chao Shuang's curiosity. She knew that young men like Chao Shuang would often be more interested in such slightly teasing and mysterious topics. Chao Shuang was originally immersed in complaining about the tedious company affairs, looking at the street scenes flashing by outside the window with boredom. But when the words "select a concubine" appeared, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in his heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his originally lazy sitting posture suddenly became straight. The whole person seemed to be injected with a shot of cardiotonic and became full of energy. Wait a moment. Chao Shuang almost blurted it out, with an eagerness and curiosity that was hard to conceal in his voice. What is this selection of concubines you're talking about? His eyes were fixed on Su Qianxue, as if trying to find the answer from her face. Su Qianxue looked at Chao Shuang's instantly ignited excitement and secretly found it funny in her heart, but she still had that charming smile on her face. It's about recruiting anchors. We call it the selection of concubines in private within our company. As she spoke, she watched Chao Shuang's reaction. I saw his eyes opening wider and wider, and an expression of sudden enlightenment and expectation appeared on his face. Recruiting anchors? Selecting concubines? Chapter 27. Hold on a little longer. Chao Shuang repeated these two words over and over again, and a thrilling picture instantly appeared in his mind. Beautiful women with hot bodies, fair skin and angelic looks stood in a row, with expectation and desire in their eyes. And I was like a king high above, strolling leisurely among them, choosing the one I liked. Just imagining such a scene, Chao Shuang felt his heart beating faster and his blood boiling. How can we easily miss such a good thing? He secretly made up his mind that he would go and take a look no matter what. Chao Shuang quickly came to his senses and began to think about the company's business logic. He knew that Douyibyte's main business was new media, and whether it was short video creation or live broadcast, the anchor was a crucial link. They are the direct presenters of the company's content and are key figures in attracting user traffic and generating revenue. Therefore, every once in a while, the company will recruit a group of new anchors based on the needs of business development to inject fresh blood into the company. However, he didn't know that behind this seemingly ordinary recruitment process, there were some unknown secrets hidden. In the past, the former chairman was particularly concerned about the recruitment of anchors and personally checked it every time. Those anchors chosen by him, tempted by his powerful financial ability, ultimately could not escape his clutches and became his prey. Over time, employees within the company privately joked that this anchor recruitment activity was a concubine selection activity. Although this name is somewhat joking and sarcastic, it vividly reflects the real situation at that time. Just as Chao Shuang was immersed in his own reverie, the car slowly slowed down and stopped steadily in front of the door of a magnificent building. The building soars into the sky, and its glass curtain walls reflect dazzling light under the sunlight, exuding a modern and luxurious atmosphere. Chao Shuang looked at the building in front of him and couldn't help feeling inexplicably excited. He knew that he was about to step into a completely new world. And the so-called concubine selection activity may be waiting for him to unveil the mystery. The Porsche stopped steadily at the entrance of the building, and the roar of the engine gradually subsided. Su Qianxue slightly turned sideways and unfastened the seatbelt with her fingers skillfully, her movements graceful and smooth. Then she turned her head, with a gentle smile on her face, looked at Chao Shuang and spoke softly. Mr. Chao, we're here. I'm ready to get off. Her voice was like a spring breeze, soft and soothing, as if carrying a hint of expectation. Yeah, get out of the car. Chao Shuang responded casually, but his eyes were still on the towering building outside the car window. While my mind was still thinking about the upcoming princess selection event, my heart had already flown far away. But if you don't take your hand away, how can I get off the car? Su Qianxue blushed slightly and pointed at her right thigh with a slightly shy look. In fact, from the moment Chao Shuang put his hand on him, her heart was beating like a deer, even though there was a voice in her heart screaming wildly. I want to hold Chao Shuang's hand tightly and feel the warmth and heat. But she also knew that it was broad daylight, on the busy streets of the city, and if she made such a bold move, it would have a bad impact. She could only suppress her inner impulse and remind Chao Shuang in a slightly reproachful tone. Chao Shuang suddenly woke up from his dream and realized that his hand had been on Su Qianxue's thigh all the way. His face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato. Oh my god, I actually touched it all the way. He hastily pulled his hand back, his movements as fast as if he had touched a hot coal. Get out of the car, get out of the car. He looked so embarrassed, just like a child who was caught doing something wrong. After getting off the car, the sunlight shone on them, giving them a faint golden glow. Su Qianxue took a deep breath and tried to get herself back to her professional state. She turned slightly, gave Chao Shuang a professional smile, and began to introduce him. Director Chao, this is the headquarters of our company. The live broadcast room is in another building, which is the core area of the company's content production, gathering many excellent anchors and advanced live broadcast equipment. If you are interested, please come when you are free. I would be happy to show you around and give you a better understanding of what our company does. As she spoke, she led Xiao Shuang towards the entrance of the building. The high heels hit the ground, making a crisp sound, as if playing a lively piece of music. Let me show you around the headquarters first. Su Qianxue continued. The headquarters is located on the 6th and 7th floors of this building, where the company's core departments are concentrated, including operations, planning, marketing, etc. Every department is silently contributing to the development of the company. She introduced the company as she walked, her eyes revealing her familiarity and pride in the company. However, despite her efforts, she remained professional and calm. But whenever her eyes accidentally swept over Xiao Shuang, the desire for him deep in her heart would burn like a flame, becoming more and more intense. But she understood that this was a company and a work environment. She must control her emotions and not lose her composure in the slightest. Xiao Shuang had been paying attention to the changes in Su Qianxue's expression. The occasional flash of heat and desire in her eyes naturally did not escape Xiao Shuang's eyes. Xiao Shuang couldn't help but feel proud and excited. He knew very well how Su Qianxue felt about him. This feeling of being loved by a beautiful woman gave his self-confidence a great boost. The two walked into the elevator side by side, and the atmosphere in the small space suddenly became subtle. The elevator door slowly closed, isolating the noise from the outside world. Xiao Shuang's heart moved and he could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He quickly reached out and gently held Su Qianxue's hand. In an instant, a wave of heat spread from Xiao Shuang's palm to Su Qianxue's entire body. She felt as if her body was struck by an electric current, and her slender frame trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, her eyes full of obsession and tenderness, and looked deeply at Xiao Shuang. At this moment, it seemed that there was only the man in front of her eyes, and the whole world stopped at this moment. In the elevator, the narrow space seemed to completely separate the two people's world from the outside world, and the air became ambiguous and hot. Xiao Shuang leaned forward slightly and put his lips close to Su Qianxue's ear, his warm breath gently brushing her cheek. Hold on a little longer. Chapter 28: Black Stockings or White Stockings. That gentle voice, like a soft hook, gently hooked Su Qianxue's heartstrings. Su Qianxue only felt a current quickly spreading from her ears to her whole body. Her legs suddenly tightened uncontrollably, and an indescribable numbness spread throughout her body. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xiao Shuang with a dazed look in her eyes. Her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. At this moment, she was almost intoxicated in this ambiguous atmosphere. However, at this moment, the elevator made a crisp ding-dong sound and reached the 6th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and a bright light instantly poured in, dispersing the ambiguous atmosphere in the elevator a little. Xiao Shuang was the first to step out of the elevator. The scene in front of him made his eyes widen instantly, and he was deeply shocked. Outside the elevator, 2 rows of beauties were neatly lined up, forming a unique welcome passage. They were all dressed in neat OL suits, and the slim short skirts perfectly showed off their slender waists and long legs. The legs are covered with flesh-colored stockings, revealing a kind of hidden sexiness. Or wearing black stockings, exuding a mysterious and charming aura. Good fellow. Xiao Shuang was secretly amazed in his heart. In all his years of life, this was the first time he had seen so many beauties gathered together at one time. These beauties have delicate makeup and elegant temperament, and their every move exudes the unique charm of a working woman. If not for the eye-catching work badges hung around each of their necks, Xiao Shuang would really have thought that he had accidentally entered the legendary concubine selection scene. At the same time, the beauties were also secretly looking at Xiao Shuang. When they saw Xiao Shuang's young and handsome appearance, there was a flash of amazement and surprise in their eyes. Not an old man? A girl whispered in a low voice, her tone full of surprise. So young? And so handsome? And his figure is great too. The other girl couldn't help but exclaim softly, with stars twinkling in her eyes. Love it, love it. A lively girl expressed her love directly and unreservedly. With such a handsome guy by my side, I won't be bored at work anymore. I just don't know if he will come to the company often. A girl with a ponytail said this shyly, with a blush on her face. Su Qianxue followed Xiao Shuang out of the elevator. The cold air outside the elevator made her sober up instantly. She quickly calmed herself down and restored her usual professional image. She turned slightly to face Xiao Shuang and began to introduce them one by one. Mr. Qiao, these are all employees of the headquarters, and they all play an important role in their respective positions. This is Xiao Qing, the director of the legal department. She has extensive experience and professional knowledge in legal affairs and is a great help in safeguarding the company's operations. She pointed at a woman wearing a black OL suit, with shoulder-length hair and sharp and capable eyes. This is Xiaoli, the director of the design department. The team she leads has created many creative and visually impactful works for the company, establishing a good brand image for the company. Su Qianxue turned her gaze to a woman wearing a beige OL dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and a gentle face with a bit of artistic temperament. As Su Qianxue introduced them, Chao Shuang's eyes swept over these beauties one by one. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that my new company is really full of hidden talents and beautiful women. Chao Shuang had a sincere smile on his face and he politely greeted each of the beautiful female employees who came to greet him. He nodded slightly, his eyes showing respect and friendliness, and he uttered a cordial greeting. That approachable attitude was like a warm spring breeze that instantly blew into everyone's hearts and easily won their favor. These female employees were originally a little nervous and reserved, but they all relaxed under the influence of Chao Shuang's enthusiasm. A bright smile appeared on his face as he responded to Chao Shuang's greeting. After the simple welcome ceremony, Su Qianxue walked in front and guided Chao Shuang to start visiting the company's headquarters. As she walked, she introduced the functions and layout of each area in detail. Chao Shuang listened with great interest and asked questions from time to time. The two walked through the spacious and bright office area and saw employees working busy and orderly at their respective posts. When passing by the conference room, Chao Shuang saw the advanced conference equipment inside through the glass door. There are also tea rooms, leisure areas, etc., each of which is decorated warmly and comfortably. After the tour, Su Qianxue took Chao Shuang to the chairman's office located at the deepest part of the floor. This is a spacious and elegant room with a simple yet luxurious decoration style. A huge solid wood desk is placed in the center of the room, with a comfortable office chair next to it. There are several art paintings hanging on the wall, adding a touch of elegance to the whole room. At the same time, in the lounge next to the conference room, a small agitation was quietly taking place. Under the organization and arrangement of a clerk in the company, more than 20 young girls who came to apply for the anchor position gathered here. They all dressed up carefully, wearing fashionable and appropriate clothes, and each hoped to stand out in the upcoming interview. Everyone, I just heard a big news. A girl in a pink dress suddenly stood up and spoke excitedly. Her voice broke the silence in the lounge and instantly attracted everyone's attention. What's the news? Stop keeping us in suspense. A girl with short hair urged eagerly. I heard that the company's new chairman wants to interview us personally. The girl in the pink dress said excitedly. New chairman? A girl wearing glasses looked puzzled. Is it a man or a woman? Old or young? It's a man, and I heard that he is very young and handsome. The girl in the pink dress described it with great excitement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? A girl in a white suit asked somewhat doubtfully. How can this be false? The girl in the pink dress raised her head proudly. The front desk clerk is my good sister, and she told me this herself. She said that the company's new boss came to the company for the first time today, and she saw it with her own eyes. He is so handsome and has a very good temperament. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. Young, handsome, and a big boss? A tall girl covered her mouth in surprise. Isn't this the legendary tall, rich, and handsome man? Hee, it looks like the opportunity has come. Another round-faced girl said with a grin, her eyes full of anticipation. Quick, touch up your makeup, touch up your makeup. A long-haired girl reacted immediately and hurriedly took out a makeup mirror and cosmetics from her bag. We must face the new boss with the best attitude. Yes, if he takes a fancy to me, maybe I can become the chairman's wife. A lively girl joked with a smile, causing the girls around her to laugh. I don't know if the chairman likes black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, or bare legs. Chapter 29, No Need to Read. Come directly. For a moment, the lounge was filled with the girls' laughter and chattering. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming interview, as if the young and handsome chairman had become their hope to change their destiny. In this slightly cramped lounge, more than 20 young girls with dreams and aspirations, each has her own plans in mind. At first, they just regarded this application as an ordinary job hunting experience. I thought to myself that even if I didn't make the interview, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there were job opportunities everywhere in this vast job market. However, when the news that the new chairman will interview in person exploded among them like a bombshell, everything became different. In an instant, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, and all kinds of wonderful possibilities in their minds involuntarily. Isn't this a great opportunity to show yourself? As long as you can leave a deep impression in front of the chairman, you may be able to completely change your destiny. Do you think the new chairman will be very strict? A petite girl with a pretty face asked with a hint of timidity in her voice, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes. Her eyes were full of worry, and she was obviously nervous about the upcoming interview. Yeah, I don't know what his vision is like. If you are particularly picky, it will be troublesome. A girl with shoulder-length hair nearby echoed this, frowning slightly and revealing a hint of uneasiness. Will he be fierce? It would be so embarrassing if he criticized me during the interview. Another girl in a light blue dress spoke in a small voice with a hint of fear on her face. As everyone was discussing, the tense atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire lounge like a thick haze. Not fierce, not fierce. The new chairman is always very polite to beautiful women. Just then, a steady and attractive voice came from behind them. The beauties all turned their heads as if they had heard something new. What caught their eyes was a young and handsome man. He has a tall stature, outstanding temperament, and exudes a unique charm. There seemed to be an invisible attraction that made people's eyes linger on him. However, in stark contrast to his outstanding appearance, the clothes he wore were extremely ordinary. It is the kind of simple style that can be seen everywhere on the street, without any gorgeous decoration. Who are you? Do you know the new chairman? A straightforward girl spoke first, with a hint of curiosity and doubt in her tone. Yes, how do you know the attitude of the new chairman towards beautiful women? The other girls echoed this, their eyes full of curiosity. You look at me, I look at you, both of us are full of desire to explore this mysterious man who suddenly appeared. They didn't even connect the ordinary dressed man in front of them with the chairman of a large company with assets worth hundreds of millions. In their perception, those big bosses always travel with luxury cars. They are all wearing high-end clothing from internationally renowned brands, and their every move exudes luxury and elegance. Which other big boss would dress as simply and low-key as he does? Therefore, in their eyes, Chao Shuang was just an ordinary employee who happened to pass by and knew some inside information. In the lounge, a group of beauties were surrounding Chao Shuang and asking him questions, their eyes full of curiosity and confusion. However, what happened next made them all open their eyes wide in shock, their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and the expressions on their faces instantly changed from initial curiosity to extreme shock. Su Qianxue walked into the lounge with graceful steps. She has a graceful figure, a professional smile on her face, and a tenderness in her eyes that is hard to conceal. At this moment, she walked straight to Chao Shuang, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone that was both respectful and kind. Chairman, please come in. The interview will be in the conference room inside. This simple sentence was like dropping a powerful bomb on the calm lake, instantly causing huge waves. He is the chairman of the company? A girl couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of disbelief. His eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at Chao Shuang, as if he wanted to find some clues from him to prove that this was not true. You're really young. Another girl exclaimed softly, her tone full of envy and admiration, her eyes twinkling like stars. In her imagination, the chairman of the company should be a successful person who is over 50 years old and has a weathered face. But the Chao Shuang in front of her was so young and handsome that it completely overturned her perception. It's so cool. So cool. A lively girl jumped up excitedly, waving her hands constantly, with an excited smile on her face. She couldn't bear to take her eyes off Chao Shuang for a moment, as if Chao Shuang was the idol she had always dreamed of and suddenly appeared before her. Wow, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A more shy girl muttered quietly. As she spoke, her eyes became slightly red, and she looked as if she was deeply infatuated with Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang looked at these beauties who were frightened and at a loss, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. His eyes were full of friendliness and encouragement, and he spoke in an approachable tone. You guys have to perform well later, come on. His voice was like the sunshine in spring, warm and powerful, making the originally nervous girls feel more at ease. After saying that, Chao Shuang turned slightly and walked towards the meeting room with Su Qianxue. His steps were steady and confident, and every step seemed to carry an innate leadership temperament. As Chao Shuang and Su Qianxue gradually disappeared behind the door of the conference room, the lounge suddenly exploded. The girls gathered together and excitedly discussed what they had just seen and heard, and everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. And in the conference room is the interview site that truly determines the fate of these beauties. The director of the Human Resources Department had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Qiao Shuang walk in, she immediately stood up with quick and decisive movements. With a smile on her face and a bit of respect, she pulled out the stool next to her and spoke enthusiastically. "Chairman, please take a seat." Qiao Shuang strode to the stool and sat down calmly. His eyes scanned the conference room and finally landed on the face of the HR director. "How many beauties are here to choose a concubine today?" As soon as he said this, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. "Oh no. Come on, interview." Giggle. When Su Qianxue heard this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her laughter was clear and melodious, echoing in the conference room like a silver bell. She smiled and stared at Qiao Shuang closely. Her eyes were full of obsession and love, as if in her eyes, Qiao Shuang was the only one left in the world. She thought to herself, it seems that the new chairman really treats this interview as a concubine selection activity. After laughing, Su Qianxue quickly returned to her professional state. She picked up a folder from the table next to her, held it in both hands, and handed it respectfully to Qiao Shuang. "Chairman, there are a total of 24 candidates who have passed our preliminary selection. Here is their list and personal information for you to review." Her tone was gentle and solemn, and her eyes were full of anticipation, as if she was waiting for Qiao Shuang's evaluation of the information. "No need to look, just come." Chapter 30, You like this? In his mind, the beauties who were about to be interviewed were like beautiful paintings, waiting for him to appreciate them one by one. Seeing this, Su Qianxue nodded slightly. Her soft hair swayed gently, showing her elegant temperament. "Okay, Mr. Chow. Then we will interview them one by one in the order on the list." After saying that, she turned to look at the HR girl in charge of the service, with a look of gentle instruction in her eyes. "Xiaowen, call the first one in." Xiaowen is a young girl who has just started working. After receiving instructions from Su Qianxue, she immediately walked quickly to the door, straightened her back, and cleared her throat. "First, Wang Xingxi, is Wang Xingxi here?" Her voice was clear and loud, echoing in the corridor of the lounge. "I am here." In the crowd, a girl with long hair responded. Her voice is as clear and pleasant as the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley. She walked out with light steps, and her whole body was like a blooming flower, exuding youthful vitality. She was wearing a black short skirt that perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. Flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her beautiful legs reveal a charming sexiness. The pair of more than 10 centimeters high heels on her feet made her figure even more graceful, and every step she took seemed like she was walking on the catwalk. She had just walked into the door of the conference room, and everyone was still immersed in her beauty. Suddenly, a scream of "ouch" broke the silence in the conference room. Before anyone could react, they saw her fall forward and fall heavily to the ground. This sudden scene scared Xiaowen, the HR girl standing nearby. Xiaowen's eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of fear and worry. She secretly groaned in her heart. The ground was obviously not slippery, so how could she suddenly fall? "If an accident occurs at the interview, I will definitely be held responsible, and I will definitely be the one getting scolded." Thinking of this, Xiaowen couldn't care less. She rushed to Wang Xingxi's side as fast as she could and squatted down. He stretched out his hands and carefully helped her up, still talking. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" With the help of Xiaowen, a girl from the HR department, Wang Xingxi slowly stood up. Her face was slightly flushed, and there was a hint of embarrassment and distress in her eyes. The fall just now made her a little embarrassed. She dusted herself off gently and tried to calm herself down. Then he walked in front of the crowd with slightly hurried steps. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little subtle. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Xingxi, not knowing what would happen next. In the conference room, the lights were shining brightly in every corner, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Wang Xingxi stood in the center of the venue, and sitting opposite him was the company's chairman, Qiao Shuang, who had the final say. At this moment, Wang Xingxi's eyes were fixed on Qiao Shuang. His expression was full of uneasiness, and he spoke with slightly trembling lips. "I'm so sorry, I was so nervous just now that I fell down without paying attention. Now we can start now." There was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, and it was obvious that she had not yet recovered from the embarrassment. The corners of Qiao Shuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and his eyes were full of concern. "I see you fell pretty hard just now, how about this?" The company will arrange someone to take you to the hospital first. The tone was as if he was caring about an old friend he had known for a long time. When Wang Xingxi heard this, he was stunned for a moment and his mind went blank. There was a flash of despair and disbelief in her eyes, and it kept echoing in her mind. Am I eliminated now? In this fiercely competitive workplace, she knew very well that sending to the hospital was just a nice-sounding cover. What it really meant was to tell her in a tactful way that she was eliminated. No, Chairman. In fact, I have many talents. Wang Xingxi came back to his senses, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes. She was eager to fight for it, her voice full of pleading. However, Xiao Shuang just waved his hand slowly, his tone calm but unquestionable. Well, it's okay, you go first, and show it to me alone when you have time. Chairman, Wang Xingxi still didn't give up and tried to make a final struggle. Please. These two words, like an ice-cold command, instantly cut off her words. When the HR girl heard the instructions, she immediately walked over quickly with a look of sympathy in her eyes. Wang Xingxi's shoulders slumped slightly, his face filled with loss and helplessness, and he could only turn around and leave with heavy steps. Every step she took was extremely difficult, as if her legs were filled with lead. After Wang Xingxi's figure disappeared at the door of the conference room, Secretary Su, who had been standing nearby. His eyes were filled with tenderness and curiosity as he looked at Xiao Shuang. Boss Xiao, why were you eliminated? Xiao Shuang had a mysterious smile on his face and his eyes were deep and gentle. Where is she eliminated? Call her to my office at another time. That smile seemed to hide a chess game that had been planned long ago, which was hard to figure out. After years of working in the workplace, Xiao Shuang has met all kinds of people. Tricks like faking a fall are nothing new to him. Just like in the entertainment industry, when celebrities walk on the red carpet, there will be news from time to time about them falling for various bizarre reasons. Is it really because they were careless? Xiao Shuang knew it very well in his mind, but he should not be naive, as there might be many tricks hidden behind this. To put it bluntly, it is to attract attention, gain popularity, and make one's presence felt in front of the public. Now, this Wang Xingxi in front of him deliberately fell down during the interview. It was obvious what she was thinking. She just wanted to attract his attention and stand out in this fiercely competitive interview. But how could her little plan escape Xiao Shuang's eagle-like eyes? Xiao Shuang snorted in his heart at this kind of person who likes to play tricks. He has plenty of ways to deal with it. In his opinion, Wang Xingxi's behavior is no different from those green tea who like to use tricks. Secretary Su walked with light steps and swayed towards Xiao Shuang, her voice so soft that it seemed to drip water. Boss Chow's taste is really unique. Chapter 31. Sorry. You can go now. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of charm and ambiguity. Xiao Shuang's eyes inadvertently swept over Secretary Su's sexy and charming figure. She exuded the charm of a mature woman, and her every move was full of charm. If Xiao Shuang had not been at an interview and had not been entrusted with an important task, he would probably have found it difficult to control himself. Xiao Shuang felt his throat a little dry and his heartbeat quickened slightly. He quickly picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, trying to calm himself down. Hiss, the bitter taste of coffee instantly spreads on the tip of the tongue. He frowned slightly, still not used to the taste of this foreign stuff. So he waved to the HR girl and spoke in a calm tone. Bring me a bottle of mineral water. Taking the mineral water, Xiao Shuang took a few big gulps, and the cool water flowed down his throat. He finally came to his senses and his expression regained some of its coolness. Really? Next one. The following interviews were orderly and there was no more farce like Wang Xingxi's fake fall and scheming. However, as interviewees came into the room one after another and left one after another, Xiao Shuang's brows became more and more furrowed. None of the dozen or so interviewers satisfied him. Looking closely at these people, most of them have obvious signs of plastic surgery on their faces. Although her facial features are delicate, they lack a certain natural and lively beauty. Even those who haven't had major plastic surgery still have unsatisfactory body shapes. The movements were stiff and rigid, as if bound by invisible shackles. You know, this time the recruitment is for the position of anchor. For an anchor, it is not only necessary to have outstanding looks but also to be able to attract the audience's attention in front of the camera. Physical performance is even more important. Every move must be graceful and infectious to bring a good visual experience to the audience. In this way, Xiao Shuang looked at 12 interviewees in a row, but still couldn't find the one that caught his eye. Just when Xiao Shuang was feeling a little disappointed and even began to doubt whether he could find a suitable candidate today, a figure walked into the interview room with confident steps. In an instant, Chao Shuang felt as if a ray of light shone in front of his eyes, and his whole spirit was lifted. This girl is like an unpolished but radiant pearl. Once you stand there, you will naturally exude a unique charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off. The atmosphere in the interview room was a bit dull and depressing. As the door was slowly pushed open, everything changed quietly. A girl in a dark red short skirt walked in gracefully and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. This dark red short skirt seemed to be tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. Her waist was as slender as a willow branch swaying in the spring wind, and it was so slender that one could hold it in one hand, which made people feel pity for her. As she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed slightly. Her jade-white calves were vaguely revealed, adding a touch of mystery and seduction. Her long seaweed-like hair was scattered freely on her shoulders, and every strand seemed to contain the vitality of life. The breeze blew gently, and the long hair swayed gently in the wind, sparkling with charming luster, just like a curtain of flowing black satin. Every rise and fall of the hair seems to be telling of endless tenderness and charm. Looking at her exquisite face, it was like a carefully crafted work of art, without the slightest flaw. A pair of big eyes are like the twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and deep. It seems to contain endless stories, and seems to be able to speak, with a radiant look. The unintentional exudation of a hint of charm makes people fall into it and cannot extricate themselves. The long eyelashes are like butterfly wings, and every blink seems to fan up a breeze, gently touching people's heartstrings. She walked with light steps, like an elegant white swan, slowly and leisurely in front of the crowd. The confidence and composure in her every move seemed as if the whole world was at her feet. Isn't this Luo Lingshan from the acting department? Chao Shuang's attention was instantly attracted by her, and a hint of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. As an alumnus of the same school, he recognized the girl in front of him at first sight. Chao Shuang is a senior student in the Department of Finance and is quite famous on campus. Luo Lingshan is a junior beauty in the acting department. Her beauty and talent are well known on campus. Every time she appears, she becomes the focus of everyone's attention and causes a small commotion. Wow! The school beauty is here. Interesting. Chao Shuang sighed inwardly and looked at Luo Lingshan with interest. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Su Qianxue, who was sitting next to him. Su Qianxue has a devilish figure. Her body is hot and sexy, with a protruding chest and a curved back. Every movement she makes exudes the charm of a mature woman. Sensing Chao Shuang's gaze, Su Qianxue's fair cheeks instantly blushed. It is like peach blossoms blooming in spring, so beautiful and charming. She lowered her head slightly, with a hint of shyness and anger in her eyes. Why are you looking at me? The voice was soft and gentle, as if carrying endless grievances. Chao Shuang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and said jokingly, I'm comparing your figure to hers. Who has a better figure? His eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, as if he was really comparing them seriously. Of course it's me. When Su Qianxue heard this, she immediately became alert. She deliberately sat up straight, tucked in her stomach and straightened her chest, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. Her eyes were full of confidence and provocation, as if she was declaring war on Luo Lingshan. Mr. Chao, how is it? As Su Qianxue spoke, she leaned slightly and slowly approached Chao Shuang. Her lips were almost touching Chao Shuang's ear, and she whispered in a coquettish voice. Now you know who has a better figure, right? As she spoke, the hot air she exhaled gently brushed Chao Shuang's earlobe, causing ripples in Chao Shuang's heart. Chao Shuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a goblin! His gaze lingered on Su Qianxue's seductive body for a moment, then moved back to Luo Lingshan. These two women, with very different styles but equally charming, stirred up a wave in his heart at this moment, making him look forward to the upcoming interview even more. At this moment, Su Qianxue's mind was fully focused on competing with Luo Lingshan secretly, and her waist was twisting like a snake. She deliberately changed her postures in front of Chao Shuang to show off her proud figure. She raised her chin slightly, with a look of pride and provocation in her eyes, as if announcing to Luo Lingshan that she was the focus here. As Chao Shuang watched the scene, he felt as if a kitten was gently scratching his heart. It was itchy, but he still suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to keep himself calm, then turned and looked at Luo Lingshan in front of him. His expression regained some of the seriousness and composure of an interviewer, and he began to speak. Please introduce yourself. Chao Shuang knew everything about Luo Lingshan. After all, Luo Lingshan was a famous school belle on campus. However, Luo Lingshan did not recognize that the interviewer with a strong aura in front of her was an alumnus of her school. She bowed slightly politely, respectfully, with a humble smile on her face. "Hello, Chairman and all the leaders. My name is Luo Lingshan, and I am a junior student in the performance department of Magic City University." Su Qianxue was originally dissatisfied with Chao Shuang's attention to Luo Lingshan, and now she heard that Luo Lingshan was still a junior student. Suddenly her eyebrows raised, and a look of obvious displeasure appeared on her face. She frowned slightly, with a hint of blame and questioning in her tone. "How do the people below do their work? We are clearly recruiting full-time this time. How did a junior who hasn't even graduated pass the preliminary round?" The sharp voice was particularly piercing in the quiet interview room. When Luo Lingshan heard this, her heart skipped a beat, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her eyes were instantly filled with panic and helplessness, and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes. "Finished? Is this the sign of being eliminated?" Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, pounding against her chest and almost jumping out of her throat. In extreme tension and anxiety, she hurriedly explained. "Although I am a junior, I have classes during the day and have plenty of time at night. I can also arrange my schedule freely on Saturdays and weekends." As she spoke, she looked at the interviewers with expectant eyes, hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, Su Qianxue remained unmoved. She glanced at Luo Lingshan coldly, her tone cold and resolute. "Sorry, we are recruiting full-time this time, not part-time. You can leave now." Chapter 32 I am the principal. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Luo Lingshan's heart. Luo Lingshan only felt her eyes getting hot, tears welling up in her eyes, almost bursting out. She bit her lips tightly, trying not to cry out, her heart filled with despair and unwillingness. She turned around slowly and prepared to leave with heavy steps this place that had filled her with hope and yet instantly disappointed her. At this moment, Chao Shuang suddenly called her. "Wait a moment." His voice was steady and powerful, like a thunder in this tense atmosphere. Then, Chao Shuang turned his gaze to Su Qianxue, his expression serious but his tone calm. "Secretary Su, you follow the rules, which is great. But, please show me the recruitment requirements first." When Su Qianxue saw Chao Shuang's outstretched hand, she was unhappy in her heart, but she could only obediently hand over the recruitment advertisement. She bit her lower lip slightly, a barely perceptible resentment flashed in her eyes, and she secretly complained about Chao Shuang's favoritism towards Luo Lingshan. Chao Shuang took the recruitment advertisement and quickly scanned the content. It was indeed written in black and white that it was recruiting full-time. He paused and pondered for a moment, then asked Su Qianxue for a pen. Although Su Qianxue was full of doubts, she had no choice but to hand over the pen as she was told. Chao Shuang picked up the pen with smooth and decisive movements. After the word full-time, a sentence was added neatly. Secretary Su couldn't wait to take it and took a look, only to see that it said, "Part-time job is also possible." Her eyes widened instantly and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. I opened my mouth, but was speechless, not knowing what to say. "Secretary Su, is this in accordance with the rules?" There was a faint smile on Chao Shuang's face, which seemed to contain a bit of ridicule and a bit of unquestionable majesty. He looked directly at Su Qianxue, as if waiting for her response. Although Su Qianxue was extremely dissatisfied, she could only swallow her words back under Chao Shuang's gaze. She gritted her teeth secretly and thought to herself. "Okay. You are the boss, you have the final say." However, he forced a slightly stiff smile on his face and nodded slightly, tacitly accepting Chao Shuang's changes. After dealing with all this, Chao Shuang turned his gaze back to Luo Lingshan, and his tone became much gentler. "Don't take what happened just now to heart. Let's continue. Can you turn around in a circle for me to see?" There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was admiring a piece of art that was about to be exhibited. "Can." Luo Lingshan responded softly, her voice clear and sweet. She took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and then slowly began to turn her body. Her movements were light and graceful, like a dancing butterfly. Every turn was just right, showing excellent body coordination. After turning around, Chao Shuang continued. "Let's do the catwalk a few more times." Luo Lingshan did not hesitate at all and immediately followed the request and started walking like a cat in front of everyone. Her steps were light and steady, and every step seemed to be in rhythm. Especially her slender waist, which twisted gently as she moved, drawing graceful arcs. Her posture is sexy yet elegant, and every movement is full of charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. Chao Shuang watched intently and couldn't help but admire in his heart. It's true, Luo Lingshan is not only outstanding in appearance. She has a hot body and excellent flexibility and coordination. The way she walks like a catwalk, it's like she was born for the stage. The confidence and charm in his every move made Chao Shuang excited. Have you ever learned to dance? After Luo Lingshan finished her catwalk, Chao Shuang couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Luo Lingshan smiled and nodded and replied. I have learned it, mainly folk dance. Of course, I also know some modern dance. When Chao Shuang heard this answer, he actually already had an idea in his mind. He had seen Luo Lingshan dance solo at the school's anniversary party. When she appeared on the stage, she was like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly lighting up the entire venue. The audience was impressed by her graceful dancing and charming temperament, and burst into thunderous applause and cheers. It's a pity that Chao Shuang was sitting in a relatively back position at that time. The scene was extremely lively, and he couldn't see every detail of Luo Lingshan's movements, which became a small regret in his heart. Now, having the opportunity to appreciate her talent up close, Chao Shuang couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. There was a gentle smile on Chao Shuang's face, and that smile seemed to hide his expectation for Luo Lingshan. He stared at Luo Lingshan closely, with a hint of encouragement in his tone. Since you've learned to dance, can you do one? In his opinion, dance is an important way to show a person's temperament and expressiveness, and Luo Lingshan's previous performance has made him curious about her dancing talent. For Luo Lingshan, dancing is undoubtedly the area she is best at. She instantly seized this great opportunity to stand out in the interview. There was a gleam of confidence in her eyes and she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chairman, do you want me to do folk dance? In her opinion, folk dance is what she is best at. She also believes that with her superb folk dance skills, she will be able to leave a deep impression on the interviewer. Folk dance needs to be paired with appropriate costumes to look good. You are not suitable for folk dance in this way. Chao Shuang had a serious expression and spoke seriously. His gaze lingered on Luo Lingshan's dark red skirt for a moment, as if he was considering the suitability of the clothing for the dance. Let's have a simple one. He paused for a moment, then said something that no one expected. Sexy pussycat can dance. Chapter 33 is really pleasing to the eyes. Puff. Secretary Su, who was sipping his coffee elegantly, was choked when he heard these words. The coffee in my mouth, which had not yet been swallowed, spurted out without any warning. Her eyes widened, her face filled with shock and disbelief, and the coffee cup in her hand almost slipped. Sexy little wildcat? Secretary Su chewed over these words in his mind, his eyes full of confusion. She looked at Chao Shuang in disbelief, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Chairman, what do you want to do? As the director of the Human Resources Department, Su Qianxue was full of confusion at the moment. She frowned and thought to herself. This is about selecting a host, not a dancer, right? Moreover, the sexy little wildcat dance has a hint of ambiguity and frivolity no matter how you look at it, which is really incompatible with the serious atmosphere of this interview. Although Secretary Su had many dissatisfactions and doubts in her heart, she was also clear about her identity. In front of this powerful boss, she could only bury these thoughts deep in her heart and dare not show them at all. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide the surprise on her face, but she silently complained in her heart. Who says he is the boss? Whatever he says goes. When Luo Lingshan heard that Chao Shuang did not allow her to dance folk dance, she was secretly relieved. After all, she also understood that folk dance had high requirements for costumes and atmosphere, and her current attire was indeed not suitable for performing the charm of folk dance. However, when Chao Shuang asked her to dance Sexy Little Wildcat, a blush instantly appeared on her face, and a hint of panic and shyness flashed in her eyes. The Sexy Little Wildcat style of dance is completely different from the folk dance she is usually good at. It was full of sexiness and temptation, which made it difficult for her, who had always been conservative, to speak out. She bit her lower lip slightly, and her heart was in a brief struggle and weighing. On the one hand, she was eager to seize the opportunity of this interview and get the job. On the other hand, she felt a little embarrassed to dance such a bold style. But in the end, the desire for work overcame my inner shyness. She raised her head slightly, with a slight blush on her face, nodded gently, and spoke in a slightly shy voice. Sexy little wildcat? I will. After saying this, she felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up. It pounded against my chest, as if it was going to burst through my chest. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. To be honest, Xiao Shuang originally just wanted to give it a try when he suggested that Luo Lingshan dance to Sexy Pussycat. He himself was unsure, thinking that the other party would most likely refuse such a bold request. After all, in his opinion, girls like Luo Lingshan who have outstanding looks and elegant temperament are generally more reserved. People will most likely stay away from this style of bold and sexy dance requirements. But who could have thought? The result was far beyond his expectations. When Xiao Shuang heard Luo Lingshan's gentle "I will," he was completely stunned. His eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. "I'll go? You agree? So obedient? It's really good to have money." Looking back to this time yesterday, I was just an ordinary person standing out in the crowd. Even if I meet a beautiful woman, she won't even look at me for a second. When she was in school, Luo Lingshan, as the school belle, was always surrounded by many suitors. In her eyes, I am probably not even a nobody. At that time, let alone asking her to dance sexy pussycat dolls, even speaking to her required a lot of courage. But now, the change in identity and status has made everything completely different. Is this the life of rich people? Xiao Shuang thought silently in his heart, and a feeling of exhilaration arose spontaneously, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cool. With this joy and satisfaction, Xiao Shuang showed a confident smile on his face. He made an elegant gesture of invitation, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Then please start your performance. Aha! Luo Lingshan nodded obediently. There was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, but more of a determination to perform well in the interview. She first squatted down slowly, her movements gentle and slow. She carefully took off her high heels and placed them neatly aside. Then she took out her mobile phone from her bag and slid her fingers quickly across the screen. She skillfully found the video stored in her mobile phone, and with a light click, the dynamic and seductive music of Sexy Little Wildcat instantly flowed through the room. As the music started, Luo Lingshan seemed to have become a different person in an instant. Her eyes became blurred and charming, and her body began to sway gently to the rhythm. Her slender waist was like a willow branch swaying in the wind, twisting just right, and every movement was full of strength and beauty. The amplitude of her movement was exaggerated and bold, yet graceful, as if showing every line of her body to people. Her limbs were like nimble elves, drawing graceful arcs in the air. Every time she raised her hand and every time she turned around, she caught Xiao Shuang's gaze. Xiao Shuang sat there, watching Luo Lingshan's performance without blinking, completely immersed in this visual feast. An intoxicated look appeared on his face, and he uttered soft exclamations of praise from time to time. Oh my gosh! It's a feast for the eyes. Chapter 34 Su Qianshui's Tenderness. His eyes followed Luo Lingshan's every move, as if he was under a spell and couldn't look away. Soon, the dance was over. The music stopped abruptly, and Luo Lingshan's movements froze instantly, and she was breathing heavily. There was a blush on her face, which was the moving color left after dancing. Xiao Shuang finally came back to his senses, with a lingering look in his eyes and his mind full of memories of the performance. Very good, that's it. Xiao Shuang spoke, with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. When Luo Lingshan heard these words, a look of joy immediately appeared on her originally nervous face. She asked quickly, hope glimmering in her eyes. Chairman, do you need me to perform anything else? Her tone was full of anticipation, and she obviously wanted to continue showing off her talents. No. Xiao Shuang smiled and shook his head, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. There is a long way to go, there is no need to rush now. His words seemed to be hinting at Luo Lingshan. She has successfully attracted her own attention, and more opportunities are waiting for her in the future. There was a gleam of anticipation in Luo Lingshan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She smiled sweetly again and asked with a hint of urgency and trepidation in her tone. So, did I pass? At this moment, her heart was like a taut string. I both desire a positive response and fear a disappointing outcome. Xiao Shuang spoke slowly with his usual gentle smile on his face. Wait for notification. His tone was steady and friendly, making it difficult to grasp the exact message from his words. This is the company's consistent recruitment process. In order to ensure fairness and impartiality, all interviewees need to be comprehensively considered and evaluated, so the interview results will not be announced on the spot. Xiao Shuang was well aware of the importance of this process. Although he was quite satisfied with Luo Lingshan, he still followed the established rules. However, the moment Luo Lingshan turned and left, Xiao Shuang's gaze followed her back closely, with a barely perceptible admiration in his eyes. When Luo Lingshan's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Zhao Shuang slowly lowered his head. He picked up the pen in front of him and solemnly put a big tick behind Luo Lingshan's name. This hook seemed to be a key to the future, representing that Luo Lingshan had occupied a special place in his heart. Next, the interview continued and 10 more interviewees walked into the room one after another. These interviewees all have their own strengths. Some have outstanding image and temperament, some have excellent eloquence, and some have solid professional skills. However, in Zhao Shuang's heart, there is always an invisible standard. Compared with Luo Lingshan's performance, these interviewees all had some gaps to varying degrees. They may not have Luo Lingshan's innate stage charm, and their body coordination and expressiveness are not as good as hers. Or perhaps in terms of talent display, she lacks the confidence and agility shown by Luo Lingshan. In short, none of them were as good as Luo Lingshan, and it was difficult for them to leave a deep impression on Zhao Shuang. Despite this, Zhao Shuang still maintained a serious and responsible attitude and gave full respect and attention to every interviewer. After some thought and consideration, he only hired a few people symbolically. Although these people are not the perfect choice, they meet the company's basic needs in some aspects. Finally, this long recruitment campaign came to an end. In the conference room, sunlight poured down unreservedly, illuminating every corner. The chairs are neatly arranged around the long oval conference table. But most of them were empty at the moment, except for the one at the end where Zhao Shuang was lazily leaning on the back of a chair. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be lost in some deep thought. Only Zhao Shuang and Su Qianxue were left in the room. The room was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the ticking sound of the clock on the wall. Su Qianxue wore a slim-fitting skirt that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair falling beside her fair cheeks, adding a bit of charm. She walked to Zhao Shuang, leaned over slightly, and whispered in his ear. The voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. "Director Zhao, it's finally over." The voice was gentle and melodious, like the sound of nature, lingering in Zhao Shuang's ears and refusing to fade away for a long time. Zhao Shuang slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Su Qianxue's beautiful face. Her eyes are like a bottomless spring, with rippling ripples filled with sexy, charming tenderness that is captivating. Zhao Shuang felt his throat tighten and an irresistible impulse surged in his heart. Facing this sexy beauty in front of me, I really can't control myself. "You've been patient for a long time." Zhao Shuang whispered softly, and as he spoke, he reached out and gently took Su Qianxue's hand. Her hands are delicate and soft, feeling like the finest silk. Then, Zhao Shuang took advantage of the situation and put his arms around her waist. Her waist was so slender that it seemed like it would break if he used a little force. Su Qianxue sat on Zhao Shuang's legs, and in an instant, a warm current quickly spread from her waist to her whole body. Her body shook slightly uncontrollably, her legs tightening subconsciously, and a soft moan escaped her throat. This sound was like a flame that ignited dry wood, making the whole atmosphere even hotter. "Who is prettier, me or Luo Lingshan?" Su Qianxue tilted her head slightly, with a hint of cunning and expectation in her eyes, and asked gently. As she spoke, her fingers gently stroked Zhao Shuang's chest, her movements full of teasing. "Of course it's you. My little Su is the most beautiful." Zhao Shuang answered without hesitation, his hands sliding slowly over her body. As he moved, Su Qianxue's breathing became more rapid and her chest heaved violently. At this moment, the entire conference room was filled with a strong hormonal atmosphere. The ambiguous atmosphere was like an invisible mist, wrapping the two people tightly. It seemed as if thousands of fireworks were blooming in Su Qianxue's heart at the same time, brilliant and dazzling, and every cell in her body was immersed in this ultimate joy. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 35. Let us go shopping tomorrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a new goddess. Reward, 5 Thompson first floor underground garages. Zhao Shuang was excited when he heard the system prompt. After all, he already has a car but no parking space. Now there is a place to park the car, so he can go and pick up the car. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. Zhao Shuang looked at Su Qianxue, who was still sleeping soundly in the conference room, and left first. After returning to Qingcheng community, Zhao Shuang ordered a takeout and started eating. Downstairs. The night is like a huge piece of black silk, gently wrapping the whole world, and everything is silent. Only the occasional chirping of insects echoed in the silence. "Siener, here, drink this glass of milk and go to bed early. Don't play with your phone for a while, okay?" Gu Xiyan walked slowly into Yi Qingxian's room with soft steps. In his hand he held steadily a cup of steaming milk. Her voice was gentle yet contained an unmistakable concern. That gaze was like the softest breeze in spring, gently brushing across Yi Qingxian's face. Okay, got it, Mom. Good night. The corners of Yi Qingxian's mouth slightly raised, revealing a well-behaved smile. There was a smart light twinkling in her eyes and she nodded gently, looking like a docile little lamb. Good night, Xianer. Gu Shiyan leaned over slightly and placed a gentle kiss on Yi Qingxian's forehead. Then he stood up and closed the door slowly and gracefully. He closed the door very gently, for fear of disturbing his daughter. With the extremely subtle bang sound of the room door closing slightly, as if it was a signal, Yi Qingxian's originally tense body instantly relaxed. She breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been freed from some kind of restraint. She paced back and forth in the room board, then walked to the window, gently lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked at the deep night sky. After a while he returned to the bed, picked up a stuffed toy, and fiddled with it absent-mindedly. At this moment, she felt as if time was deliberately going against her. It passed incredibly slowly, and every minute and every second seemed to be infinitely stretched. She silently calculated in her mind that she had to wait until at least 12 o'clock in the morning before she could sneak out of the house. Only at that time, my mother must have fallen into a sweet dream and would not notice her little actions. When she thought about meeting Chao Shuang soon, Yi Qingxian's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Brother Chao Shuang, what are you doing? Do you miss Xianer? Yi Qingxian quickly picked up the phone, danced her fingers lightly on the screen, and soon sent a WeChat message to Chao Shuang. After sending the message, she stared at the phone screen without blinking. His fingers would tap lightly on the edge of the screen from time to time, as if urging the other person to reply quickly. Brother Chao Shuang, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Wait 2 more hours and I will come to find you. Don't go to sleep, wait for Xianer. After sending the message, she held the phone tightly against her chest, as if this would allow her to receive a reply from Chao Shuang more quickly. In the master bedroom next door, the soft light is like a layer of gauze, gently sprinkling in every corner of the room. Gu Shiyan was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a mobile phone in her hand, talking to Mo Xiaoxi. In the room, Yi Qingxian was still anxiously waiting for news from Chao Shuang. Gu Shiyan continued to talk about her troubles with Mo Xiaoxi. The two worlds seem to have no intersection, yet they are closely connected. In this quiet night, everyone is performing their own story. Go shopping tomorrow afternoon? Sure. Gu Shiyan's voice was gentle and soothing, as if carrying the warmth of spring. She tilted her head slightly, put the phone to her ear, smiled and nodded, her eyes full of willingness to agree. Then let's make a deal. I'll pick you up at the gate of your community tomorrow afternoon. On the other end of the phone, Mo Xiaoxi was sitting in front of the spacious and bright dressing table at home, doing her evening skin care in an orderly manner. Her neat short hair perfectly highlights her capable temperament. In stark contrast to Gu Shiyan's mature and charming temperament, Mo Xiaoxi exudes the shrewdness and decisiveness unique to working women. She gently dipped her fingers into the cream and applied it evenly on her face with skillful and graceful movements. It can be clearly seen from the mirror that her delicate facial features are no less beautiful than Gu Shiyan's. Her figure is well proportioned and full of confident charm. Yeah, sure. Gu Shiyan nodded again. Even though Mo Xiaoxi couldn't see it, her response was still serious and sincere. After a brief exchange, the two ended the call tacitly. As the phone screen gradually dimmed, the room regained a moment of silence. At the same time, in Mo Xiaoxi's home, the bathroom door slowly opened with a creaky sound. Xiao Yan was wearing a loose set of pajamas and walked out while wiping his hair with a towel. He saw Mo Xiaoxi sitting in front of the dressing table and asked with a smile. Have you made an appointment with Teacher Gu to go shopping again? Right. Mo Xiaoxi didn't even turn her head, but just responded briefly without stopping the skin care actions in her hands. She looked at herself in the mirror intently, carefully examining the condition of her skin. Xiao Yan walked to the bed, sat down, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. Why do you always go shopping with others? Teacher Gu owns several houses and is a top-notch teacher. Hundreds of thousands a year, and our family. There was a hint of helplessness and worry in his tone. In his opinion, there was a clear gap in economic strength and consumption capacity between the two families. I always feel that it's not appropriate to go shopping together so frequently. Xiao Yan, what do you mean? Mo Xiaoxi stopped moving instantly. She turned her head and looked straight at Xiao Yan. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious and unhappy expression. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and questioning in her eyes, as if she was blaming Xiaoyan for saying such words. No, I don't mean anything, let's go shopping. When Xiaoyan saw Mo Xiaoxi's expression, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and thought to himself that something was wrong. His attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn and his tone became cautious. He knew Mo Xiaoxi's temper. Saying more at this time would be useless and would only add fuel to the fire. After saying that, Xiaoyan quickly picked up the quilt from the bed, his movements somewhat flustered. Well, I'm going to sleep in the study today, you can sleep by yourself. Chapter 36. Time goes so slowly. He almost trotted out of the master bedroom, fearing that staying for one more second would cause a bigger storm. Mo Xiaoxi looked at Xiaoyan's hurriedly leaving back, shook her head helplessly, and sighed softly. Then she turned her gaze back to the mirror and continued the skin care steps she had not completed. The only sounds in the room were her gentle skin care movements and faint breathing, as if the incident just now had never happened. In the warm and elegantly decorated master bedroom, the soft light is like a layer of gauze, gently falling in front of the spacious dressing table. Mo Xiaoxi sat there quietly, with an elegant posture. The dressing table in front of her was filled with all kinds of skin care products, and the bottles and jars were gleaming in the light. She had just finished a call with Gu Xiyan and was still looking forward to going shopping tomorrow. However, her husband Xiaoyan's inappropriate words were like a gust of cold wind that instantly blew away the joy in her heart. Watching Xiaoyan hurriedly picking up the quilt and preparing to escape from the room, Mo Xiaoxi opened her mouth, and something seemed to be stuck in her throat. The words she wanted to say to keep him rolled around on the tip of her tongue, but were eventually swallowed back by her. She looked at Xiaoyan's back quietly, her heart seemed to be gently grasped by an invisible hand, and she sighed helplessly. Yes, what is the use of shouting? Even if she kept him, the two of them lying in bed would be sleeping in the same bed but dreaming different dreams, and there would be no intimacy at all. That awkward and dull atmosphere makes people feel depressed just thinking about it. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. How long ago was that? It seems like a distant dream, but also like a scar that is difficult to heal. It's been 18 years. Time flies. It happened so fast that she could hardly remember those sweet times. Since when did their married life gradually become so dull? It seemed like it started from Xiaoyan, who frequently started to shirk his responsibilities with various excuses. Today he says he is too tired at work, and tomorrow he says he has to get up early to do important things. At first, Mo Xiaoxi would understand him and comfort herself that he was working hard for this family. But the days go by. There are more and more excuses like this, and the intimate interaction that should exist between husband and wife gradually disappears without a trace amid these excuses. The few times that he did, Xiaoyan was also unable to do it. The embarrassment and helplessness made Mo Xiaoxi feel disappointed and uncomfortable. Slowly, this disappointment and discomfort gradually turned into resistance. She began to be afraid of facing such scenes, and even developed an instinctive resistance to intimate contact between couples. By now, not having sex for several years seems to have become the most normal thing for her. Never mind, this is fine. Mo Xiaoxi took a deep breath, trying to drive these complicated thoughts out of her mind. She told herself that life must go on and she shouldn't always be bothered by these unpleasant things. She picked up the skin care products again and gently applied them on her face with both hands. His movements were mechanical and numb, but his eyes were somewhat empty, as if his thoughts were still lingering on those past memories. She comforted herself that it was not bad to sleep alone. At least at night you won't be disturbed by the annoying snoring and can have a good sleep peacefully. Moreover, without those unnecessary expectations and disappointments, I seem to feel a lot more relaxed. She silently encouraged herself in her heart, trying to convince herself that there was nothing wrong with this kind of life. At the same time, in the corridor outside the room, Xiaoyan was walking out hurriedly, holding a quilt. He was still regretting what he had just said and was thinking about finding a place to hide so as not to make Mo Xiaoxi angry again. Just as he turned the corner of the corridor, he ran into his daughter Xiao Suner. Dad, why did you come out with the quilt? Xiao Suner had just come out of her room and was about to go to the living room to get a glass of water. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, he was stunned for a moment and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Her eyes flickered back and forth between Xiaoyan and the quilt in his arms, her heart filled with curiosity. When Xiao Suner asked Xiaoyan this question suddenly, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. His eyes were a little evasive, not knowing how to answer this question. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, his mind worked quickly, and he quickly came up with an excuse. It's okay. I'll sleep in the study tonight. I have some work to deal with at night. I won't disturb your mother if I sleep alone. Xiaoyan tried his best to make his tone sound more natural, and forced a smile on his face, trying to hide his inner panic. As he spoke, he quickened his pace and hurried past Xiao Suner. It was as if he was afraid that if he stayed for one more second, Xiao Suner would see through his lies. Oh, I see. Xiao Suner looked at Xiaoyan's departing back and frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. But she didn't think much about it, just thinking that her father was really busy with work, so she turned and walked towards the living room. When Xiaoyan saw that Xiao Suner did not continue to ask questions, he breathed a sigh of relief and his tense shoulders sank slightly. He hurried into the study holding the quilt. Then he quickly closed the door, as if that would keep all his worries out. As soon as he entered the study, he couldn't wait to throw the quilt on the sofa. The whole person felt like a huge burden had been lifted off of him, and he completely relaxed. He sat down in the chair in front of the desk and leaned back. He reached out and opened the drawer of the desk, taking out his cell phone. The moment the screen lit up, a different light flashed in his eyes. Skillfully opening the chat software, his fingers slid lightly across the screen, and soon found the chat window of the new female intern in the company. In fact, Xiaoyan knew clearly in his heart that he did not have any improper thoughts, he just simply wanted to chat with this new female intern. In the daily interactions in the company, her admiring eyes always made Xiaoyan feel an unprecedented satisfaction. Whenever I talked to her, she showed great interest in every word she said. The feeling of being admired and cared for made Xiaoyan find a little comfort in his exhausting life. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this feeling was something he could never experience when he was with Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi is too strong and has her own firm opinions in life and work. Although Xiaoyan admired her ability and decisiveness, she also often made him feel insignificant and powerless in this marriage. Too strong. Xiaoyan held the phone, shook his head slightly, and sighed softly. Then he immersed himself in the chat with the female intern, his fingers constantly tapping on the screen, a faint smile appearing on his face from time to time. At this time, in another room in Qingqing community, the time was just past 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Qingxian was lying on the bed, the quilt on her body had already been kicked into pieces by her. She looked at the ceiling, her eyes full of anxiety and expectation, and she kept muttering. Why does time go by so slowly? Chapter 37 The Uncontrollable Fire in My Heart. The room was very quiet, with only the ticking of the wall clock. Every sound seemed to strike at the tip of her heart, making her more and more irritated and uneasy. Mom should be asleep, right? As Yi Qingxian thought about this, she carefully sat up from the bed. His eyes were fixed on the bedroom door and his ears were perked up, trying to catch any movement outside the door. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, and she wanted to find Xiao Shuang right away. Like a surging tide, it becomes more and more violent. She hesitated on the bed for a long time, her hands constantly grabbing the sheets, her heart struggling with herself. On the one hand, he was extremely eager to meet Xiao Shuang, and on the other hand, he was deeply worried about being discovered by his mother. But in the end, desire overcame fear. She bit her lip, threw back the quilt, and jumped out of bed quietly. She first walked to the bedroom door, put her ear against it, and listened carefully to the noise outside. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door. The corridor outside the door was pitch black, with only a faint moonlight coming in through the window at the end. Yi Qingxian was barefoot, tiptoeing on the floor. Every step he took was cautious, for fear of making any sound. Her eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly in the darkness, like a kitten about to steal some meat, nervous and excited. So, with a nervous mood, she walked towards Xiao Shuang's house upstairs. The expectation in my heart is like a burning flame, burning brighter and brighter. Yi Qingxian stood in the middle of the room, holding her cell phone and house keys tightly in her hands. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement and anticipation, and she couldn't wait to keep her secret appointment with Xiao Shuang. However, just after taking a step, she stopped abruptly as if she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes quickly scanned the room and finally fell on the cute doll on the bedside. She walked quickly to the bed, grabbed the doll, and stuffed it into the quilt with swift movements. She carefully fiddled with the folds of the quilt and wrapped the doll tightly in it. I also deliberately adjusted the angle to make it look like a person sleeping soundly in bed. After doing all this, Yi Qingxian took a few steps back, tilted his head, and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Under the dim light, at first glance, the scene really looks like she is still sleeping peacefully in bed. After confirming that everything was correct, Yi Qingxian turned around with confidence and walked towards the door again. Her steps were light and cautious, and every step seemed to be on the clouds, for fear of making the slightest sound. She gently opened the door, and a ray of light squeezed out from the crack, drawing a long shadow in the dark corridor. The lights in the living room outside had long been turned off, and it was pitch black, like a huge black abyss. Yi Qingxian's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she subconsciously held her breath. His eyes were wide open, trying to adjust to the darkness. Fortunately, the bright moon in the sky is like a bright lamp hanging high in the sky, casting a silver light. It passed through the window and landed softly on the living room floor, lighting the way forward for her. So she carefully walked through the living room and came to the door of her house. She turned the door lock slowly, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid to disturb the sleeping air. The door lock made a slight click sound. She gently pushed open the door, walked out sideways, and then slowly closed the door. Nothing unexpected happened until the door was completely closed. Yi Qingxian then let out a long sigh of relief, and her tense body also relaxed. Hey, hey! A brilliant smile instantly bloomed on Yi Qingxian's delicate and fair little face. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, full of vitality and energy. There was a bright light in her eyes, full of anticipation and joy for meeting Chao Shuang. At this moment, she was so excited that she didn't even want to wait for the slow elevator. Instead, he turned around without hesitation and ran towards the stairs. Her footsteps were light and powerful, and the ding-ding-ding sounds echoed in the quiet corridor. She was like a happy little deer, jumping up and down the stairs, and every step carried her longing for a beautiful reunion. Because she ran so fast, when she finally stood at the door of Chao Shuang's house, the girl's breathing became rapid. Her chest heaved violently and a charming blush appeared on her face. She breathed slightly, raised her hand and gently knocked on Chao Shuang's door. The anticipation in my heart is like a volcano about to erupt, hot and intense. Yi Qingxian stood in front of Chao Shuang's house. His rapid breathing after running had not yet calmed down, and his chest was heaving violently. Her pretty little face was flushed with a charming blush from running, just like the gorgeous sunset in the sky, revealing the youthful vigor and vitality unique to youth. At this moment, her heart was like a deer on the loose, beating wildly in her chest, and the rapid rhythm seemed to be about to break through her chest. But Yi Qingxian had no time to calm her inner panic and excitement, and didn't even have time to tidy up her messy hair. He raised his hand anxiously and pressed the doorbell of Chao Shuang's house heavily. The clear ringing of the bell echoed in the silent corridor, but her heart seemed to be hanging in the air, unable to settle down. Then she quickly pressed the doorbell again, her eyes full of anxiety and anticipation, and she muttered softly, "But you must hear it." She was so eager to see Chao Shuang that even a second of waiting was torture for her. How about pressing it again? Just as Yi Qingxian was hesitating whether to press the doorbell again, the tightly closed door suddenly creaked open slowly. In an instant, Chao Shuang's tall figure appeared at the door of the room. Yi Qingxian's eyes lit up instantly. Her already beautiful eyes seemed to contain countless stars, shining with brilliant light. "Brother Chao Shuang." The girl didn't even think about it, and her body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and she instantly threw herself into Chao Shuang's arms. She hugged Chao Shuang's waist tightly, buried her face deeply in his chest, greedily breathing in the unique masculine scent of Chao Shuang. That breath made her feel extremely at ease, as if the whole world had become warm and beautiful. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and Yi Qingxian felt that her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. All the waiting and adventures were worth it. Chao Shuang hugged Yi Qingxian tenderly and gently closed the door. With a bang, the door closed, isolating everything from the outside world. The only sounds in the room were their two heartbeats and rapid breathing. Chapter 38 Brother Shuang. I can't. At this moment, Yi Qingxian seemed to be completely ignited by the flame of love. Such a hug alone could not satisfy the surging emotions in her heart. She slowly raised her delicate, fair, and pretty little face, her eyes full of ardent love and desire, and kissed Chao Shuang on the lips without hesitation. Her movements were urgent and awkward. If Gu Xiyan saw her impatience, she would probably be so shocked that she would be speechless. Is this still her usual well-behaved, sensible, gentle and shy daughter? In front of love, Yi Qingxian seemed to have become a different person, bravely pursuing her own happiness and not hiding her inner feelings. In fact, Yi Qingxian's kissing skills were indeed very poor. After all, she had just given her first kiss yesterday. Her movements were a little clumsy, and she didn't even know how to adjust the angle when their lips touched. But the deep affection in her eyes and the blazing love were like a burning flame that could not be ignored. She threw herself into the kiss with all her heart, as if she wanted to convey all her emotions to Chao Shuang through this kiss. Chao Shuang felt Yi Qingxian's enthusiasm, lowered his head slightly, and responded to her gently. His movements were gentle and loving, guiding Yi Qingxian, making this immature yet passionate kiss gradually become more harmonious. The two figures intertwined in the dim light, as if everything in the world had ceased to exist, leaving only each other's heartbeat and breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Shuang gently let go of Yi Qingxian. At this time, the girl was breathing rapidly and gasping for air. The delicate and fair little face was burning hot, like a ripe red apple. There was still lingering love and shyness in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Chao Shuang directly in the eye. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a happy smile. Yi Qingxian tilted her head slightly, her cheeks rosy, just like a beautiful flower blooming in spring, exuding an irresistible charm. Her eyes were a mixture of shyness and desire, like a clear spring, pure and deep. Those slightly pouty lips looked so lovely that one can't help but want to take a bite. Brother Chao Shuang, I still want a kiss. Yi Qingxian hugged Chao Shuang's neck tightly with both hands, and her fingers nervously plucked the hair on the back of his neck. Although she was breathing rapidly at this moment, her chest was heaving violently. But he still mustered up the courage and whispered in a soft and trembling voice. There was a shy look flickering in the girl's pretty eyes, just like the glimmer of light in the night sky. But more of it was his deep expectation for Chao Shuang. His gaze was like a magnet, tightly locking onto Chao Shuang's figure. Just want a kiss? Chao Shuang stared deeply at Yi Qingxian, looking at her shy and timid look at the moment. His throat rolled involuntarily, as if swallowing down the irresistible impulse deep in his heart. He held Yi Qingxian's slender waist with his hands and subconsciously applied a little more force, as if he wanted to integrate her more closely into his world. Yi Qingxian's waist was extremely slender and soft, fitting perfectly in his palm. The wonderful touch, like an electric current, quickly spread throughout his body, bringing him an exceptionally direct and moving experience. I want something else. Yi Qingxian's face became redder and redder, like a ripe tomato, so red that it was about to bleed. She lowered her head even more, almost burying it in Chao Shuang's arms. The voice was as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito, and it seemed that every word required great effort to be uttered. What else do you want? Chao Shuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and asked softly. After he finished speaking, he saw that Yi Qingxian's face was extremely hot, and even her ears were red. Like a frightened little rabbit, he added another sentence. You have to say it, otherwise, you can only kiss. His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried a kind of bewitching power. I want more. Yi Qingxian heard that if she didn't say it out loud, they would just have to kiss each other, and her pretty fair face suddenly became eager. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and her hands unconsciously grasped Chao Shuang's collar, as if that was her only support at the moment. She encouraged herself secretly in her heart, suppressed the shyness that surged in her heart, and whispered another sentence. No, the sound is too soft, I can't hear it. Chao Shuang suddenly felt like teasing Yi Qingxian. He raised his eyebrows deliberately, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Looking at Yi Qingxian's embarrassed yet cute appearance, the love in his heart grew stronger. At this moment, he was like a child who had discovered an interesting toy and wanted to explore every cute reaction of Yi Qingxian to his heart's content. I said I still want to. Yi Qingxian bit her lower lip tightly, her pearly teeth almost sinking into the delicate lips. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she was struggling hard. Finally, she seemed to have used up all her strength and spoke loudly. However, as soon as she said this, she immediately buried her face in Chao Shuang's chest and never dared to lift it up again. It was as if I wanted to hide myself in this warm haven to escape from the endless shyness. Yi Qingxian finally mustered up the courage to finish saying that sentence. In an instant, the white neck seemed to be gently brushed by the sunset in the sky, and was quickly dyed with a thrilling red, spreading all the way to the ears. She lowered her head as low as she could, and her bright, beautiful eyes were full of shyness. He was as flustered as a frightened deer and didn't dare to look Chao Shuang in the eye. At this moment, her eyes wandered everywhere, not daring to fall on Chao Shuang. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes, and her fingers turned white from the force. Frankly speaking, the girl's shy look exudes an indescribable charm that makes people feel excited. Chao Shuang looked at her deeply, and felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart, and the feeling of heat kept surging, and he couldn't suppress it. His breathing became rapid, his chest rose and fell slightly, and his eyes were filled with desire that was difficult to conceal. Since I can't press it, then. Chao Shuang made up his mind and leaned closer to Yi Qingxian. His voice was low and magnetic, and he spoke softly into her crystal white ears. Xianer, dear, you are like this. The warm breath sprayed on Yi Qingxian's ears, making her body tremble slightly. Ah. After Chao Shuang finished speaking, Yi Qingxian's whole body turned red as if a small flame was lit, from her cheeks to her entire body. Her mind went blank in an instant, leaving only endless shyness spreading in her heart. Her lips trembled slightly, and she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. But I can't, brother Chao Shuang. Yi Qingxian's voice was as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito, with a hint of crying. It was as if she was acting coquettishly towards Chao Shuang, or as if she was seeking comfort for her own helplessness. Her eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. She raised her head and secretly glanced at Chao Shuang, then quickly lowered her head. It's okay. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. Chao Shuang smiled, and that smile was full of pampering and encouragement. Then he slowly lowered his head. His movements were gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure, and he gently kissed the corner of Yi Qingxian's beautiful eyes. His lips touched her delicate skin, and it felt like touching a piece of warm jade, soft and warm. After being kissed by Chao Shuang, Yi Qingxian felt as if there was a grand fireworks show in her heart. Fireworks bloomed one after another, brilliant and dazzling. The feeling of pleasure surged from the depths of my heart like a tide and quickly spread throughout my body. Her body softened slightly and she almost collapsed in Chao Shuang's arms. Brother Chao Shuang, then you have to teach me. Yi Qingxian raised her head slightly, her eyes full of trust and dependence, and spoke softly. There was a hint of expectation in her voice, as if at this moment, she was willing to give herself completely to Chao Shuang. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 39 Brother Chao Shuang. No. Time passed quietly and the night grew deeper. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The room was very quiet, with only the intertwined sounds of their breathing. Chao Shuang took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. He looked at Yi Qingxian in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Then, he gently held Yi Qingxian in his arms, as if he wanted to integrate her into his life. Yi Qingxian also snuggled obediently in his arms, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, with a happy smile on her face. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world only contained the two of them, immersed in this sweet and beautiful atmosphere. Yi Qingxian lazily nestled in the soft bed, her cheeks still burning. Just like a ripe red apple, it was soft all over, as if it couldn't even lift a finger. However, when she inadvertently glanced at Chao Shuang's face, she saw that it was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the crystal sweat slowly slid down his cheeks. It flickered in the dim light, and her heart suddenly tightened. Although she was exhausted, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to slowly stand up with her body as if all the bones and muscles were pulled out. Her movements were slow and difficult, and each movement seemed to use up all her strength. After finally reaching the pack of wet wipes on the bedside table, her arms began to tremble slightly. She carefully opened the package, took out a wet tissue, then gently raised her hand and slowly reached towards Chao Shuang's face. Her eyes were full of concern and tenderness, as if she was wiping an invaluable treasure. Her movements were extremely delicate as she gently wiped the sweat off Chao Shuang's face, from his forehead to his cheeks to his chin, leaving no corner untouched. This seemingly simple action made Yi Qingxian exhausted and breathless. My arms also felt heavier, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. But she never stopped what she was doing. She bit her lower lip, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. He tried hard to hold on until he wiped all the sweat off Chao Shuang's face. Go to bed. Chao Shuang patted her on the back gently, his voice low and magnetic. He looked refreshed, as if everything he had just experienced was just an easy game to him. Compared with Yi Qingxian, who was exhausted and looked like he had lost half his life. He was extremely energetic and even had a vague feeling that he wanted more. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and an idea emerged in his mind. How much has the system improved my physique? I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep. I want to chat with brother Chao Shuang. Yi Qingxian shook her head hard and held Chao Shuang's arm tightly with her soft little hands. The voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, with a hint of coquettishness. However, her beautiful eyes refused to obey. My eyelids kept closing and closing, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and each time I opened them it was extremely difficult. But even so, whenever her eyes were about to close completely, she would force them open. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if she was fighting against sleepiness. Her lovely appearance is just like a naive little animal, full of the cuteness and agility unique to a girl. Her slightly flushed cheeks, half-closed affectionate eyes, and the lazy posture that she unconsciously revealed exuded the charm of a mature woman. Two completely different temperaments blend together in her wonderfully, making it impossible to take your eyes off her. Okay, go to sleep. Xiao Shuang's voice was like a spring breeze, soft and soothing. His palms patted Yi Qingxian's back rhythmically and gently, and the action seemed to carry a magical power. With his gentle comfort, Yi Qingxian's tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and she could no longer resist the drowsiness that surged like a tide in her body. Her head tilted slightly, like a small flower whose stem was bent by the night dew. She slowly leaned on Xiao Shuang's shoulder and soon fell into a deep sleep. In a moment, her clear and even snoring could be heard in the room. Although the sound was small, it was clearly audible, as if her tired body was telling of everything she had just experienced. She was indeed very tired. In the past few moments, her mind and eyes were filled with Xiao Shuang, and she was thinking only about not letting him down. So she tried her best to cater to him in every way, pouring all her passion and heart into every move she made. This wholehearted commitment pushed her body and mind to the limit. Xiao Shuang looked at the sleeping Yi Qingxian, his eyes full of tenderness and pity. He gently covered her with the thin summer quilt, moving so gently that he was afraid of disturbing her sweet dream. Then he stood up and walked to the air conditioner and turned up the temperature a little. Make sure the room is at a comfortable temperature so she doesn't get cold. After doing all this, he walked slowly into the bathroom and the master bedroom with steady steps. In the bathroom, warm yellow light sprinkled on the ground, illuminating Xiao Shuang's tall figure. He turned on the faucet, and warm water gushed out instantly, splashing layers of crystal clear water. He walked into the shower and let the warm water wash over his body, as if it could wash away all his fatigue and heat. The water droplets slid down his cheeks and neck, flowed across his strong chest and abdominal muscles, and finally disappeared into the drain on the ground. After taking a shower, Xiao Shuang exuded a refreshed scent. He wiped his hair with a towel and slowly walked out of the bathroom. Returning to the bedside and looking at Yi Qingxian lying on the bed, Xiao Shuang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He gently lay down on the bed and held Yi Qingxian in his arms again. Her soft body snuggled up to him, as if she was seeking his warmth even in her sleep. Hey, being too strong isn't a good thing. Xiao Shuang looked at the ceiling and sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and emotion in his voice. He knew in his heart that Yi Qingxian was extremely tired at the moment and had no extra energy to do anything else. So, even though he seemed to have endless energy surging in his body, he could only choose to restrain himself. Xiao Shuang shook his head helplessly, then closed his eyes and silently recited the Heart Sutra in his heart. His voice was low and soothing, and every word seemed to carry a quiet power. Strangely enough, as the scripture continued to echo in his mind, the heat and distracting thoughts in his heart gradually dissipated. Not long after, his breathing became even and steady, and he slowly fell asleep beside Yi Qingxian. Xingcheng Community. Xiao Shuang's home. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a glimmer of light had just appeared in the sky and the whole world was still immersed in silence. Yi Qingxian's cell phone alarm rang shrilly, breaking the silence. She frowned in her sleep, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, suppressing his physical fatigue and weakness, he slowly reached out his hand and fumbled for his cell phone on the bedside table. Her movements were slow and difficult, and each one seemed to use up all her strength. I finally reached for my phone and turned off the alarm. Before she came to see Xiao Shuang yesterday, she had already set the alarm for today. I was afraid of oversleeping and being late for home. After all, she didn't want her mother to find out that she stayed out all night. Woke up? Xiao Shuang was awakened from his sleep by the alarm of his cell phone and he opened his eyes slightly. Half asleep, he saw Yi Qingxian nestling in his arms. Her little face was pressed tightly against his chest, with her hair a little messy and scattered around her cheeks, making her look very cute. Brother Xiao Shuang, did I wake you up? When Yi Qingxian heard Xiao Shuang's voice, she raised her head, and a trace of guilt suddenly appeared on her delicate and fair face. Her eyes were full of self-blame and she bit her lower lip lightly. I was a little annoyed that I woke up a little late today, which caused the alarm to ring for a long time and disturbed Xiao Shuang's rest. It's not a wake-up call. The corners of Xiao Shuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Then he exerted force with his arms and hugged Yi Qingxian directly into his arms. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and falls on the two of them, creating a warm picture. The touch of the girl's body was delicate and beautiful, and her faint fragrance lingered on Xiao Shuang's nose. Plus, it was early in the morning, so the man's body reacted instinctively. Brother Xiao Shuang, you. Chapter 40 I can't bear to leave you. Yi Qingxian instantly noticed Xiao Shuang's change, and her delicate white face became hot like a ripe tomato. Her eyes were filled with shyness and panic, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. After all, she was now held tightly in Chao Shuang's arms, and this intimate contact made her feel nervous and a little overwhelmed. "What's wrong with me?" Chao Shuang asked knowingly and pretended to be innocent, but he couldn't help but smile evilly. He looked at Yi Qingxian's shy appearance, and a different feeling surged in his heart, and his desire to tease her became stronger. Yi Qingxian blushed, lowered her head, and couldn't utter a word. Her hands were tugging at the sheets nervously, her fingers turning white from the force. Suddenly, she seemed to have mustered up great courage. The next second, he suddenly buried his head in the summer quilt. At first, Chao Shuang didn't react to what Yi Qingxian was going to do, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. But soon, his body suddenly stiffened and he involuntarily took a breath of cold air with a hissing sound. An indescribable feeling instantly spread throughout his body, and a hint of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. Then, an intoxicated look appeared on his face. The atmosphere in the room became more and more ambiguous, and the morning sunlight quietly sprinkled on the bed. It seemed to be silently witnessing the sweet moment of this young couple. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the soft sunlight shines through the thin curtains, casting a few faint halos and quietly falling on the messy bed. Chao Shuang gently let go of Yi Qingxian's pair of white and tender legs, with a hint of affection in his movements. Then he took her whole soft body into his warm arms. After all the trouble, he unexpectedly felt refreshed. It seems that all the cells in the body are awakened and full of energy. Yi Qingxian nestled softly in Chao Shuang's arms, like a lazy kitten. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were closed, with crystal beads of sweat hanging on her long eyelashes, trembling slightly with her slight breathing. The originally smooth hair was now soaked with sweat. Strands of them stuck to her rosy cheeks and white neck, adding a touch of charming charm. Time passed quietly and I didn't know how much time had passed. Yi Qingxian slowly regained her composure, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, it slowly opened its eyes. There was still a trace of confusion and fatigue in her eyes when her gaze fell on the alarm clock on the bedside table. He woke up instantly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Brother Chao Shuang, what should I do? It's already 7 in the morning. My mother must be awake by now, what should I do?" Yi Qingxian forced herself to hold on to her exhausted body and reached out for her cell phone in a panic. Her fingers trembled slightly due to nervousness, and she finally held the phone. When she saw the time clearly displayed on the screen was 7 o'clock in the morning, her delicate and fair face instantly became extremely flustered. In Yi Qingxian's impression, her mother was extremely regular every day. At this time, she would definitely have gotten up and started busy preparing breakfast. When she thought of this, her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and fear and anxiety surged into her heart like a tide. "Brother Chao Shuang, what should I do? If my mother finds out that I don't come home at night, she will definitely check the surveillance footage. If she knew I was with you, she would definitely break us up." Yi Qingxian became more and more excited as she spoke, her voice taking on an unmistakable tone of crying, and her voice was filled with helplessness and fear. A layer of crystal tears quickly covered her beautiful eyes. It was spinning in my eyes, as if it would burst out at any second. She is really not afraid of being scolded by her mother, nor is she afraid of facing her mother's anger. Her only fear was that her mother would cruelly separate her and Chao Shuang. She knew her mother's temper and style of doing things very well. Once she knew about this, she would never let it go easily. She was even more afraid that her mother would say something unpleasant and hurtful to her beloved brother Chao Shuang, thus hurting his self-esteem. In her heart, Chao Shuang is the most important person in the world. She couldn't imagine what life would be like without Chao Shuang. "It's okay, don't panic." Chao Shuang looked at Yi Qingxian's anxious and flustered appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He showed a steady smile, his eyes revealing a reassuring calmness. He reached out and gently held Yi Qingxian's little hand, which had become cold due to nervousness. He gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb, trying to give her more strength and comfort. "If Aunt Gu really finds out, then just admit that we're in love. It's no big deal." Chao Shuang's voice was low and firm, and every word was like a reassurance pill, falling into Yi Qingxian's heart with a resounding sound. He stared into Yi Qingxian's eyes, his gaze full of calmness and fearlessness. The Buddha was telling her that no matter what difficulty she encountered, he would stand firmly by her side and face them together with her. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly soothing Yi Qingxian's inner panic and anxiety. Her originally rapid breathing gradually calmed down, and her wildly beating heart slowly returned to its normal rhythm. "Brother Chao Shuang, did you just say that we are in love?" Yi Qingxian's eyes lit up instantly, flashing with a mixture of surprise and shyness. Her heart began beating violently again uncontrollably, and the sound seemed like a war drum beating in her ears. At this moment, her mind was blank, and everything else Qiao Shuang had just said was thrown out of her mind. Only the words, "we are in love," kept echoing in her mind. Of course. Qiao Shuang couldn't help laughing when he saw Yi Qingxian's cute expression of surprise and joy. His smile is like the brightest sunshine in spring, warm and bright. Then, he lowered his head slightly, and with his movements as gentle as if he were treating a rare treasure, he gently placed a kiss on the corner of Yi Qingxian's beautiful eyes. The corners of his mouth were hot and burning, with a unique breath that made people's heart palpitate, which instantly ignited the emotional fire deep in Yi Qingxian's heart. After this kiss, Yi Qingxian felt as if a grand and brilliant fireworks show was taking place in her heart. Colorful fireworks bloomed one after another, illuminating her entire world with incomparable brightness. A feeling of joy and satisfaction surged from her heart like a tide, quickly spreading to her whole body, making her immersed in an indescribable happiness. After a long time, Yi Qingxian slowly came back to his senses. She reluctantly broke free from Qiao Shuang's arms and tidied up her messy clothes and hair. Although her body was still exhausted, her eyes were full of determination and courage. Yi Qingxian held the stairs and walked down slowly step by step. Each step seemed a little weak, but her pace was unusually firm. When she finally returned to the door of her house, she was no longer panicked because of what Qiao Shuang had just said. She took a deep breath, recalling Qiao Shuang's firm eyes and warm words in her mind. "If you are really discovered, then admit that you are in a relationship." Thinking of this, the corners of the girl's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a sweet and happy smile. Her heart seemed to be filled with honey, full of sweetness and warmth. Yi Qingxian took the key out of her pocket and inserted it into the keyhole with trembling fingers. With a slight click sound, the door slowly opened. She took a deep breath and walked into the room with firm steps, ready to face the unknown. The moment Yi Qingxian stepped into the house, she subconsciously turned her gaze towards the kitchen. At this time of day, the kitchen is always filled with the aroma of food. The busy figure of her mother Gu Xiyan wearing an apron is the most familiar morning scene to her. However, at this moment, the kitchen was silent. There were no flames jumping on the stove, no sound of pots and pans colliding, and no sign of my mother. "Ha!" Yi Qingxian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and her steps towards the house also paused. Chapter 41 What a Witch! She blinked, her eyes full of confusion, and various thoughts flashed through her mind quickly. In her memory, her mother has always been a person who lives a very regular life. "I get up on time every morning to prepare breakfast, without exception." But what happened today? What she didn't know was that before going to bed last night, Gu Xiyan saw an article in a beauty magazine that mentioned the importance of adequate sleep to the skin. So I made up my mind to sleep an extra hour every day, hoping that my skin would improve. This small decision made Yi Qingxian full of doubts at the moment. With this doubt, Yi Qingxian dragged her tired body into her room. She stood by the bed, bent down slightly, and deftly used her toes to remove the slippers she was wearing. With the slight sound of her slippers falling to the ground, her pair of white and tender feet were revealed. These feet are exceptionally white, tender, and beautiful, just like freshly peeled eggs. Delicate and smooth, without a single flaw. Moreover, she did not apply any nail polish, which was completely natural and pure, and every inch of her skin exuded a healthy luster. Her toes were cute and round and neatly arranged. The nails are a light pink, like petals blooming in spring. The lines of the arch of the foot are graceful and smooth, like a carefully carved work of art, making people want to appreciate it carefully. Yi Qingxian didn't care about the charm of her feet at all. The only thing she wanted at the moment was to rest. She fell headfirst onto the bed, and the soft bed instantly wrapped her up, like a warm harbor. As soon as her body touched the bed, she felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, and fatigue surged over her like a tide. After a while, her breathing became even and steady, and she fell into a deep sleep. After all, he just had a close contact with Qiao Shuang. Her body was extremely tired and she urgently needed sleep to restore her strength. In the room upstairs, Qiao Shuang watched Yi Qingxian's departing figure disappear at the door, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He originally lay back on the bed, trying to sleep for a while, but after closing his eyes, he found that he was completely out of sleep. Not only that, his body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Every cell in his body was jumping with joy, making him feel an unprecedented excitement. He simply sat up from the bed, his eyes showing some thought. He looked at the sky outside the window, which was gradually getting brighter, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Yi Qingxian. Recalling the little things that happened between the two of them just now, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a faint smile. In his heart, Yi Qingxian was like a magical elf who could always easily affect his emotions and make his life no longer dull. Xiao Shuang stood up from the sofa and raised his hand to tidy up his slightly messy hair. He stood at the window, looked out, and took a deep breath. Then he picked up his phone and skillfully called a car. After a while, the car slowly stopped downstairs. Xiao Shuang opened the door and got in, then told the destination Thompson Yippin. At this time, Thompson Hotel is quiet and luxurious, with tall buildings standing in the night, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Yu Yue was in the room, immersed in a dream. She slept very soundly, as if wrapped in endless fatigue, curled up in the soft quilt. His brows occasionally furrowed slightly, as if he was feeling a little uneasy even in his dreams. Yu Yue slept soundly that night. When she woke up slowly, the sunlight had already filtered through the gaps in the thick curtains and shone onto the carpet beside the bed. She opened her eyes dazedly and stared at the ceiling with a dull gaze. It took her a while to realize where she was. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, then glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Yu Yue stretched, but instantly felt a wave of soreness and weakness all over her body, as if every muscle was expressing fatigue. She sighed softly, and her pretty face instantly turned red as she recalled what happened the day before yesterday. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice sounded in my ears. Yu Yue turned her head and saw Xiao Shuang leaning against the head of the bed, holding a book in his hand, looking at her intently. There was a hint of smile in Xiao Shuang's eyes, as well as a tenderness that made Yu Yue's heart beat faster. Under such gazes, Yu Yue, who was already outstanding in appearance. At this moment, her pretty face was as rosy as a ripe apple, and between her eyebrows she unconsciously revealed an indescribable charm, a kind of charm that emanated from her bones. I'm awake." Yu Yue's voice was as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Xiao Shuang's eyes. But my heart was beating like a deer, shy and nervous. She recalled the crazy and unforgettable experience of yesterday, in which she had such an intimate relationship with a boy she met for the first time. This kind of thing was so bold and crazy for her that she was a little overwhelmed at the moment. Her heart was full of contradictions. On the one hand, she was so excited and happy about the experience that her heart beat faster involuntarily. On the other hand, she was deeply worried and uneasy. She was afraid that Xiao Shuang would think she was a casual girl. This worry was like a stone, weighing heavily on her heart. This is my first time, I'm not casual at all." Yu Yue mustered up her courage, raised her head, and looked at Xiao Shuang with a firm gaze. Her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness and shyness, and was a little hoarse. This hoarse voice, in such a situation, inexplicably added a sense of charm. As if there was a special magic that made Xiao Shuang's gaze stay on her longer. Xiao Shuang looked at Yu Yue, who was looking anxious in front of him. Her eyes were full of uneasiness and tension. His hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of the quilt, as if waiting for an unknown judgment. The corners of Xiao Shuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "I know you're not casual at all, and I also know this is your first time." The voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, carrying a reassuring power. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his arm. His movements were gentle yet firm, and he gently held Yu Yue's entire body into his arms. Yu Yue's body stiffened slightly, as if she didn't expect Xiao Shuang to do such a thing, but she soon relaxed. Xiao Shuang's arms were warm and broad, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. In fact, Xiao Shuang knew in his heart that the first time of this girl in front of him had already left an indelible mark on this bed. The bright mark on the sheets of the bedroom bed was the best proof, but he did not say it out loud. After hearing what Xiao Shuang said, Yu Yue's heart finally settled down. She raised her head slightly and let out a long sigh. Her relieved look made people feel distressed. Then, she seemed to muster up great courage. He used his hand slightly to hug Xiao Shuang greedily. At this moment, it seemed as if countless gorgeous fireworks burst into life in her heart, and the feeling of joy surged over her like a tide, wave after wave. This unprecedented happiness made her involuntarily let out a slight moan from her mouth. Xiao Shuang felt every move of Yu Yue in his arms, and her every subtle reaction was like a feather gently brushing across his heart. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this girl is really a witch. Chapter 42 Yu Yue, what are you going to do? Yu Yue seems to be born with a unique charm, a charming aura that radiates from the inside out. Every movement of hers, no matter how normal and ordinary, seemed to her to have a different charm. That gesture that is revealed inadvertently is always so provocative that people can't help but want to keep their eyes on her. Yu Yue was immersed in this happy atmosphere, and she raised her rosy little face. There was a bright light twinkling in his eyes, as if there were countless little stars hidden in them. She kissed Xiao Shuang on the face several times without any scruples. Her youthful and bold look made people laugh. However, after the kiss, she seemed to suddenly realize how bold her action was. In an instant, she became shy, and her already rosy face became even redder than a ripe tomato. She lowered her head slightly, trying to avoid Xiao Shuang's gaze. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Xiao Shuang did not give her the chance. He looked at the shy and lovely Yu Yue in front of him, and the love in his heart surged out like a flood. He slowly lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against Yu Yue's lips. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be quiet, leaving only the intertwined breathing and pounding heartbeats. In that warm bedroom, Xiao Shuang hugged Yu Yue tightly, his eyes unconsciously wandering over her. During the time they spent together, he felt more and more deeply that Yu Yue was the kind of girl who was born with a charming temperament. Every gesture of hers seems to be endowed with unique charm. Yu Yue's face was filled with happiness as she raised her delicate little face. There was a lively light flashing in her eyes, filled with deep affection for Xiao Shuang. She could no longer suppress her inner love and kissed Xiao Shuang on the face several times without reservation. The moment those soft lips touched his cheek, Xiao Shuang felt as if his heart was gently brushed by a feather, making it itchy. But this sudden enthusiasm made Yu Yue react instantly after the kiss. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, like ripe red apples, and she fell into extreme shyness. She lowered her head slightly, trying to cover her hot cheeks with her hanging hair. Her shy look made her even more lovable. Just as Yu Yue was hesitating and about to say something, Xiao Shuang had already been mesmerized by her cute and charming appearance. His eyes were filled with passionate love, and he could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He slowly lowered his head and kissed Yu Yue's lips. In an instant, the whole world seemed to stop, time froze at this moment, and only the sound of their rapid breathing and raging heartbeats remained. 10,000 words omitted here. In an elegant villa in another part of the city, Xian Sisi was alone in her bedroom. The room was decorated in a warm and elegant style, with pink curtains fluttering gently in the breeze, but Xian Sisi had no intention of appreciating it all at the moment. She sat quietly beside the bed, her gentle, fair face full of worry. His brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes revealed a deep sense of uneasiness. She held the phone tightly in her hand and dialed the familiar number over and over again, but the only response she got was a monotonous beep. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "Why don't you answer the phone? Are you still sleeping?" But dozens of hours have passed since the night before yesterday. She stood up and paced back and forth in the room, her steps hurried and panicked. With every step she took, the worry in her heart grew stronger. She held the phone and saw that Yu Yue hadn't called her back yet, and she was extremely worried. Xian Sisi frowned, her eyes full of worry. The figure of Yu Yue kept appearing in her mind, and she was really afraid that something might happen to Yu Yue. At this agonizing moment, ding-ling-ling, a sharp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, seeming particularly abrupt in this quiet atmosphere. Xian Sisi's body shook violently, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly rose to her throat. Almost as if by reflex, she reached out and grabbed the phone as quickly as possible, her fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. At this moment, she was full of anticipation and thought that it was Yu Yue calling her to report that she was safe. However, the moment her eyes touched the phone screen, the whole person felt like a deflated ball and couldn't help but sigh. The person who called was not Yu Yue, whom she was thinking about, but her boyfriend Awaken. Although she was full of disappointment, Xian Sisi still pressed the answer button out of habit. "Sisi, are you home? I know a good restaurant, let's go there for lunch." As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Urchin's voice, filled with some expectation, came over. But at this time, Xian Sisi's mind had already drifted away. His mind and eyes were filled with Yu Yue's safety, so he didn't have the slightest thought about eating. "No, I'll eat at home at noon, you can go eat by yourself," Xian Sisi said softly, her voice gentle and intellectual. Just like her overall appearance and temperament, she makes people feel like a spring breeze. But to Zhao Ken, these gentle words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the enthusiasm in his heart. "Don't worry, Sisi, it took me a long time to find this restaurant, so just come with me. Please, Sisi? You can't let my sincerity go to waste." Hearing Xian Sisi's refusal, Zhao Urchin's face on the other end of the phone suddenly darkened, and his inner anger suddenly rose up. But at the moment when his anger was burning, Xian Cixi's wealthy family condition suddenly flashed through his mind, and he swallowed back the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. His tone also became gentler, because he knew very well that Xian Cixi was very fond of him. "Akan, I really have no appetite, let us go eat another day. Xiao Wei hasn't called me back yet, and I'm really worried about her. I'm especially worried that something might have happened to her." Xian Cixi's voice was full of anxiety, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with deep worry. At this moment, her mind was filled with Yu Yue's shadow, and she had no time to care about anything else. "Okay, then we'll go eat another day. Don't worry too much about her. We live in a society ruled by law. Besides, we are in a prosperous and safe city like Shanghai, so what dangerous things can happen?" Although Zhao Akan said this to comfort her, there was still a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. He felt that Xian Cixi was sometimes too worrying and always made herself so nervous for her friends. "Why?" Xian Cixi sighed heavily, and the worry in her heart did not decrease in the slightest because of Zhao Urchin's words. She didn't want to say anything more because she knew that Zhao Akan could not understand her concern for Yu Yue at all. "Akan, I'm going to hang up now. I want to call Xiao Wei again. Maybe she just overslept and should be awake now." Xian Cixi only wanted to contact Yu Yue as soon as possible to confirm whether she was safe. "Okay, then you call her." Zhao Urchin's voice sounded a little perfunctory. He was already a little impatient with Xian Cixi's excessive worry. "Aha!" Xian Cixi responded and hung up the phone. Then, she quickly dialed Yu Yue's number, her fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. After the call was connected, the disappointing prompt tone still came from the receiver, and the call still didn't go through. In the bedroom, Xiao Shuang took a deep breath. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes revealed an indescribable complex emotion. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and gently held Yu Yue in his arms. Chapter 43. He is my boyfriend. Yu Yue closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks. Her beautiful, delicate face was abnormally red at the moment, as if it was dyed by the sunset in the sky. Her originally smooth hair was now soaked with sweat, and strands of it stuck to her cheeks and neck. "I'm going to take a shower." Xiao Shuang was silent for a moment and then spoke softly. He slowly stood up and walked towards the bathroom in the room with heavy steps. The bathroom door closed with a creaky sound, followed by the sound of running water. Yu Yue lay quietly on the bed. She felt as if her body had been drained of strength and was limp. After several minutes, she regained some strength, but still didn't want to move. "Just lying there quietly, my thoughts in a mess." Her mind was in a mess, and she seemed not to have fully recovered from what had just happened. In the quiet room, the curtains were drawn tightly. The dim light was like a heavy curtain, shrouding the entire space in silence. Yu Yue curled up on the messy bed, her brows furrowed, fatigue and sleepiness intertwined on her face. Her body seemed to be filled with lead. Every joint was aching, and the feeling of soreness and weakness spread from her limbs. At this moment, a crisp ding-ling-ling sound suddenly broke the silence. The cell phone ringtone seemed particularly abrupt and harsh in this quiet atmosphere. Yu Yue trembled subconsciously, and slowly opened her heavy eyelids, with a hint of confusion in her eyes as if she had not yet woken up. She suppressed her body's tiredness and weakness, slowly reached out her hand, and fumbled for her cell phone on the bedside table. When her fingertips touched the cold shell of the phone, it seemed as if an electric current instantly spread throughout her body. She paused for a moment, as if she had a premonition of something. She picked up the phone and saw the eye-catching caller ID on the screen. CC. In an instant, Yu Yue's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and the feeling of guilt surged like a tide. The scenes of yesterday flashed quickly through her mind, and the vague memories gradually became clear. She vaguely remembered that Xian Cixi seemed to have called her the day before yesterday, but her thoughts were in a tangle and she hadn't even had time to sort them out. The cell phone continued to ring relentlessly, urging her to respond. "Hey, Cixi, what's the matter?" Yu Yue answered the phone guiltily and tried her best to make her voice sound natural, but her slightly trembling tone still revealed her inner nervousness. "Xiao Wei, you finally answered the phone, are you okay?" On the other side of the phone, Xian Cixi heard Yu Yue's voice and immediately felt relieved. She spoke quickly, her tone full of concern. Although she knew in her heart that in modern society, especially in the prosperous Magic City, it was unlikely for any accidents to happen. But since the day before yesterday, Yu Yue hasn't answered her calls. This made her feel like there was always a stone hanging in her heart, and all kinds of worries kept circling in her mind. Now hearing Yu Yaowei's voice, her heart finally settled down. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? I just woke up. Yu Yue spoke. She tried to calm herself down and responded to Qian Sisi in a relaxed tone. She sat up slightly, holding the phone tightly in one hand and unconsciously grabbing the quilt with the other hand, as if this could give her some courage. However, despite her best efforts to conceal it, the cry in her voice was still clearly audible, and the slightly trembling voice seemed to be telling of the grievance and fatigue deep in her heart. Tell me the truth, who was the boy who answered the phone the day before yesterday? Qian Sisi's tone suddenly became a little excited and curious, and she finally asked about the thing that had been in her mind since yesterday. This question lingered in her mind all day, and she really couldn't suppress her curiosity. My boyfriend. Yu Yue said with a red face. Her cheeks instantly became hot, as if they were burned by fire. She lowered her head subconsciously, with a hint of shyness and panic in her eyes. Although she couldn't see Qian Sisi's expression on the other end of the phone, she could imagine that Qian Sisi must be full of surprise at this moment. Your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I don't know? Qian Sisi's voice instantly rose several decibels, and her exclamation of disbelief came from the phone. Her mind was filled with countless questions. She and Yu Yue were good friends who could talk about almost anything. How could she not even know that Yu Yue had a boyfriend? Qian Sisi's tone revealed a determination to get to the bottom of the matter, and she spoke directly. Tell me the truth, who was the boy who answered the phone the day before yesterday, and why was he next to you when you were sleeping? As soon as she finished speaking, she added another sentence, her tone full of unquestionable meaning. Qian Sisi didn't believe the boyfriend that Yu Yue mentioned at all. In her heart, she and Yu Yue have been best friends for many years and have almost no secrets from each other. She knew Yu Yaowei's emotional status very well. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? She felt that there must be some other hidden story behind this. Sisi, he is really my boyfriend. Do you remember what I told you the day before yesterday, that there is a boy who is the new owner? Yu Yaowei's face turned red like a ripe apple. While she was secretly struggling with the situation, she briefly told Qian Sisi the whole story. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and was almost inaudible at the end, as if she was telling an unspeakable secret. On the other end of the phone, Qian Sisi was listening to Yu Yaowei's story. Her eyes widened little by little, and her originally beautiful eyes now became as big as copper bells. The corners of her rosy mouth opened slightly, forming an O shape, and she was completely shocked by what her best friend said. She felt like she was listening to a fairy tale. It was hard to imagine that Yu Yue, who was always steady, would do such a bold thing. So, Xiaowei, are you saying that you just met him for the first time the day before yesterday, and you confirmed your relationship today? Wait, you guys have been together since the day before yesterday? Where are you now? Qian Sisi suddenly reacted, and her originally gentle and soft tone was now full of disbelief, and her voice tone unconsciously rose a lot. Countless question marks suddenly appeared in her mind, and all kinds of speculations surged in her mind. I'm in Thompson first class right now. Yu Yue blushed and told her location in a voice as small as a mosquito's hum, guiltily. She knew that Qian Sisi would be even more surprised after hearing the address, and might even have more misunderstandings, but she really didn't know how to hide it. Yu Yue. Chapter 44. Where are you now? I want to see you. Qian Sisi's voice suddenly rose several degrees, and the sharp sound seemed to penetrate the phone screen. She never imagined that Yu Yue was not only in love, but also stayed with him in a high-end residential area like Thompson one. In her opinion, everything was happening too fast and beyond her imagination. Yu Yue was frightened by the sudden high decibel level and subconsciously took the phone away from her ear. She frowned, narrowed her eyes slightly, and showed an expression of helplessness and grievance on her face, and secretly groaned in her heart. Sisi's voice is really going to deafen my ears. Yu Yue, what the hell is wrong with you? How can you sleep with a boy just because you met him? You don't know how to cherish yourself. I ask you, did anything happen to you? Qian Sisi's face turned red because of anger, and her originally fair face was now filled with anger. She bit her lower lip, clenched her hands into fists, and tried hard to suppress the anger surging in her heart. She finally squeezed out these words. However, as soon as she asked this question, there was dead silence on the other end of the phone, and there was no response from Yu Yue. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stand still. Qian Sisi's heart sank suddenly, and a bad premonition came to her mind. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, and all of them made her feel angry and disappointed. In this short yet long silence, Qian Sisi already understood the answer to this question. Yu Wei. What on earth are you thinking? Qian Sisi could no longer control her emotions, and her voice began to tremble with anger. This was the first time she got so angry with Yu Wei. In her opinion, her best friend's behavior was too irrational and imprudent. Although Qian Sisi thought it was a bit hasty to establish a romantic relationship after the first meeting, she could still understand it. However, they actually had sex in the owner's home afterwards, which was simply unacceptable to her. Sisi, please don't be angry, okay? I don't know what's wrong with me, but I really love him. Yu Wei listened to Qian Sisi's angry voice on the phone, feeling filled with guilt and remorse. Her voice was tearful and trembling slightly, as if she was a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. She knew that she had acted too hastily, and even when she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she found her behavior unbelievable. She had just met Chao Shuang, and moreover, she even took the initiative to do all this. Whenever she thought of this, her face would blush, filled with both shyness and regret. But she really couldn't control her strong inner dependence on Chao Shuang. That dependence was like an irresistible magic that made her involuntarily get close to Chao Shuang. There was also an uncontrollable greed deep in her heart, greedy for the warmth and care that Chao Shuang gave her. She lost herself in this relationship and did such impulsive behavior. How she wished Qian Sisi could understand her and forgive her impulsiveness and recklessness. I'm not angry? How can I not be angry? Yu Wei, do you know what you are doing? No matter how much you love him, you two just met for the first time yesterday. But you have sex with him. Do you know his name, where his family is, how many people are there in his family? When Qian Sisi heard Yu Wei telling her not to be angry, she became even angrier. She started talking without warning. Sisi, I know his name. His name is Chao Shuang. When Qian Sisi heard this, her already anxious mood was instantly ignited, and she was almost angered to death by Yu Wei. Her eyes widened, her hand holding the phone tightened unconsciously, and she shouted with a higher voice. Yu Wei. Are you trying to piss me off to death? She was frantic in her heart, because what she wanted to ask was not the name. She obviously wanted to know who this Chao Shuang was and why he had bewitched her best friend so much. Sisi, don't be angry, he is really a good person. Yu Wei hurriedly spoke, trying to calm the furious Qian Sisi. There was a hint of caution in his tone, as well as a bit of protection for Chao Shuang. But before she could finish her words, Qian Sisi on the other end of the phone interrupted her like an angry little lion. Where are you now? I want to come over to see you. And I want to see him too. He is definitely deceiving you. Qian Sisi's tone was full of anger and worry. In her mind, she had already pictured an image of a silver-tongued scumbag, and she was convinced that Chao Shuang was the bad guy who came specifically to deceive her innocent best friend. Sisi, he didn't lie to me, because I took the initiative. When Yu Wei heard that Qian Sisi was coming to hold her accountable, she became even more anxious. His speech speed unconsciously quickened and he spoke a little haltingly, hoping to explain things clearly as soon as possible so as not to cause Qian Sisi to misunderstand. What did you say? When Qian Sisi heard this, she was stunned as if she was struck by thunder. For a moment, my mind went blank and even my breathing seemed to stop. It took her several seconds to react. But she subconsciously thought that Yu Wei was making excuses and making amends for Chao Shuang. Xiao Wei, you don't have to make up for him, we have been best friends for so many years. I know you very well, you are not that kind of person at all, he must have deceived you with his sweet words. Qian Sisi spoke again, her tone unquestionable. She felt that she knew Yu Wei too well. In her eyes, Yu Wei was simple and kind, and must have been deceived by Chao Shuang's sweet words. She secretly made up her mind to meet Chao Shuang. She exposed his true face to his face and pulled her best friend out of this dangerous relationship. In Qian Sisi's opinion, her best friend Yu Wei has always been a girl with self-respect and self-love. After her parents passed away, she lived with her uncle, but the hardships of life never bent her back. Even though life was tight, Yu Wei never thought of clinging to rich people or changing her life by finding a rich boyfriend. In her heart, dignity and independence are more important than anything else. However, Yu Wei's words on the other end of the phone at this moment caused Qian Sisi's worldview to collapse. Sisi, it was really me who took the initiative. Believe me, I couldn't control myself when I saw him. Yu Wei's voice was a little shy and small, and seemed to carry a hint of unspeakable sweetness. But he was also nervous and carefully whispered into Qian Sisi's ears. Qian Sisi's brows were instantly twisted into knots, her heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable panic surged into her heart. Where are you now? I want to come see you. Chapter 45. I must see him. Her tone was hurried and firm, completely lacking her usual calmness. It seems that only by meeting you Yue immediately can things be made clear. Cece, you can come over. But when you meet Chao Shuang, don't show any displeasure, because it was really me who took the initiative. Cece, you know I never lie to you. There was a hint of pleading in Yu Yaowei's voice, as if she was afraid that Qian Cece would do something extreme. Hearing this, Qian Cece's heart trembled violently. She knew Yu Yue too well. From the time they met until now, Yu Yue had never lied to her. Could it be that this time it was really my best friend who took the initiative? Qian Cece's heart began to waver, but her reason kept pulling her back, making it difficult for her to believe it easily. After all, Yu Yue has never lacked suitors. Among those people, many came from wealthy families, drove luxury cars and spent lavishly. Any gift you pick out might be something that Yu Yue would not be willing to buy on normal days. But Yu Yue was always indifferent to them and remained unmoved. Now, why is it suddenly? Cece, I can swear. If it wasn't my initiative, I would never get rich in this life and would be poor forever. Do you believe it now? It really has nothing to do with him. I was the one who took the initiative and had sex with him. Believe me. There was a tearful tone in Yu Yaowei's voice, and her resolute oath seemed to tear open her last line of defense for Qian Cece to see. Qian Cece's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Qian Cece's mind was in a mess. She didn't know what kind of scene she would face after seeing Yu Yue, nor did she know how to face this strange yet familiar best friend. But there was one thing she was very clear about, and she had to figure it out. What kind of magic does this man named Chao Shuang have that can make Yu Yue, who has adhered to her principles for many years, fall completely? Yu Yaowei's cheeks were red and hot, as if they were burned by fire, and her eyes were full of panic and shyness. She lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes. Although her voice was small, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. Cece, if I hadn't taken the initiative, I would never have gotten rich in my life. I will be trapped in this poverty forever, with no chance of recovery. After saying that, she bit her lower lip tightly, as if to show her determination to Qian Cece in this way. Qian Cece, who was originally wavering, was completely convinced the moment she heard the oath. She knew Yu Yue too well. In this hard life, her best friend had always had a strong desire to change her status quo by working hard to make money. For Yu Yue, wealth means freedom. It means being able to escape from the current difficult life of living under someone else's roof and have a world that truly belongs to you. Now, she is willing to swear on her most desired wealth, and the credibility of this oath is as high as 100%. Xiao Wei, is he so good? Can you fall in love with someone the first time you meet him, and have sex with him? There was a hint of surprise and confusion in Qian Cece's voice that was difficult to conceal. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of concern, trying to find a reasonable explanation from Yu Yaowei's answer. In Qian Cece's opinion, Yu Yaowei's behavior was really abnormal. She has always been a cautious and independent girl, and has never been careless about her relationships. Such behavior nowadays is really hard to understand. Yu Yaowei's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She bit her lips slightly, her voice was soft but full of sweetness and shyness. Cece, he is really outstanding, I can't explain that feeling. As soon as I saw him, my heart was beating like a deer and I couldn't control my love for him. And, I have always wanted to have physical contact with him. As she spoke, she gently smoothed the hair by her ears with her hand, her eyes full of obsession with the man. No matter how outstanding you are or how much you like me, you can't do this. You guys are moving so fast, I'm really worried. Qian Cece's brows furrowed even more tightly, and her tone was full of worry and anxiety. I'm afraid he won't cherish you, and when you give your heart to him, you'll be the one who gets hurt in the end. She gently held Yu Yaowei's hand, her eyes full of heartache and concern. In Qian Cece's opinion, feelings should be long-lasting and take time to slowly understand and settle. The relationship between Yu Yue and this man developed so rapidly that she couldn't help but worry. After all, human nature is often like this. Things that are too easy to get are always difficult for people to cherish. She was afraid that Yu Yue would be hurt and was afraid to see her best friend fall into the abyss of pain because of this relationship. Cece. Yu Yue opened her red lips slightly, her voice trembling slightly, as if she had thousands of words to say but didn't know where to start. Just as he uttered 2 words, his throat was choked by a surge of emotions. At this moment, she was full of panic and entanglement. She longed for her best friend's understanding and support, but was afraid to face her possible blame. However, Jen Cece's mood at the moment was equally complicated and anxious, and she did not give Yu Yue any chance to continue speaking. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and worry. He spoke eagerly with an unquestionable decisiveness in his tone. "Send me the address first, and I'll go meet you. I am here." Yu Yue subconsciously blurted out the room number of Thompson Epine. But just as the words came to her lips, she suddenly stopped as if she was choked by something. At this moment, her eyes swept across the entire room, and everywhere she saw was a mess. Clothes were scattered randomly on the floor, shoes were scattered here and there, and the things on the coffee table were also in disarray. Especially the bed, the sheets were torn and wrinkled, and the pillow was askew. In addition, there is a special smell in the air. The smell was not bad, and even had a hint of ambiguity. But in this situation, the smell made Yu Yue inexplicably flustered. "Speak up, where are you? Tell me quickly." On the other end of the phone, Jen Cece had already picked up her car keys and bag, and her voice was somewhat anxious. She was obviously a little impatient that Yu Yue suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her words, and her tone unconsciously became more urgent. "Cece, let's go to the coffee shop next to your house. I'll come find you and you don't have to come find me." In the room, Yu Yue's face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato. Her eyes were full of guilt and she spoke hesitantly. She really couldn't let Jen Cece see the state of her room now, and she didn't want her to discover the little secrets in her life. "That's fine." Jen Cece didn't hesitate for a long time and simply nodded in agreement. "Cece, let's make a deal first. You should be nicer to him when you meet. This really has nothing to do with him, it was I, your sister, who took the initiative." Yu Yue was still worried and gave another concerned reminder. Jen Cece's usual straightforward character came to her mind, and she was afraid that she would meet Xiao Shuang. If someone gets upset because of this, the situation will be very awkward. "I know, you don't have to keep stressing it." A helpless expression appeared on Jen Cece's gentle and fair face. She sighed slightly and continued. "The reason why I want to meet you and him is to see if he has the charm to make you do this without hesitation. Besides, I also want to see what kind of person he is. After all, he is someone you have such a close relationship with." "Aha!" Yu Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief, responded repeatedly, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 46: Love her and accept her. She finally felt relieved, but she felt a little uneasy when she thought about what she would face next. On the other end of the phone, Jen Cece listened to the busy tone and sighed helplessly. She shook her head slightly and put her phone into her bag. She straightened her clothes and walked out of the room with graceful steps. On Yu Yue's side, not long after hanging up the phone, Xiao Shuang came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. His hair was still wet, so he wiped it with a towel. When he looked up, he saw Yu Yue sitting beside the bed. She looked at him with complicated eyes, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's up?" The corners of Xiao Shuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He walked to Yu Yue while wiping his hair and naturally hugged her in his arms. Yu Yue's waist is as slender as a willow branch swaying in the wind in spring, soft and elastic. Holding it in the hand, it seemed so light that it could not be grasped in one hand. This feeling made Xiao Shuang feel a different kind of emotion. In Xiao Shuang's warm embrace, Yu Yue squinted her beautiful eyes comfortably, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. A feeling of joy deep in her heart quickly emerged like a new bud breaking through the soil in spring. Then it spread to her whole body, making her immersed in this moment of warmth. After a long while, Yu Yue seemed to suddenly come to her senses. A blush appeared on her face, and her shy look was like a peach blossom blooming in spring. She gently broke free from Xiao Shuang's arms. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she still mustered up the courage to speak. "There is one thing, that is I have a best friend named Jen Cece, and we have a very good relationship. After she knew that I was dating you, she was very curious and wanted to meet you." After saying this, she bit her lower lip slightly, with a hint of uneasiness and anticipation in her eyes. He looked at Xiao Shuang cautiously, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. She was really afraid that Xiao Shuang would refuse. After all, this was just meeting her best friend. This might seem a bit troublesome to many people, and she was afraid that her request would make Xiao Shuang unhappy. "Sure." Xiao Shuang lowered his head slightly and gently kissed the corner of Yu Yue's beautiful mouth. Then he nodded without hesitation, his eyes full of pampering and tolerance. For him, meeting Yu Yue's best friend was just a trivial matter. As long as he could make her happy, he would naturally not refuse. In an instant, Yu Yue, who was originally nervous with a racing heartbeat, suddenly had endless joy and surprise in her eyes. There was a bright light shining in her eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky. The corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing 2 shallow dimples. That smile is like the flowers blooming in spring, gorgeous and moving. Then I'll go take a shower, and then we'll go. We've agreed to meet at the coffee shop next to her house, is that okay? After being happy for a while, Yu Yue seemed to suddenly remember something. There was a hint of inquiry in his tone, and his bright eyes looked at Qiao Shuang with anticipation. Okay. Qiao Shuang nodded readily again, with a gentle smile on his face and his eyes full of obedience to Yu Yue. Seeing Qiao Shuang agree so readily, Yu Yue's heart was completely filled with joy. She couldn't wait to get up from the bed, her steps as light as a butterfly about to fly to the flowers, and prepared to take a bath. However, as soon as she took the first step, her originally beautiful and delicate eyebrows stretched out. But it wrinkled slightly, like the surface of a lake rippling in the spring breeze. A look of pain flashed across her pretty face, making her look pitiful. Ah! She subconsciously let out a soft cry, with a hint of pain in her voice that was difficult to conceal. At the same time, there was a slight hissing sound in his mouth. Qiao Shuang was standing nearby and saw it all. His face turned slightly red and he touched his nose with his hand in embarrassment. He knew in his heart that this was certainly his masterpiece. He couldn't control his emotions at the time and didn't show enough sympathy to Yu Yue, so his actions were inevitably a little rough, which is why she feels so uncomfortable now. Get up slowly. You can't move too much now. Qiao Shuang spoke quickly, his tone full of concern and self-blame. He walked forward and wanted to support Yu Yue, his eyes full of heartache. Yeah, I know. Yu Yue's cheeks flushed and she nodded slightly. The voice was like a spring breeze, soft and shy. She slightly avoided Qiao Shuang's gaze, her look both coquettish and a bit shy like a little girl. Yu Yue's face was as red as a ripe apple, and there was a hint of shyness and forbearance in her eyes. He slowly got up from the bed, being extremely careful with every move. Although she tried her best to control the range of her movements, the discomfort in her body still made her frown slightly. She still felt some pain from her past madness, and her legs were sore and weak, as if they were filled with lead and felt heavy. She bit her lower lip, trying to overcome the discomfort with her own will. His steps seemed a little slow, and he limped towards the bathroom. With every step she took, she would pause slightly to adjust her breathing and body balance before moving forward. It looked so difficult, as if he was embarking on an extremely arduous journey. Qiao Shuang silently stared at Yu Yue's back until she disappeared behind the bathroom door, then he slowly withdrew his gaze. He picked up the towel and wiped his hair carefully again, his movements methodical. After the towel had absorbed most of the moisture from his hair, he picked up the hairdryer, adjusted the wind speed to the appropriate temperature and intensity, and blew it patiently. The hairdryer hummed, and the warm air blew, and his hair gradually became dry and smooth. After his hair was completely dry, Qiao Shuang straightened up and stretched gently. His broad shoulders are like a solid barrier, giving people a strong sense of security. He has a tall and straight figure, standing there like a pine tree with a strong and agile posture. The lines of the waist and back have obvious and graceful curves, showing the unique strength and charm of men. Qian Cici. After stretching, the name that Yu Yue mentioned just now suddenly appeared in Qiao Shuang's mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, revealing a meaningful smile. There is no doubt that with Yu Yue's outstanding conditions, her best friend Qian Cici must be no less beautiful and have a better figure. Qiao Shuang couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. It would definitely be a lie to say that he had no feelings for Qian Cici. In that case, let us take action? The thought flashed through his mind. Thinking of this, Qiao Shuang subconsciously looked down at his hands. The hands were long and strong, with neatly trimmed nails. The words God's hand suddenly popped up in his mind. However, he secretly sneered in his heart that his own hands were much more powerful than the so-called hand of God. He believed that with his charm and means, it would not be difficult to win over Qian Cici. Half an hour later, the bathroom door slowly opened and Yu Yue walked out. Her hair was still a little damp, and a few strands of hair stuck to her fair cheeks, adding a bit of charm to her face. The reason why it took so long was mainly because it took a lot of time to blow dry my hair after taking a shower. She took care of her hair carefully, wanting to appear in the best condition to meet her best friend in Qiao Shuang. I'm done packing, shall we go out? Chapter 47, Conquered Qian Cici in 3 days. Yu Yaowei's legs were still sore and weak, and every step she took was accompanied by a slight tremor, but this did not affect her at all as she walked towards Qiao Shuang with joy. She was like a bird returning to its nest, and with attachment and dependence, she threw herself straight into Qiao Shuang's warm embrace. She snuggled tightly in Qiao Shuang's arms, raised her head slightly, and greedily took several deep breaths of the scent emanating from Qiao Shuang. The smell made her feel safe and intoxicated, as if the whole world had become gentle. Walk. Qiao Shuang nodded slightly, his voice low and magnetic. However, his eyes were instantly attracted by Yu Yue in front of him, and he could not move his eyes away at all. Yu Yue, who had just finished taking a bath, was like a bright pearl just out of the bath, emitting a different kind of brilliance. Her skin, which was already as white as snow, was now moisturized and smooth by the hot water. It has a light pink hue, just like the petals blooming in spring, so tender and juicy. Her smooth hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends. It sways gently as she moves, showing the gentle charm unique to women. Looking at her eyebrows and eyes again, after being nourished and developed by love, they now have a different kind of charm. Those slightly upturned eyes and watery eyes. It seems to hide endless tenderness and love, and just a glance can captivate people. Am I pretty? Being stared at with such a fiery gaze by Qiao Shuang, Yu Yaowei's delicate and beautiful face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, but in her heart she felt extremely happy because of Qiao Shuang's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered up the courage and asked in a low voice with a blushing face. Pretty. The corners of Qiao Shuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, his eyes full of undisguised appreciation and love. His voice was low and firm, as if he was expressing the most sincere praise in the world. After receiving Qiao Shuang's affirmation, Yu Yaowei's inner joy was like a flood that broke through the dam and overflowed in an instant. But soon, her eyes were filled with tears, which were a mixture of shyness and emotion. It's getting late. We should go meet my bestie, or we won't be in time. Yu Yue spoke with a red face, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. She moved slightly and keenly felt the changes in Qiao Shuang's body. She felt a little shy, yet couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What kind of boyfriend did I find? He is so energetic. Qiao Shuang gently held Yu Yaowei's small hand, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and their fingers were intertwined, as if telling of their intimacy with each other. They walked out of the gate of Thompson Epine hand in hand and hailed a taxi by the roadside. As soon as he got in the car, Qiao Shuang let go of Yu Yaowei's hand and took out his wallet from his pocket. It was a wallet of fine quality, the dark brown leather exuding a sense of understated luxury. He opened his wallet and carefully took out a bank card. Here. Qiao Shuang handed the bank card to Yu Yue with a gentle yet firm look, as if he was conveying his thoughts and promise through this small card. Qiao Shuang stretched out his hand, his movements gentle but revealing unquestionable determination, and handed the bank card steadily to Yu Yue. This small card between his slender fingers seemed to carry many complex meanings. When Yu Yue saw this scene, she seemed to be frozen in an instant, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Her delicate and beautiful face, in this sudden situation. Suddenly it turned pale, like a flower hit by frost in winter, looking particularly pitiful. In an instant, countless terrible thoughts flashed wildly through her mind. Her first reaction was that Qiao Shuang was going to give her some money, then draw a clear line between them and tell her not to contact him again. After all, such plots are common in the TV dramas she has watched. Once a man wants to end a relationship, he often uses money to get rid of the woman. I don't want money, please don't leave me, okay? I don't want any status, I just want to be able to stay by your side forever. Yu Yaowei's pretty face looked even paler because of panic, her eyes were wide open, full of fear and pleading. At this moment, she was already incoherent, and her lips were trembling slightly when she spoke. In just a moment, her eyes quickly turned red. Tears welled up in my eyes, as if they would burst out at any second. In her imagination, if she left Qiao Shuang, her world would fall into endless darkness and emptiness. She had become accustomed to the days with Qiao Shuang, his gentleness and his enthusiasm. They were like sunshine, illuminating her originally dull life. So, she really couldn't imagine what would happen after leaving Qiao Shuang. To her, that was even more terrifying than losing her life. Stop, who said I was going to leave you? Qiao Shuang looked at Yu Yaowei's appearance, his heart filled with helplessness and heartache. He really couldn't bear to see her so sad and desperate, so he quickly spoke up to stop her. You're not going to leave me? Yu Yaowei's tears were about to burst out when she heard Qiao Shuang's words. It was as if he was under a spell and stopped abruptly. She raised her head and stared at Chao Shuang with her tearful eyes. There was confusion in his eyes, but also a hint of expectation. Of course not. Chao Shuang's tone was very firm. He sighed slightly, and then stuffed the bank card directly into Yu Yue's hand. His palms were broad and warm, and Yu Yue could even feel the warmth coming from his palms. You are my woman now, so I don't want you to work so hard anymore. There will be 30,000 yuan in this card every month, and you can spend it as you like. If it's not enough, you can always ask me for more. Chao Shuang looked at Yu Yue with a firm gaze and said seriously. His eyes were full of pampering and care, as if he was promising her that he would always be by her side and protect her from wind and rain. Chao Shuang himself has no discrimination against the job of property manager. In his opinion, any profession that is achieved through hard work deserves respect. However, this did not prevent him from being unwilling to let Yu Yue continue to do this job. He was well aware of Yu Yue's intelligence and gentleness, and always felt that she deserved a better life and didn't have to work so hard in this job. No, I can't have it. I'm not with you because of money. Yu Yue looked at the bank card in her hand, her heart filled with confusion and struggle. Her eyes were clear and determined, and she wanted to return the bank card to Chao Shuang without hesitation. In her heart, her relationship with Chao Shuang was pure, and she didn't want this relationship to be tainted by any money. She was worried that once she accepted the card, Chao Shuang would misunderstand her true feelings. Take it and be obedient, or I won't contact you again. Chapter 48 No. Xuan, I don't want to leave you. Looking at Yu Yue's resistance, Chao Shuang had no choice but to use this slightly tough method. He knew very well that Yu Yue had deep feelings for him, and he felt a little reluctant when he said this. But in order to make her accept it with peace of mind, this is the only solution. I'll take it. Don't fail to contact me. When Yu Yue heard these words, a hint of fear flashed across her eyes. She looked at Chao Shuang pitifully, her eyes full of grievance and reluctance. At this moment, she looked like a homeless, pitiful, and beautiful little wildcat, making people feel pity for her. She held the bank card tightly, as if it was the bond between her and Chao Shuang. In addition to this bank card, I will buy you a house right now. Chao Shuang gently touched Yu Yue's pretty face. His palms were broad and warm, and his movements were so gentle as if he was treating a rare treasure. Then he said this in a firm tone without any hesitation. The reason why Chao Shuang was so generous was because of his special physique brought with him by traveling through time, which gave him full confidence. This physique ensures that any woman who has intimate contact with him will be devoted to him and never betray him. In his opinion, buying a house for Yu Yue was nothing at all. After all, she was already an important part of his life. Moreover, Yu Yue has been living in her uncle's house, and he always feels that something is not right. The cousin who had always had ill intentions towards Yu Yue made him feel even more resentful. He didn't want Yu Yue to be in such an uneasy environment again. Of course, in addition to these reasons, Chao Shuang had another important consideration when deciding to buy a house for Yu Yue. He wanted to add some challenges to himself and increase the intensity. He had a strong desire to conquer in his heart and wanted to see what he could do without using his innate ability to seduce. Can he use his own charm to turn Yu Yue's best friend Qian Sisi into his woman? He was full of confidence in himself and felt that this was both an interesting challenge and a proof of his abilities. Chao Shuang had a very clear plan in mind, and under such circumstances, he bought a house for Yu Yue. As her best friend, Qian Sisi would definitely have many opportunities to come in and out of here, so he would have ample opportunities to contact Qian Sisi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly set a goal and deadline for himself in his heart: 3 days. He set himself 3 days, during which he had to rely on his own abilities. Without using any charm, he made Qian Sisi willingly become his woman. In his opinion, this is an adventure full of excitement and challenges. It can not only satisfy your desire to conquer, but also verify your personal charm. He thought silently in his heart that if he didn't succeed after 3 days, it wouldn't be too late to use his charm ability again. He was confident in his abilities and believed that he could get Qian Sisi no matter what method he used. You still want to buy me a house? Yu Yue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard Chao Shuang say that he wanted to buy her a house. The whole person froze in an instant, as if under a spell. Then her lips trembled slightly and her speech became halting. Her pretty face was full of disbelief, as if she had heard a fairy tale. Her mind was in a mess, but on the one hand she felt flattered by this sudden and huge surprise. On the other hand, I felt that all this was too unreal, and even a little uneasy. She knew very well what a house meant to ordinary people. It was too heavy a gift and she found it difficult to accept it with peace of mind. Then, she seemed to come to her senses suddenly and shook her head violently. The movement was so large that her hair started to fly wildly. No, I can't. Yue shook her head vigorously and spoke loudly, her tone full of determination. There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, in her heart. Feelings should not be influenced by material things, and she didn't want her relationship with Chao Shuang to become complicated because of the house. However, Chao Shuang just gave him a faint look. Although there was no harsh rebuke in that look, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Yue seemed to be silenced for a moment and dared not speak anymore. She lowered her head slightly, like a child who had done something wrong, feeling both aggrieved and helpless. Just take it if you give it to me. Be obedient. Chao Shuang reached out and gently pinched Yue's pretty face. The action seemed somewhat intimate, but it also carried a hint of irresistibility. Then, he held the steering wheel firmly, stepped lightly on the accelerator, and drove towards the sales office. Chao Shuang has always been decisive in doing things, and buying things in houses is no exception. He had a clear goal and a clear mind as soon as he entered the sales office. They quickly communicated with the sales staff and expressed their needs. He did not dwell too much on the details and price of the house. After looking at several houses, he quickly chose a house that was fully decorated and ready to move into. In just half an hour, all the procedures were completed and he successfully bought the house. Chao Shuang bought a spacious and large flat with an area of 320 square meters. When you step into the house, you will feel a full sense of space and the layout is exquisite and reasonable. If you count carefully, there are 7 bedrooms here, each of which can be transformed into a warm and private space according to different needs. Whether it is used as a guest room to entertain relatives and friends, or converted into a study or cloakroom, it is more than enough. The 2 living rooms have different styles. One is spacious and bright, suitable for receiving many guests, demonstrating the host's hospitality and generosity. The other is warm and comfortable, more suitable for daily leisure and entertainment among family members. There are also 5 toilets distributed in various areas, which greatly facilitates the lives of residents and there is no need to worry about congestion and inconvenience during use. When applying for the real estate certificate, Chao Shuang did not hesitate at all and only wrote Yue's name on the certificate. This behavior instantly caused an uproar in the sales department, and those young female sales staff cast envious glances at him, their eyes full of jealousy and yearning. They whispered in private, wondering why they didn't have the chance to have such a good thing happen to them, and imagined how happy they would be if they were Yue. However, only Chao Shuang could do this so recklessly. Because he knew that he could rely on the special physique brought by his time travel. Any woman he touches will be loyal to her and never betray her, and Yue is no exception. Therefore, in his mind, there was no worry about putting the house under Yue's name. On the contrary, it can make her feel more at ease and allow you to show your absolute sincerity in this relationship. During the entire house buying process, Yue seemed to be under a spell and was in a daze throughout. She stood aside and watched Chao Shuang communicate with the sales staff and sign contracts in an orderly manner. Everything happened so fast that she couldn't react. She had once fantasized about owning her own house, but what she had imagined was just a small, cozy 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, which she could barely afford after years of hard work and frugality. But she never expected that buying a house would be so easy, as if it would only take a moment. And the house they bought was so big and luxurious, which was far beyond her knowledge and imagination. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the crisp ringing of a cell phone broke Yue's thoughts. Chapter 49. How can there be such a perfect man? She subconsciously looked down at her phone and found that it was Chen Cece calling. The moment she saw the name, Yue slapped her head. Only then did he remember, as if waking from a dream, that he was supposed to meet Chen Cece. But I was completely shocked by the house buying matter and was completely immersed in the huge shock, so I completely forgot about this important matter. Cece, I'm sorry, I'll be over right away. Please wait for another 10 minutes. Yue answered the phone in a panic, her tone full of anxiety and apology. As she spoke, she signaled to Chao Shuang with her eyes. At the same time, I started packing my clothes and personal belongings, preparing to leave as soon as possible. I know. Don't worry. Just come over slowly. Chen Cece's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her tone sounded relatively calm, but Yue could still hear a hint of doubt in it. She secretly blamed herself and hoped to explain everything to Chen Cece after they met. Chen Cece was sitting by the window in a cafe and she spoke. There were quite a few customers sitting in the cafe at this moment, and almost all the male customers would look at Qian Sisi from time to time. After all, Qian Sisi has fair skin and delicate features. Her temperament is gentle and intellectual, and her attraction to men cannot be underestimated. Yu Yue hung up the phone and turned to look at Qiao Shuang, her tone somewhat anxious. "Let's go." Qiao Shuang understood and nodded in agreement. He then started the car and drove towards the coffee shop with Yu Yue. Along the way, the hustle and bustle of the city whizzed past the car window. Yu Yue's thoughts had already drifted to Qian Sisi, whom she was about to meet. She knew very well that this meeting might be able to resolve the doubts that had always been in her heart. Qiao Shuang was driving attentively, glancing at Yu Yue beside him from time to time, as if trying to catch a hint of emotional fluctuations from her expression. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped steadily in front of the cafe. Qiao Shuang was the first to push the door and get out of the car, then walked around to the other side and opened the door. He gently took Yu Yue's hand, and the two walked side by side into the coffee shop filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Sisi. As soon as she stepped into the coffee shop, Yu Yue saw Qian Sisi sitting by the window. She quickly raised her hands and shouted loudly. Qian Sisi heard the familiar voice and slowly raised her head. That pair of beautiful and gentle eyes looked over and first caught sight of Yu Yue's figure. Then, her gaze unconsciously shifted and fell on Qiao Shuang. Qian Sisi's first reaction was that the man in front of her was indeed handsome. Those deep eyes and straight nose, combined together, outline an extremely attractive face. Moreover, what attracted Qian Sisi more than his handsome appearance was Qiao Shuang's unique temperament of calmness and confidence. He stood there, like a unique landscape, attracting the attention of people around him. Originally, Qian Sisi had some opinions about Qiao Shuang. Even though her best friend Yu Yue explained again and again that this matter had nothing to do with Qiao Shuang, she still had a grudge in her heart. After all, such a thing happened between her best friend and a man she had just met. As a friend, she couldn't help but feel a little worried and dissatisfied. But at this moment, when Qian Sisi saw Qiao Shuang in person, the opinion that had always existed before disappeared without a trace without her noticing. She thought to herself about the man in front of her. There is no doubt that he has the looks and temperament that made Xiao Wei fall in love at first sight. But is it really possible to have sex the moment you meet? Qian Sisi still had some doubts in her heart, and she decided to take advantage of this meeting. Observe Qiao Shuang carefully and keep an eye on him for your best friend. Qian Sisi stood there, feeling as if a bottle of seasoning had been overturned in her heart, with all kinds of mixed feelings. She watched Qiao Shuang and Yu Yue walking towards her, and various thoughts kept flashing through her mind. On the one hand, she was amazed at Qiao Shuang's outstanding appearance and temperament, but on the other hand, she was troubled by the two rapidly developing relationship between her best friend and him, and for a moment she was a little at a loss. At this time, Qiao Shuang had already walked steadily towards them. Yu Yue's face was filled with happiness. She put her arm around Qiao Shuang's arm, her tone full of pride and joy. Sisi, I have to introduce you to my boyfriend. His name is Qiao Shuang. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with sweetness, and her gaze towards Qiao Shuang was full of love. After introducing Qiao Shuang, Yu Yue turned around quickly again. Pointing at Qian Sisi, he spoke enthusiastically. Qiao Shuang, this is my best friend and bestie. Qian Sisi, we are good sisters who can talk about anything. Hello. Qiao Shuang nodded slightly with a polite and gentle smile on his face. There was sincerity in his eyes as he looked at Qian Sisi. His calm aura made people feel inexplicably at ease. Hello. Qian Sisi also smiled back, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, trying to make herself look more natural. But after this simple greeting, the whole scene suddenly fell silent as if it was cast under a spell. Qian Sisi's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She opened her mouth, but found that she had no idea what to say. You want to blame Qiao Shuang, but your best friend swore a solemn oath before, insisting that she took the initiative. She silently looked at Qiao Shuang in her heart. Apart from the fact that their relationship developed too quickly, which made her feel uncomfortable, she really couldn't find any other faults with Qiao Shuang. Qiao Shuang is not only handsome, but also has a calm and confident temperament. He exudes a unique charm in his every move. And judging from the way he was dressed, spoken, and behaved, he was obviously a wealthy man from a good family. Excuse me, can I talk to Xiao Wei alone for a while? I have something I want to ask her. Qian Sisi hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up her courage, raised her head, and looked straight at Qiao Shuang. Of course, you are best friends, so you must have a lot of secrets to share. Xiao Shuang smiled and nodded, without a trace of displeasure in his smile. Instead, he stood up slowly with understanding and tolerance. Her movements were graceful and calm, and she considerately left enough private space for the two of them when she turned and left. Xiao Shuang had a warm smile on his face and looked at Yu Yue gently. It just so happens that the new house is still short of some furniture and appliances, so I have to go shopping for them. Xiao Wei, when you guys are done talking, let us take a look together and let Cici get to know our new home. His voice is steady and magnetic, and his words are full of plans and expectations for future life. Yeah, I see. Yu Yue nodded vigorously, a bright smile blooming on her face. That smile was full of happiness and sweetness, but there was a hint of reluctance in the eyes. She subconsciously held Xiao Shuang's hand tightly, as if this could keep every minute she spent with him, and didn't want him to leave so soon. Xiao Shuang gently patted the back of Yu Yue's hand to comfort her, then turned and walked out of the cafe. After Xiao Shuang sat in the car, he started the car and slowly drove away, disappearing from Yu Yue's sight. Inside the cafe, soft music flows in the air and the aroma of coffee permeates every corner. Seeing that Xiao Shuang had left completely, Chen Cici could no longer suppress her worries. She leaned forward slightly, looked straight at Yu Yue, and spoke. Xiao Wei, I still really think that things are moving too fast between you two. Chapter 50. Your skin is so smooth. I admit that when I first met him, I had a good impression of him. He was outstanding in both appearance and temperament. But how could you have sex with him when you just met him yesterday? If he is just playing around, then you will suffer a great loss, Xiao Wei. Chen Cici spoke very quickly, her tone full of anxiety. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were full of concern and worry for her best friend. However, before she could finish her words, Yu Yue interrupted her by shaking her head seriously. Cici, I know you're doing this for my own good, and I know what you want to say, but he's really not that kind of person. Although I didn't spend much time with him, I could feel his sincerity. Yu Yue's eyes were firm and her tone was full of unquestionable certainty, as if she was full of trust in Xiao Shuang. How can you be so sure that he is not the one? As the saying goes, you can never know a person's heart by his appearance, Xiao Wei. When it comes to relationships, you have to take it slow, spend more time together, and get to know each other better. You've only known him for one day, how can you give yourself up so quickly? Chen Cici still didn't give up and continued to persuade him earnestly. He leaned forward slightly and gestured with his hands unconsciously, trying to make Yu Yue listen to what he said. When Chen Cici heard Yu Yue's words, she subconsciously frowned. All the doubts and worries in my heart surged into my mind, and before I had time to think about it, the words had already come out of my mouth. Xiao Wei, don't let love get to your head. You can't be blindly optimistic about this kind of thing. Her tone was full of anxiety, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Yu Yue was filled with concern and a hint of disappointment. Yu Yue looked at Chen Cici with a happy smile on her face. Without waiting for Chen Cici to continue speaking, he couldn't wait to share it. Cici, do you know why we are late? Because we went to buy a house. Her eyes were sparkling, a radiant glow that came from being nourished by love. The house he bought for me was in my name, only my name. Yu Yue said this while nodding vigorously. His expression was serious and determined, as if emphasizing the authenticity of this happiness. As soon as these words came out, Chen Cici seemed to be cast under a spell and stood there in a daze for a moment. Her beautiful eyes widened into a look of disbelief. The little mouth opened unconsciously, forming an O shape, and it looked as if it had been struck by lightning. She was completely shocked by what her bestie said, and it kept echoing in her mind. Buying a house? Only Xiao Wei's name was written on it? Is this true? Chen Cici was stunned for a long time before she asked stutteringly. Xiao Wei, is this true? You can't just say that just to protect him. This is too unbelievable. In her opinion, such a thing is unheard of, even among the most loving couples. When it comes to large assets such as real estate, people will be extremely cautious, let alone when only one party's name is written on it. It's true. Yu Yue's eyes revealed great determination and the smile on her face became brighter. She took out the property certificate from her bag and handed it to Chen Cici. Look, there's really only my name on it. Chen Cici mechanically took the property certificate and looked at Yu Yue's name on it. For a moment, she felt her mind go blank as she sat in her seat and had no idea what to say. What else can I say? The facts are right before our eyes, and all words seem so pale and powerless. She kept asking herself in her heart, are there really such generous men in this world? No matter how rich one is, few people would be so unreserved, right? She looked at the happy Yu Wei in front of her and felt mixed emotions. There are both blessings for the best friend to find true love, but also surprise and doubt about this love. Qian Sisi sat there, with mixed emotions surging in her heart, and was speechless for a moment. She wondered to herself what would happen if Chao Shuang didn't have that irresistible charm. How could it be possible to buy a house for Yu Yue so easily? But it was precisely because of this unique charm that Yu Yue was completely obsessed with it. Follow him wholeheartedly, obey his words and never betray him. In this case, it may not matter to Chao Shuang whose name the house is under. After all, he has already firmly grasped Yu Yue's heart. Sisi, I know you are doing this for my own good, but my love for him is real. I would do anything for him, even sacrifice my life. I also understand that you are worried that I will suffer, but as long as I can stay with him forever, I am really willing from the bottom of my heart. Just when Qian Sisi was immersed in her own thoughts, Yu Yue suddenly spoke softly, with an unquestionable firmness and deep love in her voice. Hearing this, Qian Sisi was shocked, even more shocked than when she heard about buying a house just now. She never imagined that her best friend's feelings for Chao Shuang were so deep that she was willing to die for him. At this moment, she suddenly realized. I may never be able to fully understand Yu Yue's love for Chao Shuang. It is an emotion that transcends reason and common sense. Well, as long as you don't regret it. Qian Sisi sighed heavily and said helplessly. Although she still had many doubts and worries in her heart, seeing Yu Yue so determined, she had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, Chao Shuang bought a house for Yu Yue. This made her feel more at ease. At least in her opinion, this meant that Chao Shuang was sincere to Yu Yue. Xiao Wei. Qian Sisi just opened her mouth and wanted to say something else. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, and she was stunned for a moment. She thought, if Chao Shuang really just used his charm to confuse Yu Yue. So, is there a deeper crisis hidden behind this seemingly sweet love? But looking at Yu Yue's happy face, she really couldn't bear to break this beauty. The words came to her lips, but she swallowed them back. Qian Sisi was about to speak when she suddenly stopped, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. She belatedly looked at her best friend, and was surprised to find that Yu Yue's current condition was beyond imagination. Yu Yue's skin used to be good, but now it is so white and delicate, just like fresh milk just out of the pot. It is so tender that you seem to be able to squeeze out water, with a soft luster and no flaw at all. There is an indescribable charm lingering between her eyebrows and eyes. Every frown and smile seems to have a unique charm, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off. This look is incredibly beautiful. Xiao Wei, how come your skin is in such good condition now? And you've become more beautiful. Chapter 51 Curiosity Kills the Cat. Qian Sisi couldn't help but blurt out, her pretty face froze for a moment. Her originally gentle eyes now revealed an undisguised look of envy. She has always been gentle and quiet, but no matter how reserved she is, she cannot conceal the common characteristics of all women: the pursuit and yearning for beauty. The Yu Yue in front of us, whether it is her skin as delicate as porcelain or the unique charm that emanates from her body, exudes a different kind of beauty. This is a unique charm of a mature woman, just like a flower in full bloom, rich and fragrant, and heartwarming. Ah? Really? Yu Yue's cheeks turned slightly red, as if her little secret had been revealed. In fact, she noticed the changes in her body when she took a shower in the morning. When her fingertips slid across her skin, the delicate and smooth touch surprised her. She never thought her skin could become so perfect, every inch of it exuding health and vitality. What's going on? Tell me, did you use a set of very useful cosmetics behind my back? Tell me the truth. Qian Sisi moved closer half-jokingly, pretending to be angry. He gently grabbed Yu Yue's arm with both hands and shook it gently. His eyes were full of curiosity and expectation, as if he was searching for some treasure. Qian Sisi could no longer sit still. She stared at Yu Yue's skin, which was as smooth as a peeled egg, and believed that this must be the magical effect of some magical cosmetics. When she thought about having such delicate skin, she felt like her heart was being tickled by a kitten. I'm itching to know the answer. Xiao Wei, tell me quickly, which set of cosmetics did you use? I see your current state, it's absolutely amazing. Qian Sisi's voice was full of urgency, and her body leaned forward unconsciously, as if this would help her get the answer faster. I don't use any makeup. I don't even wear any makeup right now. Yu Yue blushed, her eyes were evasive, and she was obviously feeling guilty when she answered. She knew exactly why her skin had improved. From the originally good skin quality to the smooth and flawless skin now. The only special thing that happened during this period was that she had an intimate relationship with Qiao Shuang. Although this sounds absurd and bizarre, Yu Yue has a strong intuition in her heart that the improvement of her skin is related to Qiao Shuang. But she didn't have the nerve to tell Qian Sisi about such a private and embarrassing thing. Just thinking about it made her face burn, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. How could you not use any makeup? You must have used some other good makeup behind my back. Qian Sisi refused to give in, her rosy little lips slightly pouted, and her originally gentle and intellectual temperament instantly became more playful and cute. She gently pulled Yu Yaowei's hand, shook it, and spoke coquettishly. Okay, Xiaowei, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. I really want to know. Sisi, I really don't use any makeup. My skin condition now is because. Yu Yue hesitated when the words came to her lips. She bit her lower lip, her eyes full of confusion. I didn't know how to tell my best friend this unspeakable reason. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving only Qian Sisi's expectant gaze and Yu Yue's hesitant reluctance to speak. Yu Yaowei's face turned red, like a ripe tomato. She took a deep breath, her heart was torn between herself and her conscience. After much hesitation, she decided to tell the truth. She lowered her head slightly, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but with a determination to fight to the end. It's because I had a relationship with Qiao Shuang. As soon as she finished speaking, her crystal white earlobes instantly turned red, as if they were burned by fire, which was thrilling. Although she and Qian Sisi are like sisters and have a deep relationship. But when talking about such a private topic, Yu Yue still felt shy and wished she could find a place to hide. However, she knew Qian Sisi too well. Although her best friend seemed gentle and intellectual, she was actually stubborn at heart. If I don't tell the truth, Qian Sisi will definitely get to the bottom of it. Maybe you will start to have wild thoughts and create many unnecessary misunderstandings. When Qian Sisi heard this, her whole body froze instantly. His eyes were wide, shock written all over his face. It took her a while to realize what Yu Yue meant by having sex. In an instant, her delicate, fair and gentle face turned red and hot, as if it was on fire. Stop talking nonsense. Having sex is not a panacea. How could there be such a big change? Don't talk nonsense. Qian Sisi waved her hands and retorted eagerly, her voice trembling slightly with shyness. She couldn't believe that just intimacy could cause such drastic changes in a person's skin. After all, she had seen many married teachers in school. Their lives go on as usual, and none of them becomes radiant or has skin as white and smooth as milk because of the intimate behavior in marriage. Qian Sisi's face was full of suspicion and her eyes were full of confusion. He stared at Yu Yue, as if trying to find any trace of lying on her face. Sisi, it's true. I'm not talking nonsense. Yu Yue became extremely anxious when she saw Qian Sisi's face full of suspicion. She gestured with her hands unconsciously, trying to make her best friend believe her. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes full of anxiety and sincerity. She was clearly telling the truth, so why couldn't she be trusted? This feeling of not being believed made her feel as uncomfortable as being scratched by a cat. Humph, I don't believe it anyway. Qian Sisi blushed and snorted in retort. As soon as she said this, she suddenly became shy and her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes. Her head lowered slightly, her fair face turned as red as a ripe red apple, and even her neck was flushed. After a moment's silence, Qian Sisi raised her head slightly, her eyes evasive, and her voice as low as a mosquito's hum. Xiaowei, can I ask you something? I'm really curious. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Yu Yue out of the corner of her eye. After saying that, he quickly looked away, as if this question contained some huge secret. What's the matter? Ask. Yu Yue couldn't help but blinking when she saw her best friend looking so shy. Her curiosity was instantly aroused. She tilted her head and looked at Qian Sisi with confusion, trying to guess what her best friend wanted to ask from her expression. That's it. Oh, if I ask you, you can't laugh at me. Qian Sisi stammered and said just for a long time without being able to explain the whole thing. Suddenly he cried out ouch softly and covered his face with his hands. Only a pair of watery eyes were revealed, with a bit of shyness and expectation. Why would I laugh at you? We are the best friends in the world. Tell me what's going on. Yu Yaowei's curiosity grew, and she moved forward. He urged eagerly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Qian Sisi's face turned red and her fingers nervously tugged at the corner of her clothes. After struggling for a long time, he finally mustered up the courage and spoke in a voice as small as the buzz of a mosquito. "It's not really important, I just want to ask, what does that kind of thing feel like?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. But curiosity got the better of her, so she still gritted her teeth and finished what she said. She was really curious about this matter. Although Qian Cici is a well-behaved girl who usually follows the rules, who really doesn't have this kind of curiosity hidden deep in her heart? There just wasn't the right opportunity before, but now my best friend has experienced it herself. She could no longer suppress her inner curiosity and desire to know the unknown, and finally asked, "That kind of thing? What kind of thing is that kind of thing?" Yu Yue sat in her seat, looking confused. She really wasn't pretending to be confused, but her brain really couldn't react to what Qian Cici was asking for a moment. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of confusion. Looking back at Qian Cici, trying to find a clue from her expression. "It's just, that kind of thing. What happened between you and Xiao Shuang at night?" Chapter 52. Is it really that big? Qian Cici's face turned red and her voice became louder than before. After saying this, she became less shy, and was instead filled with irrepressible curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Her eyes were wide open, sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Although still a little shy, his eyes were looking straight at Yu Yue, eager to get an answer. At this time, Yu Yue finally understood what she said. In an instant, her face became hot. She never expected that Qian Cici would suddenly ask such a private question. For a moment, she was a little at a loss, her eyes began to avoid, and she didn't know how to answer this embarrassing and sensitive question. After all, Qian Cici's next sentence was so frank and straightforward that the air instantly became hot. Yu Yaoi's face turned red all of a sudden, and her skin was so hot that it seemed like you could fry an egg on it. She could never have imagined that her best friend, who was usually gentle and well-behaved, would ask such a private and bold question. How could she answer this? An indescribable feeling of shyness enveloped her tightly. She subconsciously looked around, as if trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Are you really curious?" Yu Yaoi's face turned red and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. She leaned slightly closer to Qian Cici, fearing that other customers who came for coffee would capture this private conversation. In fact, the guests around were sitting far away and definitely could not hear their conversation, but Yu Yue was too nervous at the moment to care about that. Curious. Qian Cici nodded vigorously, her head pounding like garlic. The voice was also very low, almost responding in a breath. For a moment, the two of them looked like they were having a secret spy meeting, cautious and full of mystery. "I read online that it hurts, but after the pain is over, you feel." I was curious, but there was no one else around me to ask. "Xiaowei, just tell me, what does it feel like?" As Qian Cici spoke, her fair face turned as red as a ripe tomato. A pair of big eyes flickered, long eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. Her usual gentle and intellectual demeanor was now shattered by this strong curiosity, and was replaced by a soft and cute look. Who says good girls don't have curiosity? When it comes to this private topic, her curiosity is completely ignited. Actually, it feels pretty good." Yu Yue blushed and hesitated for a moment. He slowly leaned close to Qian Cici's ear, lowered his voice, and whispered a few more words. The sound was as low as a breeze and would float in the air if you were not careful. Just a few words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, making Qian Cici's eyes widen suddenly. His eyes were full of surprise and shock, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, hitting his chest bang 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 as if it was about to break through his chest. She could never have imagined that the answer from Yu Yue was so beyond her imagination. A feeling of novelty and shyness spread in her heart. Qian Cici's gentle and pretty face became hotter and redder at this moment, as if it was burned by a blazing flame, so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. She was extremely conflicted. On the one hand, she felt that this topic was too private and wanted to stop it immediately. On the other hand, the content described by Yu Yue seemed to have an invisible magic that tightly hooked her curiosity and made her unable to stop. Really that good? Qian Cici's face flushed and her voice trembled slightly because of shyness and nervousness. When the words came to his lips, he couldn't help but ask another question. "Yeah, it's really that good, it's like floating in the sky, I can't even describe the feeling. Every cell and every soul exudes openness and joy, and the whole body and mind are immersed in an indescribable beauty." As Yu Yue spoke, a blush of happiness spread across her face. There was a different kind of light in his eyes, as if he was savoring that wonderful experience. Xian Sisi listened attentively, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated again. The thump, thump, thump sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if it was about to burst through her chest. She just felt her throat was extremely dry, as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. Subconsciously, he picked up the coffee in front of him and took a big gulp. The bitter coffee flowed down her throat, making her feel a little better. But Sisi, not everyone can have such a good experience. It depends on the man. Yu Yue blushed and lowered her head slightly. The voice unconsciously lowered a few degrees, as if sharing a very secret. Ah? Look at men? What do you mean? Xian Sisi was stunned for a moment, her already flushed face full of confusion. She really didn't understand the deeper meaning behind her best friend's words. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Yu Yue, desperately wanting an answer. When a man is strong, the experience will naturally be better. This is what the female salespeople told me when I was working in a property company. They were very open about this and talked about everything. After a while, I learned a lot. What they often say is that they must be careful when looking for a man. Appearance and family background are secondary, the key lies in hard power. As Yu Yue spoke, she secretly observed Xian Sisi's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Xian Sisi's face became redder and redder, and her eyes showed both surprise and curiosity. Otherwise, a woman will regret it her whole life and will never be happy. Yu Yue's face was red, and although her voice was low, it carried a certain solemnity of someone who had experienced this. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she was recalling the stories shared by the female salespeople and her own personal experiences. The blush on her face became more and more obvious, like a gorgeous sunset in the sky. So, what about his strength? Xian Sisi had been trying hard to tell herself to stop, but when her eyes fell on the irresistible charm between Yu Yue's eyebrows, my rationality collapsed in an instant, and I asked this question out of my mouth for some unknown reason. As soon as she said it, she regretted it and felt her face burning as if it was being roasted by fire. Very strong. Yu Yue's face was so hot that she felt like she could fry an egg on it. She turned her head left and right nervously, glancing around quickly. After making sure that no one was paying attention to this side, he leaned forward slightly and whispered something in an almost inaudible voice. The sound was as small as the hum of a mosquito, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, causing a huge wave in Xian Sisi's heart. Suddenly, Xian Sisi's eyes widened, and her originally gentle face was filled with disbelief. She subconsciously looked down at her slender arms, as if making some secret comparison. Then he hurriedly looked up at Yu Yue, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Really, really?